Chapter 58, A Beautiful Misunderstanding. Ambitious. Gan Guyu gave Pepe a thumbs up and then turned to Xianhuang with a smile. Missing, I can supply bamboo shoots and spices to the Listening Rain restaurant, but I hope our transactions won't be conducted in gold coins. Xianhuang tilted her head in confusion. Did this person mean to use magic crystals as a form of exchange? That would indeed be an exorbitant demand. Just as doubts began to brew in her mind, Gan Guyu continued, "We can settle this in gold or instead. You can trade gold or with me for the ingredients." Stunned, Xianhuang looked up at Gan Guyu in shock. The latter shrugged. "You heard correctly. I mean gold or..." "Of course, if Missing would prefer to exchange with me using diamond scraps, I'd be even happier. I'm referring to unusable diamond offcuts as well." At this, Pepe suddenly understood. Although she had never grasped why Gan Guyu insisted on offering these seemingly worthless ores to the Mother of Nature, she recognized that if the Listening Rain restaurant were to trade with Gan Guyu using these seemingly useless items, it would indeed be a win-win situation. It seems this fellow isn't as mercenary as she initially thought. With Gan Guyu's affirmative response, Xianhuang was left with an abundance of questions. Gold coins and gold, or were hardly the same. The distinction lay not merely in their content, but in the attributed value. Gold coins were the sole official currency of the Xianhuang Continent, manufactured under the auspices of the Radiant Empire. Composed chiefly of gold, they also contained other metals in specific ratios, lending them a strong anti-counterfeiting quality. Gold, or on the other hand, was virtually worthless, often regarded as a nuisance, especially when farmers cleared new fields. While both originated from the same source, their values diverged drastically, akin to the difference between paper currency and scrap paper. "Isn't that inappropriate?" Xianhuang finally hesitated to voice her concern. "Not all, Miss Xianhuang." Pepe, bubbling with enthusiasm, jumped up and pointed at Gan Guyu. "This guy has a habit of collecting ores. Just indulge him." Gan Guyu's expression soured. It wasn't wise to speak without understanding. Shooting Pepe a disdainful glance, he turned back to Xianhuang to explain. "Hey, race the thing. Recently, the Mother of Nature issued a divine decree, tasking me with gathering a substantial amount of gold, ore, and diamonds. While there is indeed a fair quantity of these ores near the forest of nature, it is still vastly insufficient." So he gestured helplessly, conveying the simple fact. Xianhuang looked at the seriously earnest Gan Guyu. Her heart suddenly stirred with a mix of emotions. What kind of unreliable deity asked their followers to offer such trivial items? This solitary male nature mage from the forest of nature clearly seeks to bestow her ingredients without charge. The suggestion to exchange for gold, ore, and diamond scraps, while invoking the Mother of Nature, must surely be a ploy devised by Gan Guyu to prevent her from refusing his assistance. To employ divine authority as a shield, how noble! Reflecting on Pepe's earlier remark about Gan Guyu's or collecting obsession and the disdainful expression he had shot her, Xianhuang was now convinced of her own hypothesis. Clearly, Gan Guyu thought his explanation insufficiently convincing, so he introduced the unverifiable divine decree. What a labor of love! Pepe never imagined that her offhand comment would become the impetus for such a charming misunderstanding. Yet, while she was touched, Xianhuang didn't wish to exploit the situation too much. After savoring Gan Guyu's succulent bamboo shoot dish, she was acutely aware of its immense value. In a moment of clarity, she instinctively resolved that she would even use magic crystals to procure the bamboo shoots and Sichuan peppercorns, especially the latter, which promised to initiate a culinary revolution. Consequently, Xianhuang shook her head, saying, "Thank you, but let's stick to gold coins for our transaction." This was the first time Xianhuang had expressed gratitude, and it marked the longest sentence she had spoken that evening. Gan Guyu was pleasantly surprised, but understood her intention. After all, she was the renowned culinary artist known for her generous spirit. However, he didn't particularly want her to be too kind. For him, gold or provided significantly more value than gold coins. Hence, he insisted, "I'm sorry, but I can only accept gold or in diamonds. Other materials hold little significance for me." "There's no need for you to be so hasty in your rejection, as you haven't yet heard how we might proceed with the exchange. Gold, ore, and worthless diamond scraps? Even a large quantity couldn't possibly equate to the value of even the slightest food item." Yimo was about to shake her head when Gan Guyu interjected. If you cannot accept this, then this deal cannot proceed. A fierce internal conflict raged within Yimo. Ultimately, she resignedly inquired, how would we exchange? Gan Guyu appeared to have anticipated this well in advance. We would exchange bamboo shoots for an equal weight of gold ore, while Sichuan peppercorns would be exchanged at a ratio of 5 to 1 by weight in gold ore. Regarding the value conversion between gold, ore, and diamonds, let's tentatively set it at a 1 to 10 ratio. What do you think, Missine? Yimo felt like crying. It seemed Gan Guyu was generously giving away ingredients while also taking her logistical challenges into account. When was it that gold, or could be exchanged for vegetables at equal weight? Reflecting on her earlier thoughts of Gan Guyu being overly mercenary, Yimo felt overwhelmingly ashamed. When had she begun to doubt the integrity of a mage from the forest of nature? With Gan Guyu's firm insistence, this seemingly lopsided transaction was swiftly agreed upon. Standing upright, Yimo performed a courteous bow. Thank you very much. Gan Guyu smiled easily, adopting a tone reminiscent of a chivalrous hero. No need for thanks, we should help each other for the sake of the common people. Seeing this, Pei couldn't help but stick out her tongue and make a face. She was thoroughly exasperated by this opportunistic fellow. Nevertheless, the Listening Rain restaurant definitely benefited greatly, which brought her joy. She resolved in her heart that she would sell her own crops and vegetables at a low price to the restaurant in the future, contributing her share. However, the most delighted of all was Yimo. Though her expression remained subdued, she found herself speaking more. From now on, please call me Yimo. The Listening Rain restaurant has greatly benefited today. I will surely repay your kindness in the future. No need for repayment, but if you can help me gather enough ores, you'll be satisfied. Gan Guyu waved his hand cheerfully. I've heard you're only 20 years old, and since I'm but 2 years your senior, we'll take the liberty to call you Yimo. Pei interjected cheerfully, can I call you Yimo, sister? Yimo nodded in agreement. This trip to the forest of nature had truly brought unexpected gains. Chapter 59, Core Values. The next day, on the mountain path leading from the forest of nature to the mainland. Hold on, Yimo called out, spotting her carriage waiting by the roadside ahead. She halted and turned to glance at the departing Gan Guyu and Pei. Well, we'll see you off here, Sister Yimo. Wishing you a safe journey. Pei waved her hand and said. Yimo nodded. About to leave, when Gan Guyu called out to her. With a flick of his hand, 2 sacks, one large and one small, materialized on the ground before the trio. Yimo tilted her head in confusion, looking at Gan Guyu, who chuckled. You've come all the way from the forest of nature, and I can only offer you leftovers. I feel quite ashamed. Please accept these as a token of my hospitality. Upon opening the larger sack, Yimo discovered it brimming with bamboo shoots and sweet potatoes. As for the smaller sack, she needed not open it. Just the aroma was enough to identify its contents as Sichuan pepper. She looked at Gan Guyu, saying, I am undeserving of such generosity. What do you mean, undeserving? Hurry and take them. We're friends now, aren't we? Shouldn't I be able to give gifts without hesitation? Gan Guyu waved his hand dismissively. Yimo, not wishing to be overly coy, expressed her gratitude with a nod and promptly stored Gan Guyu's gifts in her storage ring. By the way, Yimo, I forgot to ask you something last night, Gan Guyu inquired. You didn't come to me solely for the bamboo shoots and Sichuan pepper. Did you? Yimo nodded. It was for the sweet potatoes. Just as I suspected, Gan Guyu replied, wearing an expression of knowing that it was evident that Yimo had only learned of the bamboo shoots and Sichuan pepper's existence the night before. Yet the high priestess had indicated that Yimo had specifically sought out Gan Guyu. Reflecting on this, Gan Guyu concluded that it must be the reason, considering the promotion the high priestess had conducted on the outskirts of the forest of nature had evidently borne fruit. Sister Yimo came seeking to purchase sweet potatoes? Pei exclaimed. Then why did you not mention it later? At this, Yimo glanced at Pei and then at Gan Guyu, remaining silent. Gan Guyu quickly gestured. If it's inconvenient, feel free not to answer. The high priestess, Yimo gathered her thoughts and said, agreed to sell me 9 fields of sweet potatoes. The high priestess, Gan Guyu etoed, astonished. She already has so many sweet potatoes? Yimo shook her head. In 1 month. Both sighed in relief. The agreement between the High Priestess and Yimo coincided with the time Gan Guyu was to deliver the bamboo shoots and Sichuan pepper. 1 month from now. Indeed, given the High Priestess's capabilities, cultivating 9 fields of sweet potatoes within a month was a trivial task. Wait, 9 fields? Why precisely 9? Gan Guyu and Pei exchanged glances, simultaneously recalling something, before turning to Yimo and asking in unison, when did she agree to this? Last night. Just before she left. Yimo replied. Gan Guyu immediately recalled the High Priestess whispering something in Yimo's ear as she departed the night before. It turned out she was poaching business. Moreover, she intended to fulfill this deal, using the sweet potatoes from the 9 fields they were penalized to cultivate. This was sheer exploitation. He patted his heart and donned what he believed to be the most amiable smile, saying, Yimo, once you complete this transaction with the High Priestess, do look after my business. Gold or? Yimo tilted her head. Absolutely. 2 bags of sweet potatoes for 1 bag of gold, or on a long-term supply basis. Gan Guyu gritted his teeth. At that moment, Yimo regarded Gan Guyu as if he were a madman. This person, was he a benevolent soul across 9 lifetimes, or an utter fool? Gan Guyu, noticing the meaning behind Yimo's gaze, patted her shoulder earnestly, saying, Don't worry, trust me, I'm not mad. In Gan Guyu's eyes, Yimo perceived sincerity. After a brief silence, she hesitantly nodded. The medicine cannot be stopped. I can't breathe, Sister Yimo, cough cough. The medicine it cannot stop, little Guyu. Gan Guyu, with a head full of black lines, walked ahead without glancing aside, gritting his teeth as he said, How long are you going to keep laughing? Yes, I'm sorry. Pei nearly rolled on the ground. Just a moment. Let me recover. Just the thought of Sister Yimo with that serious expression, declaring that the medicine cannot stop, makes me burst into laughter. Gan Guyu face-bombed in silence. After a while, Pei finally calmed down. By the way, are you really not worried about making a loss? 2 bags of sweet potatoes for 1 bag of gold, or? That sounds insane. Loss? I'm making a fortune. Gan Guyu shot Pei a glance as he continued on his way. 2 bags of sweet potatoes exchanged for 1 bag of gold, or? Submitting that bag of gold, or to the universal biological manipulation table would yield at least 100 monetary values, sufficient to purchase half a field's worth of sweet potato seedlings, which could then be replanted. Throughout this process, Gan Guyu merely expended a bit of magical power to cultivate and improve the soil for the seedlings using the all-growth spell. Even if he were to buy magic crystals to replenish that magical power, he would still break even, especially since he also grew fruits and vegetables that could replenish his magic. This was the life of a prosperous dealer. Wait, there's an even more unscrupulous money-making bug at play here. Crops like wheat. When Gan Guyu purchased seeds from the shop, he also received food, directly trading gold or for wheat. How could there be famine in the salty wasteland? Gold coins and magic crystals would be, as if they were picked up off the ground for him. However, he quickly dismissed this short-sighted money-making scheme. The principles of sustainable development tell us that if Gan Guyu truly pursued such a path, even in the salty wasteland, gold, ore, and diamonds would eventually be depleted. Furthermore, the 8 honors and 8 shames teach us that living off loopholes without labor would hinder societal progress. Moreover, Gan Guyu foresaw that as the facilities within the universal biological manipulation table gradually upgraded, the quantity of monetary values it consumed would inevitably increase geometrically, that if he carelessly exhausted those ores, wouldn't his universal biological manipulation table be rendered mostly useless? With this realization, Gan Guyu confirmed that such a money-making method was not a long-term solution, but merely a stopgap measure. Gan Guyu swiftly organized his thoughts. His core value lay in possessing a vast array of seeds and planting techniques, ensuring he could access precious agricultural resources. Only by firmly grasping this aspect could he discover a true and lasting way to accumulate wealth. Lost in these thoughts, the duo returned to the forest of nature, only to find someone waiting for them. Chapter 60. The High Priestess's Concern. High Priestess. Gan Guyu greeted casually. Were you waiting for us? High Priestess Grandma. Pei's gaze toward the High Priestess also bore a hint of hesitation. Yet the High Priestess appeared completely oblivious to their unusual demeanor, still chuckling. Have you seen them off? Yes, Gan Guyu nodded, finally expressing some resignation. High priestess. Your method seems a bit lacking in decorum. The decision made last night was indeed a spur-of-the-moment choice. The high priestess admitted with a nod, signaling for them to walk and talk. However, this opportunity was one you handed to me yourself. Prohibiting meat is inherently unreasonable. The spirited young man of the new era boldly criticized the system. The high priestess clearly did not wish to debate this topic with the young man, instead asking, "Do you know why I imposed such a harsh penalty on you?" Gan Guyu shrugged. "I initially thought you wanted me to plant Sichuan pepper hedges, and the sweet potatoes were merely a last-minute favor for the Listening Rain Tavern. However, with your question, I sense it's more complicated than that." The high priestess responded, smiling. "Take your time to ponder." "I understand now," Pepe suddenly interjected. "You wish to set an example." The high priestess smiled at Pepe, while Gan Guyu shot her an exasperated look. Their contrasting expressions conveyed a single message to Pepe: "You've strayed too far." The trio made their way back to the holy tree, where the high priestess promptly dispatched Pepe to fulfill her duties for the day. For her, fetching water for all the elders was hardly a task. The little beauty simply puffed her cheeks and departed. The high priestess continued leading Gan Guyu to her residence. They took their respective seats, and Gan Guyu rubbed his hands together, grinning. "High priestess, do you still have that fruit juice you served me last time? What do you take the holy tree's fruits for?" The high priestess chided playfully, waving her hand lightly, causing a plate of grapes to appear on the table. "It seems I should have refrained from being too kind to you. You've become quite spoiled." Gan Guyu plucking a grape and popping it in his mouth, exclaiming, "This truly is the improved grape. Pepe sent these to you, didn't she?" It was hardly a guess. Across the continent, only 2 grapevines bore such delectable grapes. One in Gan Guyu's bamboo grove, which had been devoured by the ladies the day before. One tree belongs to Pepe, a venerable grapevine aged over a decade that grows on the hillside. It is likely that during the last harvest, Pepe made a special provision for the high priest. Indeed, the high priest nodded slightly and remarked, "After all these years, this is the first time I've tasted such exquisite grapes. It is quite delightful to think that those fellows to the north are still bickering over a few sour berries that could shatter teeth." "The north?" Gan Guyu paused, momentarily perplexed, before realizing. "Are you referring to the Mage Academy? Who else could it be?" The high priest's tone was laced with evident discontent. "Every year, we are compelled to sell them vast quantities of grains, fruits, and vegetables that in years of poor harvest. Aside from the essential provisions we must reserve for the sacred tree's survival, all remaining produce is appropriated by them." Gan Guyu felt a flicker of intrigue. "It seems, from your words, that the relationship between the natural forest and the Mage Academy is not so harmonious." "Harmonious? That is merely a facade for outsiders." The high priest shook his head. "If it were not for the grand plan of preserving the legacy of magic, I would likely be the first to curse the closure of the Siplo's Mage Academy." There is a story here. The flames of gossip ignited within Gan Guyu's heart. Preserving the legacy of magic? Was it not stated that the Mage Academy also bears the duty of safeguarding the natural forest? Do you truly believe the natural forest lacks the means to protect itself? Such a notion is rather naive. The high priest suddenly burst into laughter. "According to your reasoning, what would happen if one day the Mage Academy and the natural forest were to sever ties?" Gan Guyu, taken aback, exclaimed, "Sever ties? Is it truly that severe? Earlier, I observed that director seeking your assistance with his lucky bamboo. You seem to share a good rapport. The director is one matter, the academy is another. The internal dynamics of the institution are quite complex." The high priest waved his hand dismissively. "As for severing ties, it has happened before." Gan Guyu was internally astonished and was about to inquire further when the high priest abruptly shifted the topic. Smiling, "Look at me, rambling on like an old fool, losing track of the conversation. The reason I summoned you today was to inquire whether you genuinely possess the ability to assist the Listening Rain Tavern so selflessly. Surely, you were not momentarily bewitched by beauty and made grandiose claims." "Thank you for your concern." Gan Guyu slowly shook his head, smiling wryly as he deflected. "In terms of beauty, I would argue that Yimo pales in comparison to Pepe. Yet, do you not find Yimo to possess a certain charisma? Most importantly, she has black hair. The high priest jested. On the desolate continent, individuals with black hair are quite rare, and among those I know, each one is extraordinary. Your praise for me is rather subtle. Gan Guyu responded with a playful grin. Is it not? Strange contraptions, methods for soil enhancement, miraculous cultivation techniques, and an abundance of crops. I am genuinely curious about the origins of all these. The high priest disregarded Gan Guyu's jest, continuing to elaborate on what he brought. These are all gifts from Mother Nature, Gan Guyu reiterated with a chuckle. The high priest regarded Gan Guyu with a thoughtful gaze, a faint smile playing on his lips. Is that so? Indeed, Gan Guyu asserted confidently. Ah. You, the high priest chuckled and shook his head. Nevertheless, the primary reason for summoning you today is to discuss your exchange of foodstuffs for gold, ore, and diamonds. While your intentions to assist the Listening Rain Tavern are commendable, you must not squander your resources merely because of your high yield. It is essential to maintain a balance and collect a reasonable compensation. Gan Guyu was at a loss for words, unsure of how to clarify, and ultimately nodded. Understood. Not all my provisions are exchanged for those ores. It is merely a convenience in dealings with the Listening Rain Tavern, since you have advised me. Perhaps when we sell our new fruits and vegetables to the Mage Academy, we could take a substantial advantage. How can that be termed as taking advantage? The high priest picked up a grape, speaking with profound meaning. I believe such treasure should be valued accordingly. Your point is well taken, I understand. Hearing the emphasis the high priest placed on the value of goods, Gan Guyu smiled knowingly. Chapter 61. Advancing through retreat, Gan Guyu soon understood why the high priest had been so eager to engage him in conversation. Meandering through various topics. That afternoon, news spread throughout the natural forest. A logistic sorcerer from the Cyplos Mage Academy would soon arrive to negotiate a new round of food procurement orders. It appeared the high priest had come specifically to remind him not to allow the Mage Academy to take advantage. Gan Guyu felt somewhat helpless. Did the esteemed elder not realize the extent of the advantage he gained from accepting gold, or? Ah! Little Gan Guyu, do you also have objections regarding the Mage Academy's procurement? Seeing Gan Guyu's lackluster expression, Lin inquired. Little did she know, Gan Guyu had been lost in thought to that moment. The 9 individuals punished for sneaking meat were gathering to head to the designated area for land cultivation. As Gan Guyu departed from the high priest's residence, they had just finished drawing water for the elders. Thanks to Pepe's assistance, their efficiency was notably high and effortless. Relying on their wealth, they always come with an air of entitlement, expecting us to sell to them, without question, that it is quite irksome. Before Gan Guyu, who wore an awkward expression, could respond, Pepe interjected with a tongue out. However, the Mage Academy's purchasing price is indeed somewhat higher than that on the continent. A grass-skirted beauty named Xiaoyu hesitated. Who cares? Xiaoan immediately retorted. If we weren't relying on them for offensive magic scrolls, I would prefer to sell our grains at a lower price to the impoverished who often go hungry. Xiaoyu. Don't be too greedy, another grass-skirted beauty cautioned. Moreover, I have heard that the nobles within the Mage Academy frequently waste food. It is truly despicable. Woohoo, with money comes indulgence. The girls collectively condemned the Mage Academy. Eventually turning their attention to the silent Gan Guyu, Lin asked again, Little Gan Guyu, what do you think? Gan Guyu pondered for a moment before responding, This issue is quite solvable. We should strive to increase our grain yield. Once we meet the Mage Academy's demand, we will still have surplus to assist the impoverished on the continent. Is that so? It could indeed be a solution. Lin contemplated for a while and nodded slowly. But it does mean benefiting those extravagant folks at the Mage Academy. We can only devise strategies from our own end. Attempting to change them is far too difficult. Seeing that the girls seemed unenthusiastic about his proposal, Gan Guyu understood their reluctance and shrugged, attempting to clarify. The phenomenon of wealthy doors reeking of meat while the roads are littered with frozen bones is not uncommon, nor can it be resolved overnight. The girls recognized the validity of Gan Guyu's words, yet psychologically found it difficult to accept, lapsing into silence. Pepe, noticing their mood, forced a smile. Why dwell on such troubling matters? Today is different from the past. Our wheat yield has significantly increased, and with high-yield crops like sweet potatoes, these issues will soon be alleviated. Indeed, and last night the dish we had, yes, the bamboo shoots, was quite delicious and had a delightful fragrance. Speaking of which, I hardly had a chance to enjoy the fresh bamboo shoots with meat. How infuriating! Yes, had I been able to feast to my heart's content before facing punishment, I would have been quite content, but alas. Woohoo! Next time we must be extra cautious and arrange for someone to keep watch. Shoo, the girls collectively hushed, feigning silence. Your thieving hearts remain undeterred. Gan Guyu chuckled. Worry not. My carelessness was to blame this time. Henceforth, I shall handle the watch. The girls all raised their thumbs in approval. Reliable. As the topic shifted, the girls instantly became lively again, chattering and laughing incessantly. Pepe stuck out her tongue and approached Gan Guyu, whispering, Hey, have you figured out why the high priest imposed such a severe punishment on us? It seemed this girl was still fixated on that issue. Gan Guyu cast her a sideways glance. Would you like to know? Pepe nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Why would I tell you? Gan Guyu teased. Then tell me, what did you all discuss after the high priest dismissed me? Pepe pressed persistently. I suspect the high priest's intention behind this severe punishment is a strategy of retreating to advance, Gan Guyu replied solemnly. Pepe stuck out her tongue at him and rolled her eyes before asking, Retreating to advance? What do you mean? Consider this. There are 9 of us in total, including the 2 of us. Whether drawing water or cultivating new land is trivial. Correct? Gan Guyu analyzed. Pepe nodded in agreement as Gan Guyu continued. Then, planting sweet potatoes involves a bit more work, but with all 9 working together, it shouldn't be too strenuous, right? Moreover, this was an impulsive decision made by the high priestess, essentially merely requesting our assistance in providing a batch of sweet potatoes for the Listening Rain Tavern. The reasoning behind planting Sichuan peppercorn hedges follows suit, even in the absence of punitive measures. I believe that upon the high priestess's request, you and I would still willingly lend our aid. Indeed, Pepe nodded once more. It seems as though the high priestess deliberately included these tasks as part of the punishment. Does it not? This is what is referred to as advancing by retreating, Gan Guyu explained, shrugging his shoulders. The high priestess has imposed a punishment upon us that is even stricter than the clan's regulations, rendering the elder of discipline unable to use that as leverage against us. Furthermore, considering the leniency shown by the high priestess towards Shishi previously, this back and forth is essentially compelling the elder of discipline to continue yielding, preventing further conflict with us that in truth, she is acting in our best interest. How enlightening! Pepe exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. I was wondering why the high priestess suddenly changed her demeanor, although it appeared as though we were subjected to severe penalties. In reality, we have not suffered greatly. She has taken so much into account for us, and I almost misjudge her intentions. While we may not have endured much hardship, that does not mean I am not concerned, Gan Guyu lamented, his expression one of indignation. Do you have any idea the resources consumed by the sweet potato seedlings for 9 plots of land, along with the complete perimeter of Sichuan peppercorn hedges surrounding the wheat fields? The high priestess has saved an entire box of magic crystals. Upon hearing this, Pepe stuck out her tongue. How about we sisters help you make up for the loss? Though we don't have much savings, we could pitch in a little. Forget about the money. You know I regard it as worthless, Gan Guyu scoffed. If you truly wish to assist, why not help me dig up some diamonds from the back mountain? That would be far more practical. Absolutely. Leave it to me, Pepe declared, patting her chest and skipping off to chat with Lin. Gan Guyu walked at the back, admiring the group of high-spirited beauties. His heart, though pained, felt somewhat soothed. Chapter 62. Agricultural byproduct processing instrument. A sudden knock on the door jolted Gan Guyu from his slumber. Who is it? He mumbled groggily, struggling to rise and almost opening the bamboo house door with his eyes shut. Yesterday, he had led the others in a vigorous effort to cultivate 9 new plots of land, undertaking a multitude of arduous tasks such as leveling the ground, improving the soil, fertilizing, and ridging. Although the planting of sweet potato seedlings was entrusted entirely to the women, he still assisted Pepe in watering the seedlings. Despite the sustenance from fruits and magic crystals, he returned to the bamboo house utterly exhausted and collapsed into bed. See, I told you this guy would definitely sleep in. But you all didn't believe me. Pepe burst in first, shouting towards the outside. Gan Guyu forced his eyes open, and upon recognizing Lin, Xiaowen, and the other 7 women present, quickly rubbed his face to wake himself up. He glanced at his attire and sighed in relief. Ever since moving into the bamboo house, he had reverted to his previous habit of oversleeping, and thankfully, he was so fatigued last night that he fell straight to sleep. Otherwise, he would be in quite a predicament now. I say, you all. Gan Guyu had always been prone to morning irritability, but he felt too embarrassed to unleash his frustration on the girls. Instead, he could only grumble helplessly. Is it too much to ask for some peace early in the morning? If your energy is so abundant, how about I hand each of you a bamboo pole and teach you to dance? Early morning? By Mother Nature, just look at the time. Pepe exclaimed, pointing out the window. The sisters have already completed today's water-fetching task. Oh, I see that. My apologies, Gan Guyu replied, scratching his head and smiling sheepishly. I haven't helped with the water fetching for the past 2 days. You all have worked hard. We're not weary. Just thank Pepe, one of the girls responded. Yes. We basically just followed Pepe with empty buckets, and when we arrived at the spot, she filled the water tank, and that was it. That we were just going through the motions. Yet, little Gan Guyu, you must have been exhausted yesterday. Right? Look at how haggard you appear. My heart aches for you. Sister Xiaoyu, mind your manners. What's wrong? Am I not allowed to feel sorry for little Gan Guyu? Unlike you little harlots, I speak my mind. Sisters, I am not the instigator here. I have no idea what you're all thinking, but I can't tolerate Xiaoyu's words. Woo-woo, am I the only one who noticed that little Gan Guyu said he would teach us to dance? Thus, the group of girls began to chatter and playfully bicker again, once more ignoring Gan Guyu sitting aside. Pepe, seeing this, facepalmed and quickly redirected everyone's attention. Sisters, what exactly are we here for? The girls fell silent, exchanging awkward glances and nervous smiles. Lin approached, pulling Gan Guyu up from his seat and dragging him outside. Come quickly, the sisters have been busy preparing something for you. Gan Guyu stepped outside, his eyes widening in astonishment at the sight before him. The small courtyard was piled high with diamonds, shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors under the sunlight. What is this? Gan Guyu jolted awake, the remnants of sleep finally dissipating. Pepe, hands on her hips, approached with pride. What do you think? You mentioned wanting diamonds, so the sisters went to the valley and brought some back for you. But it took quite a bit of effort. Impressive, reliable, Gan Guyu praised. Thank you all for your hard work. He understood that a group of nature mages, along with a water mage, had to exert considerable effort to acquire such a quantity of diamonds. Perhaps he could have achieved it more easily by manipulating earth elements himself, but the sentiment behind the girl's actions was invaluable. Yesterday, while cultivating new fields, Gan Guyu had also obtained some gold ore, but the monetary value received was insufficient to purchase sweet potato seedlings that he hadn't even had time to lament his losses, and here they were, genuinely working hard to make up for it. Accept it with gratitude, Pepe cheerfully patted Gan Guyu's back. We're going back to rest now. After some discussion, we decided to start planting the Sichuan peppercorn hedges tomorrow, so you can take the day to rest. Gan Guyu gratefully surveyed the girls. Thank you. Once we finish with these tasks over the next few days, I will cook a delicious meal for everyone. A glimmer of excitement flashed in the girls' eyes as they exchanged knowing smiles and bid farewell. After watching them leave, Gan Guyu eagerly began to collect the diamonds scattered across the ground, that in no time, the expenses for purchasing sweet potato seedlings were replenished, and his monetary value even increased, before Gan Guyu could submit all the diamonds. A long-awaited message finally appeared in his mind. Monetary value has reached the requirement. The agricultural byproduct processing instrument function can now be activated. Would you like to proceed? Another new function? Gan Guyu felt a shiver run through him. An agricultural byproduct processing instrument. It sounded undeniably extravagant. What was there to hesitate about? Activate it. Thus, within Gan Guyu's mind, a new instrument materialized atop the universal biological operation platform, resembling a large cabinet, albeit with a sizable opening at the top. Clearly the raw material entry, while a smaller opening below must surely be the exit for finished products. Gan Guyu probed this new instrument with his consciousness, and a message resonated. Welcome to use the agricultural byproduct processing instrument. As a first-time user, you are entitled to receive one processing recipe as a gift. Please choose. Papermaking recipe, valued at 10,000 monetary value. Brewing recipe, valued at 1,000 monetary value. Weaving recipe, valued at 100 monetary value. What? Am I not seeing this incorrectly? A complimentary recipe to choose from. While it is understandable that the values of these recipes differ, the staggering disparity from 10,000 to 100 is truly excessive. Anyone would choose the most expensive one. Gan Guyu's first instinct was to select the papermaking recipe, but he immediately questioned whether there might be a catch. Cautiously, he clicked on the papermaking recipe, which displayed the following explanatory text. Papermaking recipe. Enables the agricultural byproduct processing instrument to produce paper. Isn't that stating the obvious? Gan Guyu couldn't help but scoff that he then clicked on the brewing recipe, which read, Brewing recipe enables the agricultural byproduct processing instrument to produce alcohol. Frustrated, he checked the weaving recipe's description, only to find it similarly stated. Weaving recipe enables the agricultural byproduct processing instrument to produce textiles. From the explanations alone, Gan Guyu found no justification for the vast disparity in value among the three recipes. Regardless, saving monetary value where possible is a priority. Hence, I shall opt for the most expensive papermaking recipe. After a moment of deliberation, he decisively confirmed his selection of the papermaking recipe, and soon after, a message arrived. Papermaking recipe successfully utilized. The agricultural byproduct processing instrument has acquired papermaking functionality. The shop has opened the recipe purchase page. Previously used recipes cannot be purchased again. Other recipes are available for purchase in the shop. This is much more manageable. Gan Guyu submitted all the diamonds, bringing his monetary value to 3,809, that he promptly opened the recipe purchase page in the shop and began browsing intently. The papermaking recipe was marked as purchased with a price of 10,000, which was accurate. When he saw that the brewing and weaving recipes were also listed, priced at 1,000 and 100 respectively, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Previously, he had been concerned that these two optional recipes might be non-saleable items. However, when he clicked on the descriptions for these two recipes again, he was taken aback and immediately erupted in expletives. What a scam! Chapter 63. The Craft of Papermaking and Brewing Formulas valued at 1,000 monetary units. This formula grants the agricultural processing apparatus the ability to brew. This description poses no issues. However, beneath it lies a line of fine print, marked through to indicate its nullification, should this formula be the first utilized. A hidden reward is triggered, bestowing a total value of 10,000 monetary units in soy sauce and vinegar formulas. The textile formula, valued at 100 monetary units, similarly allows the agricultural processing apparatus to acquire textile capabilities. Again, this description is unproblematic, but it too is followed by a line of small print, crossed out to signify its invalidity. If this formula is the first employed, it triggers a hidden reward, granting a total value of 50,000 monetary units in ready-made garment formulas. Gan Guyu found himself utterly bewildered. What is this nonsense? Why was there no mention of hidden rewards when selecting gifts? All right, I concede that if it were mentioned, it would not be considered hidden. However, having already chosen the papermaking formula, I shall never have the chance to obtain this hidden reward again. What purpose does revealing this clause serve? It feels deliberately malicious, staring at the two lines of small print, marked through as invalid. Gan Guyu felt as though he were the subject of ridicule, surprised, short-sighted, regretting his decision. He could only imagine the bitterness of his remorse. He had suspected that there might be some trickery involved, yet still fell into the trap. After much effort, Gan Guyu finally composed himself, shaking his head with a wry smile. That it is what it is. I have made my choice. And regret serves no purpose. Moreover, in comparison to brewing and textiles, papermaking seems to hold greater utility. Currently, in the desolate continent of Xianhuang, the primary materials for bearing written words and images are still rough processed beast hides. While the makeshift toilet paper remains an assortment of straw, leaves, and cork, it is said that some nobles indiscriminately use linen or even tattered clothing, but such instances are rare. Gan Guyu once found these rudimentary cleaning tools unacceptable. But as a water mage, he enjoyed certain privileges in this regard. Still, having grown accustomed to toilet paper, he found it difficult to adjust. recalling his initial experience of attempting to cleanse himself with water after using the toilet. Gan Guyu could not help but feel a tightening sensation. Now that he could produce paper, Gan Guyu was eager to create some toilet paper at the earliest opportunity, not wanting to let the versatility of the universal biological workstation go to waste. Yet, he soon discovered that he had no readily available straw as a raw material. While there was some on the roof of his bamboo house, he was not about to dismantle the roof for a few sheets of toilet paper. Was he? He grimaced, preparing to venture out in search of straw, when his gaze suddenly fell upon the cluster of bamboo behind the house. Of course. How could I have forgotten this? Since the completion of his new dwelling, these grown bamboos had become little more than decorative plants. He certainly had no leisure to chop them down for crafting bamboo wares. Now, with the agricultural processing apparatus at his disposal, he could finally put these bamboos to good use. Several sturdy bamboos were felled, and their branches and leaves were promptly tossed into the agricultural processing apparatus that in his mind, the apparatus displayed its sole current function, papermaking. However, papermaking also had several subcategories. One could produce fine paper for writing or opt for rough, coarse paper. The thickness, size, and smoothness of the paper could all be adjusted and controlled, and with the addition of appropriate dyes. Colorful paper could also be created, presenting a remarkably high-tech appearance. It seemed that this 10,000 monetary unit investment was indeed worthwhile, providing Gan Guyu with a sense of relief. Given the high degree of freedom in papermaking, Gan Guyu unreservedly adjusted the parameters to mirror those of modern toilet paper. After a thorough inspection, he decisively initiated the papermaking procedure. Soon, Gan Guyu felt the gradual drain of magical energy within him. Though slow, this consumption seemed endless. Upon closer examination, he noticed a countdown timer on the agricultural processing apparatus, currently displaying 58 minutes, presumably the time required for papermaking. An hour later, Gan Guyu gazed at the large roll of toilet paper in his hands, unable to suppress a silly grin. Although he had not obtained the hidden reward, securing the papermaking function seemed far from intolerable. He tore off a segment of toilet paper to examine it closely, aside from being slightly rougher than the commonly used toilet paper on Earth. It was in every sense perfect. However, for this single roll of toilet paper, Gan Guyu had expended several bamboos and a fair amount of magical energy, making the consumption quite significant. After a moment's contemplation, he took out a sweet potato to munch on to replenish his magical energy, then chopped down a few more bamboos to toss into the agricultural processing apparatus, resetting the paper-making parameters before starting again. The countdown on the agricultural processing apparatus now displayed a number that left Gan Guyu feeling resigned. 4 hours and 49 minutes. Simultaneously, he could feel the rate of magical energy consumption within him far exceeding that of the previous attempt. Gan Guyu had anticipated this situation. The reason was simple. This time, he was producing standard A4 paper. During this round of operation, the agricultural processing apparatus encountered an instance of magical energy depletion, causing the paper-making procedure to automatically pause until he recovered some magical energy, at which point the countdown resumed. When a stack of A4 paper finally appeared in Gan Guyu's hands, he was nearly moved to tears. What a hard-fought victory for this stack of paper. He had consumed 3 sweet potatoes and ultimately expended a second-tier magic crystal. Gan Guyu roughly calculated the cost of paper-making and realized that perhaps only those of a wealthy disposition could afford such a luxury. Nevertheless, this stack of A4 paper held significant sentimental value. Gan Guyu decided to keep just 1 sheet for himself and gift the rest to his friends. I ought to pay a visit to the high priestess as well. Even Pei remembers to send some grapes to the elders. And I must not neglect such courtesies in the future. Speaking of which, in ancient times, there was a custom among scholars to exchange the 4 treasures of the study. Although merely gifting paper may seem somewhat meager compared to offering brushes and inkstones, Gan Guyu felt he had indulged in a touch of elegance at this moment. Before he had even presented the gift, he was already reveling in delight, occasionally bursting into silly chuckles. Thankfully, he was alone at the moment. Otherwise, he might have startled someone. Lost in thought, Gan Guyu suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort in his stomach, likely due to overeating raw sweet potatoes. However, he was now a man with toilet paper. He realized he had never anticipated the prospect of needing the toilet so eagerly. Hastily, he dismissed this peculiar thought from his mind and dashed toward the outhouse. Chapter 64. The Snail Maiden. Are you all right? Pei Pei asked once more as they returned to the bamboo house after planting the pepper hedges. Gan Guyu lifted his gaze to glance at her before lowering his head again, continuing to walk beside her. I told you, I'm fine. I just didn't rest well. I don't understand. I gave you a day off, and yet you seem as if you've lost a kidney. Pei Pei grumbled with irritation. If it weren't for the sisters reminding you, you would have planted the peppers directly in the wheat field. Gan Guyu, aware of his fault, chose to remain silent. Yesterday, his magical energy had nearly been depleted twice. Although it had since recovered, the lingering fatigue in his spirit proved difficult to shake off this morning. Pei Pei had come as promised, dragging him out despite his foggy mind. Distracted, Gan Guyu nearly overturned the wheat while tilling the soil along the edge of the fields. Noticing Gan Guyu's sheepish expression, Pei Pei refrained from scolding him further, reluctantly saying, "All right, just go back and rest properly. Regain your energy before doing anything else." "Okay, you can go back to your tasks. I won't collapse on the way," Gan Guyu replied, nodding drowsily. "Who said I was following you? Is this road now your private domain?" Pei Pei huffed, pointing at their current position. "If anyone is following, it is you who is following me." Fine, Gan Guyu sighed, feeling a headache coming on. "So, what are you off to do?" I've arranged to meet Lin. She's coming over to help me with my grapevines." Pei Pei's face turned slightly red, and her eyes darted as she quickly explained, "The mages from the academy are coming to purchase, and the high priestess advised me to prepare more grapes so she can help me sell them at a high price." Pei Pei's grapevines were not far from Gan Guyu's bamboo house, all in the same direction, making her explanation quite plausible. Gan Guyu nodded. "That reminds me, I should prepare some as well, so I can exchange them for some magic crystals." Pei Pei then reminded him, "Don't forget the ingredients you promised to give his sister Emo." "How could I forget?" However, peppers are merely a seasoning, and the initial order for the rain-listening restaurant isn't that large. One season should suffice, Gan Guyu clarified. "I plan to focus more on sweet potatoes and grapes. Rarity breeds value. And while they are not yet widespread, we can earn more." Materialistic, Pei Pei first made a sarcastic remark, but then added, "However, if the other party is a wealthy wizarding academy, it seems rather selfish not to take a hefty sum. Doesn't it? Having money can indeed be a burden," Gan Guyu reflected. "It is not wealth itself that is a sin, but rather the extravagance and lack of compassion that accompany it," Pei Pei corrected. The founding principle of the Cipralo's Wizarding Academy was to assist the continent in overcoming famine. Yet it now appears quite ironic. Gan Guyu raised his hands in exasperation. "Then why are we still entangled with them in the verdant forest?" Pei Pei scoffed. "You're quite mistaken. Were it not for the influence of nature mages within the academy, those aristocrats hailing from wizarding families would likely have abandoned even the pretense of civility." Gan Guyu could only express his regret. Ultimately, the constraints on wizards in this world remain woefully inadequate. It was only a matter of time before such issues arose. As one cannot expect everyone to possess a sense of altruism, selfishness is, unfortunately, the innate nature of most humanity. The two parted ways beneath Pei Pei's grape trellis, and Gan Guyu returned to his bamboo hut to resume his slumber. When he finally awoke, dusk was approaching, and the setting sun streamed through the window, casting a golden hue upon everything within his bedroom. Gazing at the evening glow, Gan Guyu suddenly felt a profound sense of abandonment by this world. Has it truly taken him so long to accept this reality? Feeling somewhat oppressed, he splashed water on his face, then pushed open the bedroom door and stepped into the living area, only to find himself momentarily taken aback. He could distinctly sense the transformation that had taken place within the bamboo hut. The floor, walls, and furniture were all impeccably cleaned, with every piece of furniture neatly arranged in its proper place. A stark contrast to the previous chaotic mess. Did a magical maiden come to tidy up? Ultimately, Gan Guyu discovered the true identity of the magical maiden in the attic, and the sudden pang of loneliness he had felt earlier diminished significantly. In the attic, a small window allowed golden sunlight to bathe Pei Pei's serene face, with delicate strands of hair illuminated. Though Gan Guyu saw Pei Pei almost every day, he had never scrutinized her sleeping visage so intently before. Her graceful figure, enveloped in the robes of a wizard, exuded an air of innocence that instinctively stirred feelings of tenderness within him. "You just fell asleep right here?" Don't you fear catching a chill? Gan Guyu murmured softly, turning to fetch a blanket and gently draping it over her. Speaking of which, I wonder if wizards in this world can catch colds. You're awake. To his surprise, Pepe rubbed her eyes and stirred leisurely. Gan Guyu quickly apologized. I hope I didn't wake you. Feel free to sleep a bit longer. How did I fall asleep? Pepe sat up, shaking her head. What time is it now? Gan Guyu pointed outside, indicating she should take a look for herself. Pepe turned her head, then hastily summoned a basin of clear water to wash her face. Is it already this late? I should head back. Stay for dinner before you leave, Gan Guyu urged. You've worked hard tidying up my place. I can't let you go hungry. Who cleaned your house? Pepe countered, her voice growing softer. Your place is a complete mess thanks to the wind. Gan Guyu shot her a glance. Just wait here. I'll whip up something to eat, and you can make do with it. With that, he descended from the attic, leaving Pepe momentarily speechless in her contemplation. Before long, Gan Guyu's voice called from below, inviting her to dinner. Pepe descended the stairs to find several pieces of boiled sweet potatoes and 2 steaming bowls of noodles laid out on the table. She sat down opposite Gan Guyu, took a bowl of noodles, and noticed a few green vegetable leaves atop it, along with a small handful of vibrant greens. Wow, it smells delightful. Why is there oil on the noodle soup? Did you add black pig lard? And more, Gan Guyu replied. I also sprinkled some chopped green onions. Having seen that the green onions in the field had grown a bit, he had plucked some to try. Green onions? They don't look like flowers at all. Pepe muttered as she mixed the noodles. These noodles are quite wide, aren't they? This is called knife-cut noodles. It's a rarity. Gan Guyu stated as he slurped them down. Knife-cut noodles? Pepe hesitated, picking up a few strands, inhaling cautiously, and then taking a tentative bite. Subsequently, the bamboo hut was filled only with the sounds of slurping. Pepe, what is it? I believe that as the natural forest's representative of beauty, you should pay more attention to your image. Oh, like how? For instance, when eating noodles, try to be a bit more refined. Anything else? It's one thing to finish the soup, but licking the bowl, doesn't it seem a bit excessive? Xiao Guyu. What? I think you might be overstepping your bounds. Also, could you please serve me another bowl of soup with extra? What was it called? Hurry up if it comes to it, I'll make you some noodles next time. Cough, cough, cough. Hey, how did you manage to choke on noodle soup? Are you all right? Come here, let me pat your back. Feeling better? Thanks. I'm fine now, cough. I'll get you some soup. After dinner, the two, fully rejuvenated from their slumber, found themselves in high spirits. Pepe took the initiative to wash the pots and wipe the table. And once finished, she prepared to bid farewell, only to be called back by Gan Guyu. Is this paper? Pepe examined the blank A4 sheets in her hands with great curiosity. It's much lighter than beast skin paper, and the base color is cleaner. However, it seems more prone to tearing. But don't you think that using such high-quality paper would lend an air of sophistication? Gan Guyu countered, be frugal with it. This stuff doesn't come cheap. Heh, you're only starting to feel the pinch now that you've given it to me? A bit late, isn't it? Pepe eagerly began doodling on the paper with her ink and brushed out on the desolate continent. Most pens resembled quills, presumably derived from some avian magical beast. The ink varied widely. The most basic consisted of soot mixed with additives, while better quality inks came from various magical creatures, differing in color, texture, and origin. It was said that someone once used dragon bile as ink, and the resulting characters exuded a formidable presence, scaring off lower-tier magical beasts. Initially, Gan Guyu felt a twinge of regret over the paper he had painstakingly produced being so carelessly used by Pepe. However, he soon reminded himself that paper is meant for writing and drawing, and he chose to remain silent. After a while, he discerned that Pepe's artistic skills were surprisingly adept. Under Gan Guyu's watchful eyes, a panoramic depiction of the verdant forest was soon brought to life by Pepe's brush. Not bad at all. Great artist, Gan Guyu praised, helping to dry the ink while nodding appreciatively. Your skills are only slightly inferior to mine. Upon hearing the first half of his statement, Pepe felt a surge of delight, yet Gan Guyu's subsequent remark elicited her scorn. Please, my art is worse than yours. Let me see you paint something. Once upon a time, I was the premier soul artist in our academy. Gan Guyu boasted with utmost seriousness. I could whip up masterpieces in no time. Just watch as I demonstrate. Pepe was genuinely taken aback by Gan Guyu's earnest demeanor and stared at him with wide eyes. He took a blank sheet of paper, waved it a few times in the air, and then slapped it down onto the table, exclaiming, "Done?" Pepe craned her neck to take a look, momentarily at a loss. But there is nothing there? How could that be? Gan Guyu feigned astonishment, pointing at the blank paper. This piece is titled A World Only the Clever Can See, and only the wise can truly perceive it. Just look at the mountains and rivers, the distant clouds and the pavilions. What a beautiful scene. Pepe remained silent for a moment, gazing at Gan Guyu with an expression that suggested he was foolish. Have you ever heard the story called The Emperor's New Clothes? Gan Guyu was instantly rendered speechless, awkwardly chuckling. Ah, so this story exists on the desolate continent as well. Regrettably, it has existed for over 8,000 years, and this tale was passed down by a high priest of the verdant forest, Pepe replied, crossing her arms and raising an eyebrow at him. All right, I concede, Gan Guyu admitted, raising his hands in surrender. I in the spacious hollow at the top of the sacred tree. The high priest was currently tallying the various food stores of the verdant forest. A knock on the door interrupted her, and without looking up, she called out, "Come in." A figure entered, and before they could speak, the high priest continued to peruse her documents, laughing. "I was just about to send for you to discuss the pricing for the improved grapes. Yet here you are. What brings you?" The newcomer paused momentarily, then a chuckle escaped. "High priest, you didn't even lift your head and already knew it was me. When did your perception technique become so instantaneous? Given my own capabilities, it would hardly be surprising to conjure a first-tier spell in an instant, would it?" The high priestess chuckled lightly, setting aside the documents in her hands as she rose to her feet. She pointed at the military green flip-flops adorning the visitor's feet and remarked, "However, the distinct sound of your footsteps, so markedly different from those of the other children, betrays your presence. There's no need for any magic to discern that." Gan Guyu suddenly understood, raising his thumb in approval and smiling. "Then, please share your purpose for this visit." The high priestess approached, gesturing for Gan Guyu to take a seat. Gan Guyu handed her the 10 A4 sheets he had prepared, stating directly, "I recently acquired some intriguing trinkets and thought to bring you a few as a token of my respect." "What is this?" the high priestess inquired, receiving the sheets with a look of astonishment. "If I am not mistaken, this is paper, the same material as that ancient tome? Only you recognize its value," Gan Guyu shrugged. "When I presented it to my friends, they failed to comprehend its significance. Is there more? Have you obtained a considerable amount? Where did you source it?" The high priestess abruptly stood, her voice rising in excitement. Gan Guyu was taken aback by her sudden intensity. What's wrong? Realizing her own lapse in decorum, the high priestess quickly apologized with a smile. "I simply wish to know the origins of this paper. As for its origins, it was granted to me by Mother Nature herself." Gan Guyu continued to use the nature deity as a shield. The high priestess fell silent for a moment before responding, "Very well. How much of this paper do you possess? I mean the blank kind. I kept one as a memento. After all, this is my first time acquiring such paper." Gan Guyu nearly let slip the truth, but quickly corrected himself. "High priestess, are you particularly interested in this type of paper?" The high priestess pondered for a moment before replying. "If my instincts are correct, you should be able to procure more of this paper." "Yes." After some contemplation, Gan Guyu nodded. "The exact quantity depends on my magical capacity. Naturally, if I seek a larger amount, it will require some time." A satisfied smile spread across the high priestess's face upon hearing this. With a wave of her hand, a box that Gan Guyu found oddly familiar appeared on the tea table. "With this many magic crystals, how many sheets of this blank paper can you provide for me?" Chapter 66. The Magical Scroll Observing Yet Another Box of Magic Crystals. Gan Guyu refrained from immediately accepting it. Instead, he smiled at the high priestess and said, "Might I ask for clarification? Is there a secret to this paper?" The high priestess chuckled softly, taking a sheet of paper and tearing it in half from the center. She placed one half on her writing desk and picked up a pen, diligently beginning to sketch. Gan Guyu stepped closer, witnessing a faint azure glow of magical energy flowing from the high priestess's hand to the pen's tip, ultimately forming elegant patterns on the paper, that he held his breath in awe until the high priestess finished her drawing, leaving behind a complete magical design. Truly worthy of the high priestess, to effortlessly create a magical scroll using mere ink. This scroll appears to contain a high-tier spell, does it not? In the desolate land of Xianhuang, magical scrolls are primarily crafted by inscribing the appropriate magical formations onto blank scrolls. The success rate of creating these scrolls is notably low, prompting mages across the continent to devise various strategies to enhance this likelihood. Over millennia, they have gleaned insights into the materials used for blank scrolls, the quality of the pens employed, and the types of ink used, leading to a significant increase in the success rate of scroll production. Naturally, this also resulted in a substantial rise in the cost of creating magical scrolls. This is a life-drain magical scroll, the high priestess declared as she handed the completed scroll to Gan Guyu. Gan Guyu gasped, "Life drain? Isn't that an 8th-tier spell of the nature affinity?" Life Drain is renowned among nature spells, not solely for its formidable 8th-tier status, but because it is the only genuine offensive spell within the nature sphere, capable of inflicting harm upon foes while simultaneously restoring the caster's vitality. That is an 8th-tier nature mage. The High Priestess's ability to successfully create a Life Drain scroll is hardly astonishing. Her success on the first attempt could be attributed to sheer luck. However, achieving this with an ordinary quill and everyday ink is truly remarkable. Long ago, scholars exploring how to enhance the success rate of magical scroll production discovered that this particular paper surpassed even the finest monster hides in suitability for crafting scrolls. It seems to possess a hidden attribute, an absolute success rate. The unfortunate truth is no one knows the origin of this paper. The predecessors who initially obtained it never produced more. The High Priestess explained to Gan Guyu. An absolute success rate. Gan Guyu grinned foolishly upon hearing this. He fully understood what it implied. Even when using the rarest magical materials and enlisting the most experienced mages, success in crafting a magical scroll is not guaranteed. Yet the solution to this century-old dilemma had serendipitously fallen into his hands. He was truly on the verge of achieving great fortune. At that moment, Gan Guyu could think of nothing else. The High Priestess, sensing his thoughts, spoke with utmost seriousness. "Child, I urge you not to expose this paper lightly, especially outside the confines of the nature forest, that if you intend to sell it, ensure it is done under the auspices of the nature forest." Her words brought him back to reality. After a moment of dazed contemplation, he nodded earnestly. "Understood. Thank you for your guidance and care." He grasped the implications of possessing something so valuable. Given his current lack of strength, he must tread carefully. Gan Guyu silently congratulated himself for having brought some of the paper to the High Priestess. Otherwise, it might have taken him an eternity to uncover this secret on his own. With this thought, he abruptly asked, "High Priestess, how many people are aware of the uses of this paper?" "Few are privy to this secret, yet it cannot be deemed a small number. Those within the upper echelons of the mage community have heard whispers, albeit most have never encountered the material itself," the High Priestess replied. Gan Guyu nodded, collecting the box of magic crystals from the tea table. "I will endeavor to prepare more of this paper for you. However, I have a small favor to ask. You wish for me to assist you in crafting a few high-tier defensive scrolls?" The High Priestess guessed his intention, only to shake her head and chuckle. "Nature affinity scrolls are not something you truly require. You seek my assistance in exchanging for some offensive magical scrolls, am I correct? The essence of crafting magical scrolls lies in invoking a spell and sealing it within the scroll for future use. The various materials employed during the engraving of the magical formations merely serve to enhance the likelihood of successful sealing. Thus, the scrolls produced by a mage inherently contain spells they are capable of casting. Even the High Priestess cannot create a first-tier fireball spell scroll. As for self-defense, I do not feel overly concerned at the moment." Gan Guyu unexpectedly shook his head. "My intention in promoting this paper within the nature forest is primarily for a specific magical scroll." "What scroll?" the High Priestess inquired curiously. "Growth of all things," Gan Guyu replied. The High Priestess fell silent. With Gan Guyu's prompt, she finally grasped the underlying significance. Among the spells of the nature affinity, there exist two incantations with exceptionally lengthy scripts. the innate spell growth of all things, and the 10th tier, forbidden incantation revival of the forest. The difficulty in creating scrolls for these two spells ranks among the highest in all magic. However, the value of these two scrolls is worlds apart. The emergence of a revival of the forest scroll can incite a frenzy across the entire continent, with countless individuals driven to madness. Conversely, the growth of all things scroll, in truth, no nature mage would bother to craft such a scroll, as it possesses virtually no practical value. The fundamental principle of scroll creation is to seal and store magic, while using the scroll allows for the instantaneous release of that magic. However, the nature of magic itself is variable. The same spell cast by different individuals can yield vastly different results. Take, for instance, the 2nd tier water spell Water Gun, which Gan Guyu uses with considerable ease, that if a nature mage were to use a water gun scroll, the resulting water jet would strike the enemy with the basic effect as it was sealed. However, if a water mage were to wield this same scroll with sufficient control over the magic, they could potentially enhance the water jet's potency, delivering it with greater speed and precision. Ordinary magical scrolls function like a torch when a mage employs a scroll of their affinity. They first gain the advantage of instantaneous casting. There is no need to expend effort igniting the torch. Simultaneously, it is akin to holding a torch while having a mouthful of kindling, allowing the flames to burst forth for optimal effect. Conversely, using a scroll of a different affinity is akin to merely holding the torch without the kindling. The flames will only burn as they are. And what of the growth of all things scroll? It resembles an unstable compound that only a nature mage can adeptly wield. The effects of the all things grow scroll are influenced by the scroll's creator, resulting in varying durations and ranges of effect. Apart from nature mages, no one can precisely control the duration of its effects or the specific plants it will benefit. For instance, if Gan Guyu were to create an all things grow scroll for Pei to use, the most likely outcome would be that the crops within the affected area would wither and flourish multiple times, ultimately being overrun by weeds. Only nature mages can wield the all things grow scroll. Yet if a nature mage can cast the spell themselves, why would they need to create a scroll? Furthermore, the creation of such a scroll is also constrained by the cooldown time of the magic, and the success rate of producing this scroll is dismally low, rendering the endeavor entirely unworthy. However, what if there were paper that guaranteed a successful scroll creation? Previously, due to the impoverished soil, the all things grow spell of many nature mages often remained idle, relegated to an emergency measure only during famines, thus preventing this spell, capable of being cast only about 50 times a year by a single mage, from being fully utilized. Yet Gan Guyu foresaw a significant increase in the frequency of the all things grow spell's usage in the future, and even occasional idleness would lead to waste. Moreover, if the spell could be transformed into a scroll, it would eliminate the awkwardness of having no one to cast it when urgently needed. This would also facilitate easier collaboration among nature mages. After exchanging glances with the high priest, both discerned a spark of understanding in each other's eyes. Chapter 67. Experiment. Well, let us leave it at that for now. We will address any issues that arise after implementation, the high priest concluded, temporarily halting the discussion about the paper. Gan Guyu, satisfied with the fruitful outcome of his visit, nodded appreciatively. Thank you, High Priest. By the way, you mentioned you wanted to discuss something with me earlier when I entered the room? Indeed. I wish to hear your thoughts on the pricing of the improved grapes, the High Priest replied. Pei previously left all her freshly harvested grapes here. Goodness, there are about 10 bags worth. They are large and sweet, and if they don't fetch a good price, I shall have no face to show. You are being overly modest. Regardless of the price the grapes sell for, Pei will not complain. Moreover, I am confident that the final price will astonish her, Gan Guyu said with a confident smile. Let us hope so. The high priest sighed, continuing, that girl is solely focused on saving money, preparing to study in the north. She has certainly endured hardships that I have nominated her several times during the Elder Council meetings, proposing to send her to the academy with a free spot for Nature's Grove. Yet it has never passed. Upon hearing this, Gan Guyu chuckled as though there was a full scholarship opportunity. Quite impressive. As for why Pei had not secured such a spot, he could easily guess the reason. So he refrained from mentioning it and instead returned to the matter at hand. High Priest, This time marks the first step for the improved grapes to venture beyond nature's grove into the salted wasteland. Henceforth, the trading price will reference this initial price. Therefore, I suggest we set the price slightly higher. The high priest, recognizing the seriousness of the discussion, promptly focused. I agree with your perspective, but if the price is set too high, the Mage Academy may not be willing to take on such a loss. Additionally, the Academy has its own budget. Exceeding that limit could complicate negotiations. Your main concern is this, correct? Gan Guyu. In fact, we might emulate the model of the Listening Rain Tavern. The Listening Rain Tavern? The high priest frowned, puzzled. Consider this. We can approach it in this manner. Gan Guyu grinned and shifted closer to the high priest. Quietly strategizing, the high priest's eyes grew brighter with each word, ultimately exclaiming in approval, "Excellent! Let us proceed with this plan. The Academy's representatives will arrive soon, and we must hasten our preparations." At that moment, a knock echoed from outside, the high priestess signal. An individual entered, standing at the threshold to report, "High priest, the mountain mage from the Mage Academy has exited the teleportation array and is en route to Nature's Grove. Accompagné de. Understood, the high priest replied. Instruct them to take the guests to rest first and prepare a banquet to welcome them. Also, summon Xianhuang and her companions to my presence. Please continue your work. High priest, I shall not intrude further. Gan Guyu stood and smiled. Wishing you great success. Haha, off you go. The high priest nodded as Gan Guyu descended from the sacred tree. He fortuitously encountered Pei Pei emerging from the house. The young beauty squinted at him and called out, "What's with that grin? You look rather shady. Can't you engage in conversation properly?" Gan Guyu shot her a glare and turned to leave. Go play. I have matters to attend to. Oh! Someone's temper seems to be rising. Pei Pei teased, shooting a stream of water at him, then followed after him. What's up? Do you need a hand? Gan Guyu, caught off guard by the surprise attack, felt a surge of anger rise within him. Just as he was about to turn back and reprimand her, a clever idea struck him. Then he nodded and said, Actually, I do need assistance. Please fetch me some wheat straw and dry twigs, and bring them to the bamboo hut. Remember, be quick. This is an urgent matter. Pei Pei, momentarily taken aback by Gan Guyu's serious demeanor, believed something significant was afoot and hastily nodded. All right, I'll go right now. With that, she dashed off, anxious about the time. You Navi youth, how easily you fall for my tricks. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Gan Guyu thought to himself as he watched Pei Pei's retreating figure. Shaking his head a while later, breathless from her sprint, Pei Pei found Gan Guyu leisurely napping beneath the grape arbor in the bamboo hut's courtyard. Before she could utter a word, Gan Guyu complained first, Why did you take so long? I've been waiting here forever. You were playing with me. Pei Pei, no fool, realized that Gan Guyu was retaliating against her. She tossed a pile of wheat straw and dry twigs from her storage ring at him. All right, we're even now? Seeing that, Gan Guyu seized the opportunity to gather the materials and began his actual work. Pei Pei, having vented her frustration, sulked like a wronged wife, sitting beneath the grape arbor with her cheeks puffed out in silence. Before long, Gan Guyu had several sheets of paper before him, but this time they were A5 in size, half the dimensions of A4, and exhibited slight variations in color that he requested ink from Pei Pei and leaned over a small tea table, channeling his mana through the pen to begin drawing. Hey, is that the water gun spell? Pei Pei, noticing the half-completed magic scroll, quickly caught on. Can this paper also serve as a blank scroll? Not bad. Soon, all the water gun scrolls were completed without a single failure. Realizing the implications, Pei Pei exclaimed, Your success rate for creating magic scrolls is quite extraordinary. Of course, you should know who I am, Gan Guyu boasted casually, though inwardly he was comparing results. Using bamboo paper yielded the quickest results, allowing for the most fluid drawing of magic arrays, followed by wood pulp paper, with straw paper being the least effective. Yet the fact remained that success was absolute, even with minor errors in his first attempt. None of the scrolls were rendered useless. However, how powerful were they? Gan Guyu, observing the scrolls infused with equal energy and mana, called out, Pei Pei, conjure a water shield. Pei Pei quickly understood that she was to be the test subject. Though still irked, she reluctantly complied, raising a water shield in front of herself. If it feels like it's about to break, remember to shout stop, Gan Guyu cautioned, swiftly casting a water gun spell directed at the shield. The water shield easily absorbed Gan Guyu's initial attack, and Pei Pei was about to retort that it was merely a second-tier water gun spell and that she could withstand several more. But then the second water gun followed closely, startling her. Yet this second spell felt significantly weaker, just a false alarm. The third spell returned to normal levels. The previous one must have been a mistake. As Pei Pei pondered this, suddenly, she spotted a massive water gun speeding toward her. Terrified, she dove to the side, screaming, "Stop!" Chapter 68. The Xianhuang family, upon witnessing the oversized water gun, Gan Guyu was also taken aback. Instinctively slowing its speed, controlling a spell after its release is possible, but it significantly increases the difficulty. Only those with precise magical control can achieve it, and it also consumes additional mana. The large water gun struck the water shield, producing an excruciatingly grating sound. Ultimately, the shield could no longer withstand the force and shattered under the strain. The water gun, having lost some power, continued its trajectory, though it missed the now-escaped Pei Pei, demolishing part of the courtyard fence instead. "Are you trying to commit murder?" Pei Pei, now covered in dirt, stood up and pointed an accusing finger at Gan Guyu, unleashing a torrent of complaints. "You suddenly unleashed a powered-up water gun. What if I hadn't dodged? Who told you to dodge?" "I never expected that Gan Guyu, the scoundrel, would be the first to complain," I remarked. "I asked you to assist in testing the power of magic. Isn't one water shield insufficient? Why not conjure several more? Now tell me, how much stronger is the final water gun spell compared to the earlier ones?" Pei Pei was momentarily at a loss for words. Given her lack of practical experience, her first instinct upon witnessing the extraordinary water gun spell was to evade it, thus neglecting the purpose for which Gan Guyu had urged her to create a shield. The water shield was merely a first-tier spell. Pei Pei could have easily chanted at least one water shield before the water gun arrived. However, through these experiments, Gan Guyu had managed to glean some insights. In fact, from the time taken to produce the paper, he had already discerned certain clues. Both made from A5 paper, the longest time was consumed when bamboo was used as the raw material, while wheat straw took the shortest time. Crafting magical scrolls from bamboo paper proved to be the easiest, whereas paper made from wheat straw was considerably more challenging. Most importantly, magical scrolls made from bamboo paper seemed to confer a certain enhancement to the spells, while those made from wheat straw appeared to weaken the recorded magic. This was the likely outcome, yet the reasons behind it were beyond Gan Guyu's current understanding. Logically, bamboo and wheat, both belonging to the grass family, should not exhibit such a significant disparity. Nevertheless, despite his confusion, Gan Guyu was quite pleased with the results. Suddenly struck by an idea, he tore off a piece of tissue paper, intending to experiment with creating a magical scroll. Surprisingly, the paper proved sufficiently strong. Even though the lines outlining the magical array varied in thickness and occasionally featured ink blots, Gan Guyu ultimately succeeded. However, despite the tissue paper being bamboo paper, the process of crafting this magical scroll was laborious and time-consuming, consuming more magical energy, and the spell unleashed was weaker than that of the scroll made from wheat straw. After preliminarily testing the properties of bamboo paper, Gan Guyu was preparing to select a plot of land to cultivate a bamboo grove when Lin came running over, exclaiming, "Little Guyu, Pei Pei is here too. Perfect timing. I'm here to deliver a message. The High Priest has decided to host a welcoming banquet for the guests from the Mage Academy tonight at the Sacred Tree Plaza, and you two must arrive punctually." "You came all the way just to inform us?" Pei Pei exclaimed in surprise. "Are you sure it's us?" Previously, whenever guests visited the natural forest, a group led by the Elder of Regulations would prefer that Pei Pei refrain from appearing in public. During welcoming banquets, she usually only took a seat at the end of the table, often opting to feign illness and not attend. "It is indeed us," Gan Guyu affirmed with a nod. "The High Priest wishes to introduce the genius mage who cultivated the improved grapes to that academy's buyer. Even if it's true, is it really appropriate for you to boast so, genius mage?" Pei Pei retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. "You said it's a fact. Gan Guyu shrugged. Pepe, unwilling to engage further, turned back to Lin, asking, "Which mage is coming this time?" Upon hearing this, Lin's face fell. Pepe, recognizing her expression, remarked knowingly, "I see. You needn't say more. It must be that fellow." "What? Do you have a grudge against that guy from the mountains?" Gan Guyu inquired curiously. Lin was astonished. "How did you know it was him?" "Do you know him?" "How could I possibly know him? I merely overheard something." Gan Guyu chuckled and shook his head. "But that name feels so out of place. Surely there isn't someone named Inoue as well." Pepe, intrigued, asked, "What is so strange about that?" Gan Guyu was taken aback. "Really? I was just saying it casually, and there truly is. Could it be that these two are still buddies?" "Two?" Pepe blinked in confusion before realizing Yamashita and Inoue are not two different people. They're merely surnames from the CHB family. This time, the visitor from the natural forest is a fellow named Yamashita Y Kentucky. Yamashita YKY? A neon person? Gan Guyu was taken aback. "What neon person?" Pepe asked, bewildered. "I already said it's the CHB family. One of the four great mage families." CHB? The four great mage families. Gan Guyu felt a bit disoriented. Even after traversing to another world, he still couldn't escape certain long-forgotten names. The CHB family is one of the few noble families that have been passed down for thousands of years, Lin patiently explained. It is said that the family originated from two small principalities, one called Xiao and the other HNB. The two nations were once in constant conflict, but after negotiations, they merged into one, called the CHB Principality. Later, the Guangyao Principality peacefully unified the continent, becoming the current Guangyao Empire and replacing the former Guanyan Federation, while the nobles of the CHB Principality established the CHB family, which continues to this day. "I've heard of this history. There's even more absurdity." Pepe interjected. "Do you know why Xiao and HNB were in constant conflict initially? And why they were able to unify?" "Why?" Gan Guyu asked, genuinely intrigued by the surnames Yamashita and Inoue. "Because the nobles of these two principalities both claimed to be descendants of the sea god and accused each other of being impostors," Pepe revealed. Eventually, after both nations suffered heavy losses, they were forced to cease hostilities and negotiate peace to the negotiation table. They first acknowledged each other's identities as descendants of the sea god. They became kin and subsequently merged. Gan Guyu's mouth hung open for quite some time before he finally gathered himself to ask, "Yamasha and Inoue are the surnames of those two princely families?" The moment he posed the question, he felt something was amiss. Sure enough, Lin shook her head and replied, "Yamashita and Inoue were the surnames of the Duke and Duchess of As for HNB. It also retained two surnames because the Duke's surname was Jean and the Duchess's surname was Piao. The CHB family has four main surnames, which are considered outliers among the four great mage families. Perhaps because of these historical legacies, the CHB family often experiences various internal strife. Yet they still manage to persist. However, in terms of strength, they are the weakest among the four great mage families." After hearing this gossip, Gan Guyu felt a strong sense of deja vu. Chapter 69. The eve of the banquet on the way to the Sacred Tree Plaza, Gan Guyu reiterated the previous topic. "By the way, you still haven't told me, does Lin have a grudge against that Yamashita YKY? She seemed rather displeased. "It's not that Lin has a grudge against him. It's that all the sisters find that guy quite detestable," Pepe replied, her voice tinged with anger. "He has such a shifty appearance and constantly leers at the sisters, as if he is afraid others wouldn't realize how lecherous he is. Well, I can't help but feel that this characterization lacks any novelty." Gan Guyu internally scoffed. He turned to Pepe and asked with a grin, "In that case, doesn't that make you his prime target?" "I've never met him." Pepe waved her hand dismissively. "I've only heard Lin talk about him." "Then you must restrain yourself later. Don't take a dislike to him and end up thrashing him. After all, he is a distinguished guest with connections. Besides, anyone worthy of being called a mage must be at least a 6th tier. Gan Guyu cautioned with a hint of mockery. Initially, Pepe thought Gan Guyu was being timid and was about to retort. But then she saw the smirk on his face. "Right, Someone who isn't afraid of the elder of regulations would be frightened by a lecherous man. Thus, she cleverly stuck out her tongue. As if to acknowledge Gan Guyu's words, the natural forest is home to numerous plazas, all situated beneath the sacred tree, connecting various buildings atop it, and serving as transit points on regular days. The grass-skirted maidens often gather in groups at certain plazas to rest and play. Of course, some plazas serve special purposes, such as conducting sacred tree summoning ceremonies, high priest inheritance rituals, and offering sacrifices to the sacred tree and Mother Nature. The Sacred Tree Plaza is the largest plaza in the natural forest, aside from the Sacrificial Plaza, serving as the venue for nature mages to celebrate harvests, festivities, and welcome distinguished guests. This was Gan Guyu's first visit to the Sacred Tree Plaza, where countless robust trunks converged, tightly interlocking to form the plaza's floor. Surrounding the plaza were wooden tables and chairs, resembling furniture from tree hollows, shaped by nature mages who guided the sacred tree's branches to grow in such a manner. However, it was evident that these seats were not intended for the ordinary inhabitants of the natural forest. Judging by their number, only elder-level nature mages and distinguished guests from afar could claim a seat. At this moment, some grass-skirted maidens were busy with the final arrangements for the welcoming banquet, elegantly setting an entire set of tableware made from sacred tree leaves upon the tables, the lower end of the banquet seating. Several makeshift spots appeared, designated for those like Xianhuang, who were not elders but occasionally attended banquets. Naturally, Gan Guyu and Pepe would also be assigned seats here for this welcoming banquet. This is still a relatively small affair, for some well-known reasons. Pepe, who had never attended such gatherings before, nonchalantly remarked, "It's just a welcoming banquet. There aren't that many people attending. When the Divine Birth Night banquet occurs, nearly all the inhabitants will gather here. And that scene will be truly lively." Divine Birthday? Gan Guyu turned to Pepe. It is the day when the Mother of Nature was born from the sacred tree, celebrated with great fervor every year on April 20th in the Forest of Nature. As a supplication for her continued protection over us. Pepe elucidated so, the Mother of Nature also emerged from the sacred tree. Gan Guyu inquired, astonished. Does this mean that the Mother of Nature is indeed a real entity? The use of also here is incorrect. Pepe corrected that in truth, it is only the Mother of Nature who is genuinely born from the sacred tree. We were summoned by the altar. It is said that the summoning altar was personally established by the Mother of Nature. Gan Guyu remained non-committal regarding this mythological tale, its authenticity still open to scrutiny. Throughout history, the deification movements and religions have often concocted various extraordinary origins and paths for deities, with many possessing innate talents even in the womb. And celestial phenomena accompanying their births, a common occurrence. It is likely that this individual born from a tree is no different. However, it is quite a coincidence that April 20th is also Gan Guyu's birthday on Earth. Yet, he had never paid much attention to this date, as the old Gan family always celebrated lunar birthdays. Ironically, both Gan Guyu and his mother share the same lunar birthday. Upon hearing about Gan Guyu's birthday, Pepe found nothing particularly remarkable, as among the grass-skirted beauties, there were indeed many born on April 20th. The reason was simple. Numerous clansfolk enjoyed doubling their joy, thus deciding to perform the sacred tree summoning on the day of the deity's birth. According to their beliefs, on this day, the Mother of Nature is in her best spirits and offers the most protection to the forest of nature, making those born on this day particularly blessed and gifted. Gan Guyu partially agreed with the last statement. He indeed possessed some talent, but he still found it difficult to comprehend how traversing to another world could be deemed a blessing, were it not for the scenic beauty and charming maidens of the forest of nature. He wondered whether he could remain at ease, leisurely tending to the fields here. Gan Guyu did not have to wait long before the high priest and several elders arrived. Upon seeing Gan Guyu, the high priest cheerfully beckoned him over. Gan Guyu and Pepe greeted everyone, and the high priest nodded, proceeding to address the matter at hand. "I have already made the necessary arrangements. Shortly, the officiant will bring those from the foot of the mountain, and we shall proceed as planned." Gan Guyu replied with a smile, "I will do my utmost to assist you. Shouldn't it be me assisting you?" The high priest chuckled, leading the elders to their seats. Gan Guyu pulled Pepe to their designated spot and whispered, "You remember everything I told you earlier, right? Rest assured, Peipei patted her small chest, given Peipei's previous tendency to fabricate stories with her eyes wide open. Gan Guyu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately advised, if you suddenly forget your lines or something goes awry, just pretend to be shy and remain silent. After all, I will be here to manage everything and can easily handle that fool from the foot of the mountain. Let us hope so, Peipei said, licking her lips. This time, we absolutely cannot fail. Did you not see the looks from several elders just now? If we mess this up, they will surely pounce on us. Relax, they won't dare, Gan Guyu reassured her. Why not? Peipei asked, astonished. Because they are all herbivores, Gan Guyu answered with utmost seriousness. That moment, a group arrived at the sacred tree plaza, led by the officiating elder of the forest of nature. Alongside a stranger, Gan Guyu and Peipei's gazes immediately fell upon the unfamiliar man. That a flicker of annoyance crossed Peipei's eyes, but she quickly lowered her head to conceal it from others. As for Gan Guyu, he could not help but fixate on the newcomer, almost visibly displaying his displeasure. Chapter 70. Yamaguchi Yuki. For various reasons, Gan Guyu never anticipated that a random individual with the surname Yamaguchi would stand at an imposing height of over 1.8 meters, nearly a head taller than his own modest height of approximately 1.7 meters after rounding. Upon confirming the stranger's identity, Gan Guyu felt a fleeting pang of embarrassment for not being able to contribute to his country's stature. Yamaguchi Yuki's appearance, aside from his height, perfectly matched a certain classic image in Gan Guyu's mind. Sallow-skinned and lanky, with a sharp face and beady eyes that exuded an air of cunning. That a prominent mole adorned his right cheekbone, from which sprouted a long hair, far surpassing the beauty marked by the elder of regulations. His lean frame resembled that of a bamboo pole, and the ill-fitted wizard's robe hung on him like a garment on a hanger. Yamaguchi, is there any grandeur in this man? He is nothing short of a sycophant. As Yamaguchi Yuki arrived, the high priest and others also rose to greet him. Observing the high priest standing, Gan Guyu felt it inappropriate to feign ignorance and stood up alongside Peipei, though he had no intention of approaching. Accompanying Yamaguchi Yuki were Lin and Shishi, who silently moved closer to Gan Guyu and stood beside him, evidently claiming the space left for them. Initially, they attempted to maintain composure, but as they turned to walk towards Gan Guyu, Lin discreetly made a face at Peipei, while Shishi wore an expression of utter disdain, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor around Gan Guyu. Although she harbored a dislike for Gan Guyu and Peipei, she could not deny their attractiveness. Peipei was beyond reproach. Even if Shishi would not admit it, she acknowledged Peipei's beauty, perhaps jealousy being one of the reasons for her continual disparagement. As for Gan Guyu, objectively speaking, aside from his height, he was certainly not unattractive. And as for Yamaguchi, Shishi had encountered him a few times, but had never dared to fully scrutinize his appearance. That he was a perfect embodiment of unattractiveness. Were it merely that, it would suffice. But upon meeting Shishi and Lin, his eyes gleamed with mischief, making Shishi's back tingle uncomfortably. This led her to feel a sense of relief upon seeing Gan Guyu today, significantly diminishing her usual disdain and resentment. Gan Guyu, observing Shishi's demeanor, could not help but chuckle inwardly, surprised that they would share a moment of consensus. Meanwhile, the main guests were engaged in pleasantries, upon noticing the high priest rise. Yamaguchi Yuki executed a deep 90-degree bow from a distance, resembling a bent bamboo pole. I am Yamaguchi Yuki, representing the Cipralo's Academy of Magic, extending greetings to the high priest of the Forest of Nature. May our Academy and the Forest of Nature support each other and maintain eternal harmony. You are too courteous, Master Yamaguchi, that on behalf of the Forest of Nature, I welcome your arrival, and may the benevolent and generous Mother of Nature bestow blessings upon the Academy of Magic. The high priest replied, suppressing a smirk at the notion of eternal harmony while maintaining a formal demeanor. Please, Master Yamaguchi, be seated along with your companions. Although Yamaguchi's party consisted of several individuals, only he and one assistant attended the banquet at the sacred tree plaza, as the others were resting at an inn outside the Forest of Nature. The rules of the forest prohibited males from lodging overnight, and the Academy of Magic had to comply. Among Yamaguchi's group, there was only one female, who could not abandon her companions to stay within the forest, so she too was lodged outside with the main group. For a considerable period, the Academy had sent female wizards to negotiate purchasing matters in the Forest of Nature. However, in recent years, Yamaguchi Yuki had emerged as a formidable contender, seizing this lucrative opportunity amidst countless competitors, showcasing his adeptness in maneuvering. Initially, he had convinced the Academy to abandon plans of sending female wizards to the forest by stating, "To prevent premature disclosure of our bottom line, we should avoid residing within the forest. Discreetly stay outside. Only male wizards can be dispatched to the forest." The higher-ups of the Academy, upon reflection, found his reasoning compelling. While discussing strategies in the tree hollows, would they not be susceptible to eavesdropping? If communication within the forest was indeed challenging, sending male wizards became an excellent option. Once the main guests settled, more pleasantries were exchanged. Yamaguchi Yuki, while navigating conversations with the high priest and the officiating elder, stole glances toward Shisi and Linlin. Shisi, keen on maintaining her dignity under the elder's scrutiny, dismissed his gaze as if a fly were intruding upon her. Meanwhile, Linlin felt utterly distressed, wishing she could ensnare Yamaguchi Yuki with a vine and toss him out. However, when Yamaguchi's gaze shifted to Peipei, he was instantly captivated, unable to look away. As for Gan Guyu, he remained oblivious to this exchange. If only she were adorned in the sacred attire of the sacred tree. This was the thought coursing through Yamaguchi Yuki's mind. If Gan Guyu were aware that their initial impressions of Peipei were so strikingly similar, he would undoubtedly question his own character. Master Yamaguchi? The high priest finally drew Yamaguchi Yuki back to reality. Oh, high priest, Yamaguchi Yuki chuckled. Is that beautiful lady over there also a guest of the forest of nature? Truly exquisite that he longed to articulate several eloquent adjectives to commend Peipei, yet found himself at a loss for words. Are you referring to Peipei? The high priest replied with a nonchalant smile, that I shall introduce her to you shortly. However, Master Yamashita, do you truly not wish to sample the water infused with the sacred tree fruit? Each visit he indulged in this beverage. What else could there possibly be to taste? Yamashita Yoshihisa's heart roared in protest. For who among us is unaware that you, esteemed high priest, typically savor the juice extracted from the sacred tree's fruits? Presenting merely a single fruit steeped in water for guests holds little allure. It would be far more prudent for me to first familiarize myself with the newcomers. While such thoughts raced through his mind, he outwardly feigned an eager delight, exclaiming, "Ah, such a fine beverage! I have long yearned to partake." With that, he drained the cup in one swift motion. Observing this, the high priest offered no further commentary, merely chuckling before declaring, "Let the feast commence." Let the feast commence? This announcement took Yamashita Yoshihisa by surprise. At the welcoming banquet of the natural forest, he had never anticipated a sumptuous repast. Though the event appeared grand, with all the elders of the natural forest in attendance, it typically entailed little more than a cup of water and perhaps some flatbreads. A far cry from the fare at the Mage Academy. Were it not for the enchanting beauty of the maidens present, he would have surely declined the banquet outright. Yet, as he observed the familiar dishes laid out before him, his curiosity piqued at the high priest's command to serve. Among all present, only he and his assistant remained oblivious. Chapter 71. The welcoming feast. The newly served dish, while not particularly astonishing to Gan Guyu, was merely steamed sweet potatoes. However, the presentation of this dish at this moment suggested a certain significance. These sweet potatoes had been peeled and then steamed to perfection. Upon witnessing the golden-hued chunks and inhaling their enticing aroma, Yamashita Yoshihisa raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What is this? This is a new grain we have cultivated in the natural forest, known as sweet potato, that I encourage Master Yamashita to give it a try, the high priest explained, gesturing invitingly. Yamashita Yoshihisa expressed his gratitude and elegantly took a bite of the sweet potato. Yet, a look of astonishment momentarily crossed his face, quickly masked by a smile as he addressed the high priest. Indeed, it possesses a delightful sweetness and a wonderfully soft texture. You say this is a newly cultivated grain, named sweet potato, the high priest interjected. Although Yamashita Yoshihisa concealed his surprise swiftly, the flicker of astonishment did not escape the high priest's keen observation. This cunning individual feigned indifference, clearly aiming to suppress the price of the sweet potato. Yamashita Yoshihisa's mind raced. Outwardly, he maintained a composed demeanor, remarking, "Truly remarkable that the natural forest has discovered a new grain variety. However, if I may be so bold, how was this sweet potato discovered, and how is its edibility verified?" Ah, the high priest responded nonchalantly. The discovery of this grain indeed required considerable effort. Fortunately, the Mother of Nature bestowed her grace upon us, confirming its edibility, and moreover, this sweet potato greatly benefits the cultivation of magical powers. That was essentially a humorous evasion devoid of substance. Nonetheless, Yamashita Yoshihisa had no expectations that the high priest would divulge the truth. So he merely nodded and continued to consume the steamed sweet potato with gusto. Though he had intended to belittle the sweet potato, the fact that it could enhance magical prowess rendered it invaluable. Few mages would hold a contrary stance, even within the Mage Academy. It seems Master Yamashita has quite the fondness for sweet potatoes, the high priest remarked with an insinuating smile. She then gestured, and melodious music filled the air as a procession of maidens adorned in grass skirts took center stage to perform a dance. Yamashita had initially intended to inquire further about the sweet potato, but he found himself captivated by the performance. Various festivities often featured numerous forms of entertainment, and while song and dance could be deemed somewhat cliché, the ambience in the natural forest was distinctly different. Here, the melodies were played on leaves from the sacred tree, and the dancers were esteemed nature mages. Across the continent, such a spectacle could likely only be witnessed in the natural forest. Elsewhere, mages were typically mere spectators of the performances. Naturally, the guests honored by the natural forest hospitality held no insignificant status. Who would have thought that Sister Yu and Xianhuang could dance so splendidly? Their figures are certainly not wasted, remarked someone. Indeed. Have your eyes finally opened? If we are to discuss dance, Linlin is undoubtedly one of the finest in the natural forest, yet even the high priestess could not persuade her to dance for Yamashita Yoshihisa. Meanwhile, Gan Guyu was engaged in a quiet exchange with Peipei, though his gaze frequently drifted to observe Yamashita Yoshihisa's every action. For someone so tall, do you truly live up to your surname? Was Gan Guyu's first impression of Yamashita Yoshihisa. His second impression was that this man was cunning, that it was not that he thought. This is a lecherous fellow, but rather that, through ongoing observation, he discerned that much of Yamashita Yoshihisa's lewdness and lasciviousness appeared to be deliberate. A 6th-level mage representing the Mage Academy would lose focus during a conversation with the high priest due to wandering thoughts. He was clearly making an effort to mask his true intentions, contemplating how to navigate this treacherous banquet. The grand presentation of the sweet potato had become a crucial procurement for him, yet he was acutely aware that the natural forest would not offer it at a low price. The high priest had adeptly interrupted Yamashita Yoshihisa with song and dance, likely intending to further whet his appetite, while Yamashita Yoshihisa was equally playing along, utilizing the performance as an opportunity to strategize. The high priest was no novice in dealing with Yamashita Yoshihisa. After all, in terms of age, she far surpassed him, and his reactions were entirely within her expectations at that moment. The same procession of maidens who had previously presented the steamed sweet potatoes reemerged, now bearing small dishes crafted from the sacred tree leaves. Were there additional dishes? Yamashita Yoshihisa's gaze remained fixed on the performance, yet his curiosity stirred within that it was only when he cast a glance at the contents of the dish that he exclaimed in surprise. Grapes? Indeed. Please do sample them, Master Yamashita, the high priest replied with a smile. Yamashita Yoshihisa offered a polite smile in return, though internally he remained skeptical. While grapes were indeed precious, the natural forest had never before included them in their grand banquets. However, he was no stranger to these fruits, which he remembered as being tart and astringent. What was so remarkable about them? His astonishment stemmed solely from the fact that the natural forest would present grapes to its guests. Yet the previously frugal natural forest had not changed his perception that in front of him and the high priest lay 2 grapes, while the other elders and his assistant received only 1 each. Worse still, Gan Guyu and the others seated on the ground were left without any grapes to taste. Yamashita Yoshihisa could only mask his embarrassment with laughter. The natural forest is truly generous. I am most grateful. This veiled sarcasm did not escape the high priest's notice. Yet she chose to ignore it. Noticing the high priest's lack of response, Yamashita Yoshihisa redirected his attention to the dance performance. However, adhering to his principle of not wasting, he slowly popped a grape into his mouth. After all, one should never disdain free offerings. Yet, soon enough, he could no longer maintain his composure. The sweet and tangy flavor. Was this truly a grape? Was it really that small fruit, once perceived as sour and astringent, for which many clamored? Yamashita Yoshihisa's gaze shifted away from the performance, observing that the elders were delicately toying with their solitary grape, reluctant to consume it. Meanwhile, Lin, Shisi, and the others looked on enviously at those fortunate enough to have grapes. As for his assistant, he had already swallowed his grape, astonished yet filled with regret at having finished it too quickly. How had such delectable fruit found its way to the natural forest? Yamashita Yoshihisa's heart raced, and in the next moment, his gaze toward the remaining grape grew wistful. Can the improved grapes cultivated by our natural forest be worthy of Master Yamashita's palate? The high priest's laughter chimed in at just the right moment. Hearing her laughter, Yamashita Yoshihisa's heart skipped a beat, yet he understood that no matter how nonchalant he appeared now, it was of little consequence that he could only force a smile and reply. This truly is a delicacy. I am genuinely curious how the natural forest has managed to cultivate grapes with such exquisite flavor. Chapter 72. The price is right. Regarding that matter, allow the creator of these improved grapes to enlighten you, the high priest chuckled. Yamashita Yoshihisa turned away from the dance and nodded, stating, I would very much like to meet such a talented individual capable of cultivating such a treasure. Have you not already taken note of them? The high priest smiled slightly at Yamashita Yoshihisa and then beckoned toward Gan Guyu and Peipei. Gan Guyu had been discreetly observing the movements of Yamashita Yoshihisa, and upon seeing the high priestess signal, he immediately called for Peipei and approached. Master Yamashita, this is Gan Guyu, and this is Peipei. They are the ones who cultivated these delightful, improved grapes. In the natural forest, only they possess the ability to grow such grapes, the high priest introduced. Furthermore, it was Gan Guyu who first discovered the sweet potato. Greetings, Master Yamashita. Gan Guyu and Peipei greeted with a polite bow. You mean to say you are from the natural forest? Yamashita Yukihisa cast a sweeping glance over the two individuals before him, his surprise evident as he exclaimed, High Priest, I have always believed that nature-based mages don the garments of the sacred tree. But wait, you are a water mage? And this young man beside you? Previously, upon seeing Peipei clad in a mage's robe, he had already resolved to uncover her identity, that if she harbored no troublesome background, then, however, the high priest's proclamation that such a breathtaking beauty belonged to the forest of nature left him astounded. If she was indeed from the forest of nature, many underhanded tactics would be rendered impractical. Yamashita Yukihisa, unwilling to accept this, sought clarification from the high priest. There are exceptions to every rule. Yet, the high priest merely offered this one-line explanation. Yamashita Yukihisa nodded slowly, his thoughts obscured, before finally inquiring. Could you enlighten me on how this improved grape came to fruition? Under the guidance of the Mother of Nature, we embarked on a quest to find a method to enhance the sweetness of grapes, Gan Guyu reminisced, a reflective look gracing her face. In hindsight, those days seemed interminably long. Peipei, her expression grave, interjected. We experimented with over a dozen grapevines, selecting each vine's strengths to integrate. Gan Guyu swiftly completed, noticing Peipei faltering. To produce such grapes, the forest of nature sacrificed more than 10 vines. Fortunately, the Mother of Nature showed mercy, and we ultimately succeeded. However, we shall continue our efforts, Peipei added nervously, her speech slightly stammering. Yet she hurriedly proclaimed, currently, the yield of these grapes is too low. We are conducting further experiments, hoping to realize mass production. I see. Yamashita Yukihisa nodded in understanding. However, unbeknownst to anyone, his hands, which were clasped behind his back, formed several peculiar gestures. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. So this means that this year, the fruit yield from the forest of nature will be quite meager. It is regrettable, Gan Guyu admitted with a shrug. Nevertheless, a single improved grape is worth more than an entire cluster of ordinary grapes. Do you not agree? Indeed, Yamashita Yukihisa generously conceded, turning to the high priest. May I inquire how many sweet potatoes and improved grapes the forest of nature currently possesses? If possible, I would like to purchase them all. The price is negotiable. Well, the high priest suddenly seemed troubled. Yamashita Yukihisa thought to himself, as expected, but maintained an appearance of urgency. What troubles you, high priest? The situation is as follows, Gan Guyu explained, raising her hands in exasperation. Recently, the forest of nature suffered an attack from magical beasts, resulting in significant losses, hence the unsatisfactory yield of our crops. Additionally, the Listening Rain Tavern has already secured a batch of sweet potatoes and expressed interest in the improved grapes. Negotiations are currently underway. Yamaha Yukihisa silently rejoiced, for the contingency plan he had prepared for years could finally be set into motion, and he feigned a look of deep contemplation, taking a long time before appearing dejected as he said, "Very well. In that case, please inform me how many sweet potatoes and improved grapes you can provide, and at what price." The high priest turned to Gan Guyu. Only they know the actual cost of these new varieties. "How about this, Gan Guyu? Let's sell all the sweet potatoes and improved grapes we can to the Mage Academy. For this initial transaction, we need not seek profit. We shall sell at cost price. What do you think?" Before Gan Guyu could respond, Pepe interjected. "Is that so?" Gan Guyu quickly feigned persuasion. "It is merely this one transaction. We have plenty of time ahead, and there is no need to dwell on immediate gains or losses. I propose we draft a long-term supply contract, agreeing to provide sweet potatoes and improved grapes to the Mage Academy over a specified period. What do you think, Mentor Yamashita? Quite the businessman are you? Afraid I might only engage in a single transaction with you." Yamashita Yukihisa chuckled. "Rest assured, I would never truly acquire them at cost price. Now, how do you envision this long-term supply? A 1-year contract, providing the Academy with 50 bags of sweet potatoes and 1 cluster of improved grapes each month," Gan Guyu stated without hesitation. "Sweet potatoes in exchange for an equivalent weight of 3rd-tier magic crystals, and the improved grapes at a rate of 1 grape per 4th-tier magic crystal. How does that sound?" Robbery, whether it was the high priest, the elders present, or even Yamashita Yukihisa and Pepe, they all silently screamed in outrage. As for the sweet potatoes, that was one thing, but 1 grape for a 4th-tier magic crystal. Could such a valuation truly be justified? "The price is fair, but I require the quantity provided each month to be doubled," Yamashita Yukihisa unexpectedly declared, leaving even Gan Guyu taken aback. Was he unwell? This was the first thought that crossed Gan Guyu's mind. He had proposed that price with the expectation of negotiating down, yet the other party had readily agreed. He had intended to employ a strategy of scarcity to control supply while extending the contract period, aiming to maximize profit. Once sweet potatoes gained popularity and their high-yield attributes became known, the improved grapes would also become commonplace, making it impossible to exploit the situation. Yet now, Yamashita Yukihisa was not only demanding a doubling of the supply, but also accepting Gan Guyu's proposed price. As if he were eager to be taken advantage of, faced with such a high price, Gan Guyu hesitated momentarily. While doubling the supply posed no real pressure, should he truly agree so readily? Would he be perceived as suspicious? Yet such an opportunity for profit was rare. Gan Guyu genuinely doubted whether such a gullible fool would still be around a year later. "Watch out!" Just as Gan Guyu was preparing to nod in agreement, a sudden outcry erupted from the center of the banquet where dancers adorned in grass skirts were performing. With boldness, I beseech all esteemed readers to favor me with your collections and recommendations. Chapter 73. The chill affliction. The dance performance from the forest of nature dazzled, not only due to the performer's identity as mages, but also for the seamless integration of magic within their routines. For instance, utilizing 3rd-tier magical pollen to create a hazy visual effect or employing magical vines to elevate individuals, thus enhancing the stage's dimensionality. All present were mages, well-versed in these magical manipulations, thus. It was expected that no mishaps would occur. However, on this day, an inexplicable incident befell Xiaoyu as she gracefully ascended the magical vine she had summoned. The vine unexpectedly swayed, causing her to lose her footing and plummet. Upon hearing the scream, everyone turned to witness the scene. 2 magical vines rapidly grew into form. One reached out toward the falling Xiaoyu while the other coiled spirally beneath her to catch her. The vine extending toward Xiaoyu promptly transformed into a spiral shape beneath her, providing a cushion before both crashed onto the vine below. Truly, an 8th-tier mage's prowess was evident. Gan Guyu glanced at the high priest beside her, silently admiring the timely intervention of only the 2 of them amidst the crowd. Capitalizing on her instant casting advantage, Gan Guyu summoned the vine that reached toward Xiaoyu. The high priest was not slow to respond either. Her incantation, though not rapid, was clearly concise, completed with only a few syllables. However, the seasoned approach of the high priest lay in the fact that, unlike Gan Guyu's direct rescue, her method prevented potential injury to Xiaoyu. Instead, she shaped the vine into a springy bed, thus maximizing protection for the falling Xiaoyu. Inspired by the high priest's manipulation of the vine, Gan Guyu quickly adapted her own vine's form. That it became apparent that even with the ability to instantaneously cast spells and precise control, it was not infallible. Understanding how to best fulfill a mage's intent with a spell required immense experience. Gan Guyu mentally noted this insight. The high priest turned to Gan Guyu, intending to offer guidance. But upon seeing him deep in thought, she smiled and refrained from further comment. True genius is not solely reflected in ability, but also in the manner of thinking. Clearly, Gan Guyu required no additional concern from her. So the high priest approached the now safely landed Xiaoyu to this moment. A circle of people had gathered around Xiaoyu, all gazing at her with concern. Lin, the first to rush to Xiaoyu's side after those already on stage, anxiously inquired, "Sister Xiaoyu, what happened? Are you unwell?" "It seems my magical power has vanished," Xiaoyu replied weakly while lying in Lin's embrace. "My head hurts, my body aches. I feel cold." As she spoke, her nasal tone grew heavier until she fainted. Lin touched Xiaoyu's forehead, her expression instantly changing. Just then, Pei and the high priest arrived, and Lin sternly shouted, "Do not approach. Everyone step back. It seems Sister Xiaoyu is afflicted with the chill affliction." "What? The chill affliction?" A circle of grass-skirted maidens immediately recoiled several steps, their faces etched with terror as they gazed at Xiaoyu. The elders seated nearby exchanged glances, some rising to their feet, yet none dared to approach this moment. Only Lin, who held Xiaoyu close, and the pallid-faced Xianhuang remained by her side. Upon hearing Lin's cry, the high priestess furrowed her brow, gesturing to stop Pei before striding forward herself. Pei, in a flurry, exclaimed, "High priestess, no need for concern." The high priestess waved her hand dismissively. "Even if it is cold, evil, it cannot harm me." Gan Guyu caught up with Pei and quietly inquired, "What is cold evil?" "It is a rare affliction," Pei stammered, her voice quivering. "Those afflicted lose their magical powers, suffer from body aches, have a constant runny nose, feel a slight fever on the skin, yet experience an overwhelming chill. Generally, after 10 days, with no cure in sight, it leads to By the end of her explanation, Pei covered her mouth and silently wept. Gan Guyu was taken aback, then asked with a peculiar expression, "Is it true that this cold evil is contagious?" Pei nodded with her eyes shut. "Why does this illness sound so familiar?" He glanced over at Xiaoyu and noticed Lin and Xianhuang were also beginning to sob, not quiet tears, but a steady stream of snot. How could it spread so swiftly? He looked around at the panicked, grass-skirted maidens who had hurriedly retreated. As they attempted to approach the elders, they were shooed away, yet barred from leaving, ultimately gathering at the far end of the seating area. Initially, Shishi stood by observing, but as those who had been particularly close to Xiaoyu drew near, she hastily sidestepped like a cat stepping on its tail. Positioning herself behind the elder in charge of discipline. One elder, visibly alarmed, turned and fled the banquet hall in haste. Gan Guyu was stunned. Could she be so fearful of death? After all, she was a leader. Yet he realized he had misjudged her. Before long, this elder returned, accompanied by several grass-skirted maidens wearing masks crafted from sacred tree leaves. They swiftly distributed masks to everyone, and Gan Guyu finally recognized that this was the elder of medicine. Pei donned her mask and immediately dashed towards Xiaoyu, prompting Gan Guyu to follow suit. Meanwhile, Lin and Xianhuang appeared increasingly unwell. Gan Guyu crouched down to Lin's level and asked, Lin, how do you feel now?" "I have contracted the cold evil," Lin replied with a bitter smile. "I too have been infected." Gan Guyu frowned. "Weak limbs, nasal congestion, runny nose, body aches, especially at the back of the head, correct?" "Indeed," Lin sneezed as she spoke. "Oh, I feel like I'm going to die," Xianhuang lamented softly, her head resting against Xiaoyu's side. Her nose crinkled in discomfort. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Gan Guyu chided gently before continuing. Lin, don't fall asleep just yet. Stick out your tongue so I can take a look. Hearing this, the high priestess turned to him with a puzzled expression. Stick out my tongue? Yes. Stick out your tongue, Gan Guyu affirmed. I'll take charge here. High priestess you, he gestured towards Xianhuang down the mountain. The high priestess understood but hesitated momentarily before moving towards Xianhuang, saying, Xianhuang, I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. A minor incident has interrupted your enjoyment. No trouble at all. Xianhuang immediately shook his head, a hint of concern in his voice. I have heard it is cold evil. That is quite serious. If word spreads that cold evil is rampant in the natural forest, the grains produced during this time will be hard to sell. The high priestess did not respond to Xianhuang, but instead smiled. As night falls, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I won't keep you, Xianhuang. Upon receiving her dismissal, Xianhuang nodded with a smile. I too am feeling a bit fatigued. I shall return to rest. Thank you for your hospitality. High priestess, by the way, I recall someone gifted me a remedy for dispelling evil not long ago, which is quite effective against cold evil. I shall send someone to fetch it from the academy tomorrow. In that case, I thank you, Xianhuang. The high priestess hesitated but ultimately nodded. Such a potion must be invaluable. The natural forest will not impose any expenses upon you. Ha ha, Xianhuang laughed heartily. High priestess, you are too polite. It is a simple matter. Farewell. Ceremony elder, please escort Xianhuang out. Chapter 74. Just a cold, the natural forest response was swift. Once it was confirmed that only Lin and her companions were afflicted with cold evil, everyone else was quickly dispersed. And the trio was escorted back to Lin's residence, a clanswoman personally summoned by the high priestess. Lin held a significant status within the natural forest, and her dwelling was located in a spacious tree hollow high among the sacred trees. Outside Lin's tree hollow, several elders whispered among themselves while the high priestess, Gan Guyu, and Pei waited at the entrance, with strict orders barring others from approaching. Xiaoyu, Lin, and Shuang, all exhibiting symptoms of cold evil, were being cared for inside. I concur with your assessment, the high priestess said, her face cold as she nodded at Gan Guyu. The timing of this cold evil's emergence is too coincidental. Previously, Xianhuang readily agreed to your exorbitant demands, and now he just happens to possess the precious remedy for cold evil. He clearly intends to swindle us. That must be his motive, Gan Guyu analyzed. In truth, he was convinced that this so-called cold evil was a man-made affliction, and that the perpetrator was indeed Xianhuang. Having examined Lin's tongue, he noted a thin coating, and when considering other symptoms, it was evident that this was merely a cold. While Gan Guyu was uncertain why colds were so fearsome in the salty wasteland, to the point of being life-threatening, he understood that the grass-skirted maidens, who were able to wear only a few leaves in the dead of winter, would not catch a cold from mere chill. Thus, this cold must be caused by a virus, and a potent one at that, as the natural mage's immune systems were unable to combat it. Of course, this was precisely why the grass-skirted maidens rarely fell ill. They lacked the corresponding antibodies that in such a case, should they catch a cold, the consequences would be far more severe than for those who were frequently afflicted. I fear that Xianhuang's so-called dispelling powder is something he carries with him, while pretending to send someone to fetch it from the academy. Pei clenched her teeth in frustration. If I find evidence of his wrongdoing, I will tear him apart. You might as well treat him like a black-furred pig to vent your anger, Gan Guyu chuckled, recalling the scene of her slaughtering pigs. However, the high priestess let out a worried sigh. I fear we may have to concede this time. We cannot allow Lin and the others to suffer without aid. Tomorrow, when Xianhuang returns, I shall negotiate this deal personally. He will surely not dare to go too far. However, our hopes of profiting from sweet potatoes and improved grapes are dashed. At this, Gan Guyu smiled and waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for that. Even without Xianhuang's medicine, we can still cure this cold evil. Moreover, if this scrawny bamboo pole tries to bully us, we cannot let him off without a lesson. Pei shot him a glare. You don't mean to say you can cure this cold evil? Do you? Since when did you become a healer? I cannot speak for other ailments, but this trifling cold evil? I am quite confident, Gan Guyu replied with a smile, adopting a pose like an immortal from another realm. Are you truly serious? The high priestess's voice rose an octave in disbelief. Of course, I am serious. Would I joke about their lives? Gan Guyu shrugged that a cold is merely that, although there may not be an immediate cure on Earth, it shouldn't be fatal, right? At that moment, the elder of medicine emerged from the dwelling, drawing everyone's attention. She removed her sacred tree leaf mask and sighed. It is indeed cold evil. This is outrageous. It would have been one thing if Lin had not realized it earlier. But after discovering it, she still clung to Xianhuang de Shuang was even more foolish. She had ample time to distance herself, but chose not to leave. Look at the others. They are fine. Elder of medicine. Please calm down. Gan Guyu claims he has a way to treat this cold evil. The high priestess hurriedly comforted her. Yes, the most skilled healer in the natural forest. The elder of medicine had been at a loss regarding cold evil. Now, with two of her closest kin, Xiaoyu and Shuang, succumbing to this deadly disease, her emotions were understandably fraught. Hearing the high priestess's words, her agitation surged, and her tone became somewhat inappropriate. High priestess, do you truly believe in him? This boy has only been in the natural forest for a few months. What does he know about cold evil? She emphasized the word boy with disdain. Unlike the elder of discipline, who looked down upon Pei and Gan Guyu, the elder of medicine held some respect for them. Still, she was displeased with their antics, dragging Xiaoyu and Shuang off to indulge in meat. Though she was among the more senior elders, she appeared younger than most. Thanks to her diligent self-care and avoidance of meat, which was part of her health regimen, the elder of medicine understood Xiaoyu's character. As a Libra, she had a near-zero resistance to temptation from someone like Gan Guyu. Not to mention that her playful nature made it unsurprising that she had been led astray to indulge in meat. Even the ever-innocent Frost, who could spend the entire day babbling in a babyish manner, was led astray, which left Elder Xiao, the maternal figure, quite perturbed regarding Gan Guyu. The high priestess understood her sentiments and refrained from elaborating, simply stating, if everyone is at a loss, perhaps we might allow Gan Guyu to give it a try. A dead horse can be treated as a living one. If it proves futile, I shall personally seek out Xiongjiu at the foot of the mountain for medicine. Elder Xiao found herself momentarily speechless and turned her gaze towards Gan Guyu. Then he nodded. This so-called cold evil affliction has been a frequent visitor in my life. I have even sneezed blood in the past. Thus I have become somewhat of an expert. Gan Guyu was not exaggerating that in his youth, he had a frail constitution, and ailments such as colds and chills were his long-standing companions. Each time they visited, they would linger for several days, sometimes even bringing along his dear friend, rhinitis, which caused him considerable distress. Most notably, Gan Guyu's nose was genuinely delicate, often bleeding with the slightest sneeze or blow, much to his dismay. Very well. I shall observe what you can devise. Elder Xiao ultimately acquiesced with a gentle nod, though she was quite taken aback by Gan Guyu's claim of frequently suffering from cold, evil afflictions. However, I fear tonight may be too late. Gan Guyu turned to the high priestess. The medicinal herbs required to treat this cold, evil ailment are not readily available to me. I will have to plant them tomorrow during the day. The others nodded in agreement. The spontaneous cultivation of herbs necessitated the use of life-giving elements, and plant growth requires photosynthesis, making it impractical to spur plant growth during the night. In addition, I require as much wheat bran as possible. That is, wheat husks, along with gold, ore, and diamonds, Gan Guyu added after some contemplation. Not only was he focused on curing this cold, but he also had preventive measures in mind. Chapter 75, Acquiring New Formulas. I have taken note. I shall instruct my people to prepare everything overnight. Although the high priestess was unaware of Gan Guyu's intentions, she promptly nodded in cooperation. Elder Xiao, please ensure that someone is assigned to care for Lin and the others tonight, but be vigilant to prevent any further infections. I shall personally attend to them this evening, Elder Xiao declared. By the way, do you have any licorice, atractalodes, Sichuan pepper, dried tangerine peel? Oh, I already have Sichuan pepper. Did I still need the first 4 herbs? And additionally, a powder made from a plant called water chestnut. Gan Guyu suddenly recalled that Elder Xiao might have some medicinal herbs in her possession, though he was uncertain if she had the ones he required. After a moment of silence, Elder Xiao replied, I have licorice and atractalodes, and I've heard of dried tangerine peel, but that is a legendary herb. Quite difficult to procure. As for the last one you mentioned, I have not heard of it. I see. Gan Guyu felt a tinge of disappointment, yet it was not beyond his expectations. dried tangerine peel had become a legend in the salty wasteland. So its mention was not surprising. As for tractalodes, it was likely still found wild in the salty wasteland, though it probably went by a different name, as that name derived from its place of origin, Gan Guyu's homeland. Elder Xiao remained silent, though a hint of skepticism lingered in her heart. This fellow claimed to need dried tangerine peel to treat cold evil. Could it be that he had overstepped in his boasting, seeking an excuse for retreat? Who among them did not know that dried tangerine peel had become a mere legend? The high priestess pondered for a moment before remarking, "The water chestnut you mentioned. Is it a type of aquatic plant bearing two spiny horns? Do you know where to find it, high priestess?" Gan Guyu responded with excitement. "In a courtyard belonging to the Xianhuang family, there is a pond where this plant grows. It is considered a treasure of their family, comparable in value to the fortune bamboo belonging to the headmaster of the Mage Academy," the high priestess said with a wry smile. Gan Guyu could only shrug in response. "Then I must think of another approach. Are you familiar with a plant called smartweed, which typically grows along riverbanks or the edges of ditches, known for its pungent taste and clusters of small white or pale red flowers? Are you referring to the snake, venom-clearing herb?" Pepe, who had been silent, suddenly interjected, "Crushed and applied to wounds inflicted by venomous snakes, it can aid in healing." At this, Gan Guyu's eyes lit up. "Indeed, smartweed can treat snake bites. There's a patch of this herb growing beside the small ditch near the well." Pepe quickly added, "Take me there at once. Let us confirm if it's the smartweed I need." Gan Guyu urged Pepe. "You still do not know where the well is?" Elder Xiao's lamenting voice came from behind Gan Guyu. The group of troublemakers punished for stealing meat had to fetch water for 7 days. Surely someone must have cheated or shirked their duties? Gan Guyu cleared his throat and hastily dragged Pepe away. The high priestess watched their figures gradually consumed by the night and softly inquired, "What is your opinion of this young man?" Elder Xiao remained silent for a long moment before finally speaking. "I find him inscrutable. Recently, there have been rampant rumors that he is the divine envoy of the Mother of Nature. Do you not wish to address this?" "Address what? Expose him?" The high priestess chuckled and shook her head. "Everyone harbors secrets. Why must we pursue the truth? He has never claimed to be any divine envoy. Is not the current state quite satisfactory? But could this not tarnish the reputation of the Mother of Nature?" Elder Xiao seized the opportunity to voice a shared concern among the elders. "Such a divine envoy?" The high priestess silently smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Observing this, Elder Xiao quietly donned her sacred tree leaf mask and returned to Lean's hollow in the tree. The following day, Xiaowen pointed to a mountain of gold ore, silver ore, and diamonds, saying to Gan Guyu, "All the ores you requested are here. The wheat bran you wanted is still piled by the wheat field. Do you need assistance transporting it here?" "No need." Gan Guyu promptly began submitting the ores to the Universal Biological Operating Table. Replying to Xiaowen, "That can wait. I will fetch it myself shortly." "All right." Xiaowen nodded. As the ores disappeared one by one from Gan Guyu's hands, he curiously inquired, "Do you have anything else to discuss?" "You." Xiaowen hesitated, then said, "You must save Lin and the others. You wish to know my level of confidence, do you not?" Gan Guyu mused inwardly, yet assuredly replied, "Rest assured, I shall do my utmost." "Good." Xiaowen nodded fervently. After a while, once Gan Guyu had submitted all the ores, he straightened up and asked with a hint of exasperation, "Do you have any further instructions?" Xiaowen, still lingering in place, pursed her lips. "I wish to see how you will save them." Gan Guyu shrugged. "Perfect. Since you have nothing else to do, come assist me. You can cast universal growth, can't you?" Xiaowen appeared somewhat flustered. "I just used it a few days ago. I can't yet." Then a scroll of the universal growth spell was handed to her by Gan Guyu, one he had obtained from the high priestess the previous night. "Follow me." With that, Gan Guyu stepped out of his bamboo house, that a still-dazed Xiao, and promptly followed his lead. The two made their way directly to the wheat field, where Gan Guyu immediately spotted the pile of wheat bran prepared for him. He approached and stored the bran in his personal warehouse, which also contained the smartweed he had gathered with Pepe overnight, along with several bags of glutinous rice purchased from the shop. Initially, Gan Guyu had intended to refrain from using the purchased glutinous rice seeds directly, as it was not cost-effective. However, given the urgency of the situation, Rice paddies were significantly more challenging to manage than dry fields, so he decided to indulge this once. Gan Guyu tossed the salt, wheat bran, glutinous rice, and smart wheat into the agricultural product processing device, adjusted the parameters, and initiated the process. However, the magic power consumption for this endeavor was not as severe as it had been when crafting bamboo paper. It was a gentle and steady flow. Yet, upon observing the time required for processing, Gan Guyu roughly calculated that the total magic power consumption throughout the entire process would be considerable. Anticipating a significant drain on his magical energy today, Gan Guyu finally summoned forth the powerful item he had long hesitated to use: vitamin C tablets. He placed one in his mouth, but refrained from swallowing it, instead enduring the sour and bitter taste as he slowly dissolved it, aiming to achieve a sustained replenishment of his magical energy. In contrast to the gradual consumption of magic power that was being replenished, the monetary value within the universal biological operating table fluctuated dramatically in a short span. After Gan Guyu submitted the ores prepared for him by the high priestess, the monetary value briefly soared above 5 digits before plummeting back to 3 digits. The cause was simple. Gan Guyu had purchased a processing formula from the shop, soy sauce and vinegar processing formula, valued at 10,000 monetary units. Chapter 76. The complicated process of planning the standard vinegar-making process is quite intricate and time-consuming. Generally speaking, it requires the prior preparation of vinegar mother using medicinal yeast and glutinous rice. Due to the scarcity of materials in the salty wasteland, Gan Guyu substituted smartweed juice for the medicinal yeast that, if not processed through the agricultural product processing device, this step would take over a month. Following this, the wheat bran and vinegar mother would need to be mixed and fermented, necessitating frequent stirring to promote heating and fermentation. Only after another half-month could it be poured into jars, pressed down, salted on the surface, and left exposed to begin the vinegar brewing process. Naturally, the longer the fermentation period, the better. Typically, this process lasts for a year. Upon the completion of the vinegar fermentation process, the mixture is subjected to a boiling disinfection via vinegar infusion, and only after being sealed in a jar with clay does it transform into a finished product. Typically, the entire vinegar production cycle spans at least a year. Fortunately, advancements in agricultural byproduct processing technology have significantly reduced the processing time, allowing for adjustments within a certain threshold. However, the longer the vinegar is aged, the shorter the requisite processing time, which in turn demands a greater expenditure of magical energy, escalating geometrically. Thankfully, with the aid of vitamin C tablets, today's Gan Guyu is spared from succumbing to exhaustion after depleting his magical reserves. Nonetheless, vinegar making is merely one of the tasks on Gan Guyu's agenda for today. He prioritized it due to its time-sensitive nature. In reality, the preparation of malt vinegar is a strategic step in the healing of Lin and her companions, marking the beginning of his remedy for their cold ailments. At this moment, the fields within the natural forest have been entirely enclosed by peppercorn hedges, with a narrow passage left open towards the direction of the sacred tree. In truth, the nature mages could easily scale the hedges with the aid of magical vines, yet the presence of first-tier mages and water mages like Pepe necessitated leaving a small opening, which poses no significant risk. Gan Guyu and Xianhuang, however, opted for a more direct approach, climbing over the wall to reach an empty plot of land. This plot is the very one Gan Guyu exchanged with Shishi, where Pepe awaited their arrival. "Why did you take so long to get here?" Pepe exclaimed, springing up from the ground upon spotting Gan Guyu as one of Lena's closest friends. She undoubtedly felt one of the greatest concerns about her illness. "Don't fret," Gan Guyu reassured her, then added, "Have you rested well? I'll need your help with watering shortly. This batch will require a significant amount of water." "Hurry up," Pepe urged impatiently, attempting to mask her own insomnia from the previous night. Gan Guyu regarded her silently before focusing on opening the soil cultivation tray to enhance the soil quality for the plot. Concurrently, he tossed the seedlings he had just procured from the shop into the seedling cultivator, employing a dual strategy to combat pests and bolster vitality. Within the versatile biological operation station, the three primary components worked simultaneously, leaving even Gan Guyu, who was chewing on a vitamin C tablet, feeling overwhelmed. The first tablet was quickly consumed, prompting him to hastily pop another one from the imported batch. Generally, the human body requires about 100 milligrams of vitamin C daily, precisely the amount contained in one tablet. Even though Gan Guyu had a higher consumption rate, the maximum tolerance for vitamin C is around 1,000 milligrams per day, which is not advisable to exceed. Thus, he resolved to limit himself to one additional tablet. Wary of the repercussions of overindulgence, fortunately, when he had consumed nearly half of the second tablet, the high-quality soil and seedlings were ready. Gan Guyu meticulously spread the enriched soil across the field and supplemented it with ample organic fertilizer. Yet his efforts did not cease there. Beside the field, several bags of fertilizer and a pile of premium soil remained in use for the time being. This time, Gan Guyu focused on cultivating loose, fertile soil with enhanced drainage capabilities. With a mere thought, furrows over half a foot deep and nearly a foot wide appeared in the field, their bottoms leveled, that he then retrieved a bundle of seedlings. "Is this the medicinal herb you intend to plant?" Pepe queried, picking up a seedling with curiosity. "Not exactly a medicinal herb, but rather a fruit," Gan Guyu clarified. "This is sugarcane, and the sucrose extracted from it is vital for treating Lin and her friends." "Sugarcane?" Pepe licked her lips. "What does it have to do with Gan Guyu?" "Nothing at all." Gan Guyu shot her a bemused look, surprised that she could still crack jokes at a time like this. Then, under Gan Guyu's demonstration and guidance, the trio commenced planting the sugarcane seedlings. Before long, several other friendly grass-skirted maidens arrived, eagerly joining the effort. The strength of the collective was remarkable. Soon, the entire plot of sugarcane was planted. Pepe swiftly completed the initial watering, and Gan Guyu understood that the next steps were crucial. Unlike other crops, sugarcane has significant demands for both nutrients and water, with varying needs at different growth stages. Although the plants cultivated through the universal growth acceleration method were somewhat shielded from the influences of temperature and humidity, the absence of day-night temperature fluctuations still impacted the accumulation of sugar in the cane. Therefore, to maximize the chances of a successful harvest while achieving an optimal yield, Gan Guyu decided to execute the planting process with meticulous precision. For this, he enlisted Xianhuang, discreetly imparting a few instructions to her. Xianhuang attentively noted Gan Guyu's guidance and nodded before proceeding to the sugarcane field. Upon activating the universal growth scroll, the sugarcane began to sprout and grow. The enhanced vitality of the seedlings did not disappoint Gan Guyu, achieving a survival rate of 100%, thus sparing him the need for replanting. However, the growth rate was relatively slow, a deliberate result of Xianhuang's careful control. Soon, the sugarcane seedlings unfurled several leaves and began to tiller. At this moment, Gan Guyu utilized the spare soil nearby to apply a layer of floating soil approximately an inch thick, promoting the development of the sugarcane's root system and further tillering. At his signal, Xianhuang regulated the growth acceleration speed to a near standstill. Seizing the opportunity, Gan Guyu busied himself in the field, removing excess tillers. Tiller removal is an art in itself, summarized as 5 removals and 5 retains. Remove the weak, retain the strong. Remove the dense, retain the sparse. Remove the late, retain the early. Remove the sickly, retain the healthy. Remove the shallow, retain the deep. This method ensures that nutrients are not wasted. Of course, since there were no sickly tillers in Gan Guyu's field, the aspect of removing the sickly was moot. Upon completing this step, the universal growth acceleration resumed, and Gan Guyu and Pepe adjusted the fertilization and watering based on the growth of the sugarcane. The cultivation of sugarcane emphasizes a strong base fertilization, followed by periodic top dressing. This ensures that the cane does not become top-heavy or taper off. The seedling stage and late elongation stage require fewer nutrients, while the early elongation stage demands more, necessitating 2 additional soil applications during the peak tillering and early elongation stages, one requiring a 2-inch layer and the other a foot thick. During these applications, the basal leaves must be removed to stimulate new root development, promote upper growth, and prevent lodging. Throughout the entire process, Gan Guyu was constantly on the move, demonstrating and explaining to the onlooking maidens, leaving him drenched in sweat, though he was not the most fatigued. Adjusting the growth acceleration speed multiple times took longer and was more mentally taxing than a steady casting of spells. When the field of sugarcane finally matured and the growth acceleration ceased, Xianhuang collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Chapter 77. Ginger water with brown sugar. Why did you stop, Xianhuang, when the flowers haven't even bloomed yet? Pepe inquired, gazing at the towering sugarcane that dwarfed her. Yet before Gan Guyu could clarify, Pepe exclaimed, I get it. You think Xianhuang is too tired and want to switch her out, right? How considerate. With an exasperated shrug, Gan Guyu opted not to explain further. Instead, he brandished a machete and approached a stalk of sugarcane, swiftly severing it from the base. The surrounding maidens gasped in unison, and Xianhuang, her face filled with concern, struggled to ask, Is it because I didn't control it well that we have to start over? I am so sorry. Tears welled in her eyes as she spoke. Realizing the misunderstanding he had caused, Gan Guyu quickly interjected, What are you talking about? You're overthinking it. The planting was very successful. I'm simply harvesting now. This is the stalk of sugarcane we need. Look how robust it is. As he spoke, he chopped the severed sugarcane into several pieces, peeling off the skin before offering it to the maidens. Give it a try. Turning back to continue his work, Gan Guyu noticed that Xianhuang and Pepe exchanged glances, appearing somewhat bewildered. Ultimately, it was Pepe who first dared to take a bite of the sugarcane, chewing thoughtfully before nodding vigorously. It's sweet. The other grass-skirted maidens' eyes lit up as they mimicked Pepe, eagerly gnawing on the sugarcane. The honey-like sweetness of the juice brought smiles to their faces, and they nodded in approval. To AT this moment, Gan Guyu returned with a new bundle of freshly cut sugarcane, peeling another piece to share with those who had yet to taste, grinning. So, how's the sweetness of this sugarcane? It's incredibly sweet at first, Pepe remarked with enthusiasm, but sadly, once the juice is gone, it loses its sweetness and becomes quite hard to swallow. Indeed, Gan Guyu nodded with a smile, only to suddenly exclaim, Swallow? What do you mean? He quickly scanned the ground, then chuckled ruefully. Who told you to eat the sugarcane pulp too? How unfortunate for you. He hurriedly picked up a stalk of sugarcane to demonstrate the proper way to consume it. The maidens had an epiphany, exclaiming in unison, and glanced at Pepe, whose cheeks were already flushed. In a fit of embarrassment, Pepe playfully punched Gan Guyu. You should have taught us how to eat it. Were you trying to make us look foolish? If you had indicated to just drink the juice, I wouldn't have gone through all this trouble. With that, she raised the sugarcane in her hand, giving it a gentle tap, and a stream of yellow-brown juice shot out, landing directly in her mouth. Pepe quickly drained the liquid from the segment of sugarcane, leaving behind a shriveled piece of pulp. Upon witnessing the scene, the women were momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly launch into a chorus of reproaches. Pepe, how could you act so ungratefully? Cheating by manipulating the water element is simply unacceptable. Come, let us savor the sweetness together, slowly. Gan Guyu chuckled as well. While your approach may have been convenient, you have utterly ruined the essence of leisurely enjoying a sugarcane by wandering about with it. This renders the experience rather dull. Moreover, do you not think the extracted sugar juice is excessively sweet? Aware of the validity of this observation, Pepe stuck out her tongue at Gan Guyu and fell silent. Gan Guyu gestured towards the sugarcane on the ground, saying, Leave these for you to share, as I still need to take the remainder to treat the sick. With that, he turned again and resumed harvesting the sugarcane. Initially excited by their first taste of sugarcane, the women soon realized they had nearly forgotten their main task and hurriedly began to gather the sugarcane, heading to the fields to assist. Unlike wheat, sugarcane could not be easily cut with their already prepared stone tools, so Gan Guyu distributed machetes to the women, and together they swiftly completed the harvest that in the end, Gan Guyu took a moment to roughly calculate the yield. This plot had produced nearly 120 bags of sugarcane, translating to an impressive harvest of over 7,000 pounds per acre. Of course, the edible part of the sugarcane was merely the juice extracted from the stalks, which did not account for such a substantial quantity. With the sugarcane in tow, Gan Guyu led the women back to the bamboo house. Then he employed a spell for the growth of all living things on the two small plots in the courtyard, and then began to dig up some items from the earth. Observing this, Pepe exclaimed, These look like sweet potatoes with the fruits growing underground. But what are these? These are ginger and garlic. They are not fruits at all. Gan Guyu knew that the classification of underground tubers and roots was of little importance to her, so he offered a simple explanation. I plan to brew a pot of brown sugar ginger tea to send to Lin and the others in hopes of alleviating their ailments. Brown sugar. Ginger tea, the women replied, indicating they had never heard of it. You'll find out shortly. Gan Guyu refrained from further elaboration and began his preparations. Brown sugar ginger tea is a potent remedy for wind-cold ailments. Gan Guyu chose it primarily due to the scarcity of materials, as the preparation of brown sugar ginger tea is relatively simple. Moreover, it is known that practitioners of the natural element often seldom suffer from colds, as the absence of viral antigens also implies a lack of drug resistance. Thus, even a simple brew of brown sugar ginger tea would likely prove beneficial to them. Filling a pot with water, Gan Guyu added clean slices of ginger and began to simmer them until the ginger water turned a pale yellow. He then retrieved several stalks of sugarcane. With the ability to control the water element, there was no need for the laborious extraction of juice. Following Pei's earlier method, he extracted the sugarcane juice and poured it into the pot. While the brown sugar ginger tea simmered, Gan Guyu turned to Pei and asked, "Do you have any mint leaves? You know, the ones we use to freshen our breath after eating pork." "The fresher, the better. Did I only pick them right before using them?" Pei replied, puzzled. "What do you need those leaves for?" "To treat the illness, of course. What else?" Gan Guyu shot her a glance. "Quickly, go gather some more for me." Upon hearing that it was for medicinal purposes, Pei dashed out without hesitation. Not long after, while Pei had yet to return, the brown sugar ginger tea was ready. Gan Guyu took a sip himself. It was sweet with a hint of spiciness. Precisely the authentic brown sugar ginger tea. The warm ginger tea coursed through him, enveloping him in a comforting warmth, prompting him to ladle out a small bowl for himself to savor leisurely. "I'm back! I'm back!" At last, Pei returned, proudly holding several sprigs of mint. Gan Guyu glanced over and chuckled, noting that she had indeed gathered a generous amount. Without further ado, he took the mint, washed it alongside the ginger and garlic, and crushed it into a paste in a diamond bowl. A sharp, refreshing aroma immediately filling the air, he quickly ladled out 3 bowls of brown sugar ginger tea, placing them on a tray alongside the paste, and handed it to Pei. "Take this to Lin and the others. Remember, the brown sugar ginger tea should be consumed hot, and the paste applied to the navel. This is enough for a day's treatment. Replace the paste after a day. Make sure they are well covered with blankets. As long as they can work up a good sweat, they should recover from any cold affliction." Chapter 78. Delivering medicine. Pei carried the tray and set off, while Xiao and the others prepared to follow, but Gan Guyu stopped them, saying, "There's no point in having so many people over there. It will only create chaos." "But it would be good to wait for news outside," one woman insisted. "The effects of the medicine are not immediate," Gan Guyu replied with a smile, shaking his head. "They need to drink the medicine, cover themselves with thick blankets, and sleep soundly to sweat it out. How long do you think you will be waiting if you go now? Those with tasks should attend to them individually. Those without should rest here with me, as I will need your help shortly." Upon hearing this, the women reluctantly decided to stay, while Gan Guyu seized the opportunity to take a nap beneath the grape trellis. By now, the vitamin C tablets in his mouth had long been consumed, and his magical energy was still slowly depleting. Gan Guyu estimated that by the time he awoke from this nap, his magical energy would be nearly exhausted, coinciding with the completion of the vinegar brewing process. Pei arrived at Lin's treehouse with the medicine, only to be stopped at the entrance that a grass-skirted beauty wearing a holy tree leaf mask spoke up. "Pei, what brings you here?" "No one is allowed near for the time being. I have come to deliver medicine to Lin and the others," Pei quickly explained. "Medicine?" The grass-skirted woman was taken aback, her gaze falling upon the tray before Pei. "Is this the remedy that little Gan Guyu mentioned, capable of treating cold afflictions?" Just as Pei was about to nod in affirmation, the door to Lin's treehouse swung open, and the elder apothecary, sporting dark circles under her eyes and dragging her weary body, stepped out. "Has it arrived?" "Yes, it has," Pei replied eagerly, adding, "Elder, you should rest for a bit first. Do not wear yourself down. Gan Guyu mentioned that when one's constitution is weak and fatigued, cold afflictions can take advantage." The elder apothecary did not respond, but instead tilted her chin, inquiring, "Is this the medicine he prepared?" "Indeed, he instructed that it must be consumed hot for maximum efficacy," Pei answered. "He instructed and said all these things. Even the matter of sneaking in meat was his idea. I see you all have been thoroughly enchanted by him." The elder apothecary glared at her, scolding her sharply as she turned back toward the house. The door had closed halfway when she noticed Pepe with her head bowed in silence, which only further incensed her. Repeating her principles of maintaining health in her mind, she reminded herself not to lose her temper easily, finally exclaiming, "Hurry and come in. If the medicine cools down, it will be ineffective for Xiaoyu and the others, and I will be blamed for it." "Oh, coming." Pepe hurriedly followed, muttering under her breath, "I don't know if I've been enchanted by some potion, but I certainly have had my fill of honey water." Once inside, after donning her mask, Pepe realized that many others were still busy within. Xiaoyu and Lin leaned against the head of their beds, occasionally coughing, their eyes vacant as they stared at the ceiling. Beside them, someone was tending to their needs. Meanwhile, Xianhuang was still fast asleep, drooling without awareness, prompting the elder apothecary to rush over and wipe her nose. Pepe's mage robe and Gan Guyu's shirt and jeans were the most recognizable in the forest of nature. Thus, even though Pepe entered wearing a mask, Lin and Xiaoyu immediately recognized her. "Ah, Pepe has arrived," Xiaoyu beamed, flashing a smile. "What brings you here?" "Quickly keep your distance," Lin exclaimed, her voice a mixture of concern and urgency. Pepe attempted to stick out her tongue and make a face at Lin, only to end up licking her mask instead, and thus she replied earnestly, "That rascal Gan Guyu sent me to deliver medicine to you." Saying this, she placed the tray at the head of the bed and meticulously relayed the instructions for both internal and external application of the remedies, handing the medicinal bowls to the person caring for them. "Wait a moment." At that moment, the elder apothecary approached, lifting the last bowl of brown sugar ginger tea and taking a sip herself. Instantly, the entire treehouse fell silent, all eyes turning towards her. Xiaoyu snapped back to attention, gently smiling, "Elder, since this is the medicine sent by little Gan Guyu, what could possibly be wrong? Even if it cannot cure our ailments, it surely won't poison us." The elder apothecary shot her a glare, but remained silent, merely indicating that the medicine could be administered. Yet her heart was anything but tranquil. Having immersed herself in pharmacology for many years, she deduced the properties of the brown sugar ginger tea as soon as it entered her system, confirming that Gan Guyu had indeed not erred in his choice of ingredients. However, what had this decoction been brewed with? With a troubled mind, she roused Xianhuang, cradled her, and began to feed her the brown sugar ginger tea sip by sip. Subsequently, the elder apothecary ordered someone to fetch several holy tree leaves, applying the paste of ginger, garlic, and mint onto them before placing them on the navels of Lin and the other two. "This should do the trick." Pepe clapped her hands and stated, "That fellow mentioned that after taking the medicine, they should be immediately covered with thick blankets and sleep soundly. A good sweat will cure anything." Lin and Xiaoyu exchanged glances before obediently nodding, snuggling into their blankets, and soon the soft sounds of their snores filled the room. Seeing this, the elder apothecary could not help but silently nod in approval. The remedy's effect was quite rapid. Previously, it had taken the two a considerable time to fall asleep, tossing and turning before finally drifting off. After a moment's hesitation, she softly called out, "Pepe, step outside for a moment." Pepe hurriedly followed Elder Xiao out of the treehouse. Once they removed their masks, Elder Xiao asked, "You should be aware of the medicinal herbs for both internal and external use, correct?" Pepe pondered for a moment and nodded. "The decoction is called brown sugar ginger water, made from sugarcane juice and ginger, while the external medicinal paste consists of ginger, garlic, and mint, the refreshing leaves that are crushed." "Refreshing leaves? Are those the ones you use to eliminate the fishy taste after indulging in meat?" Elder Xiao mentally repeated the terms Pepe mentioned and realized she had only heard of refreshing leaves. Thus, she feigned ignorance to cover up her lack of knowledge. However, this tactic proved effective as Pepe was quickly led astray by Elder Xiao's line of questioning. "Ah, Elder, you already know? How could I not?" Elder Xiao shot her a glance. "On the night you were caught by the rules, Xianhuang returned and revealed everything to me." "Ah, is that so?" Pepe covered her face in despair. "Xianhuang the traitor? How dare you say that?" Elder Xiao glared at her reproachfully. "I have warned you countless times not to consume meat. It is detrimental to health and longevity. Not only did you sneakily eat, but you also dragged everyone else into it. You truly believe that the high priest will protect you and Gan Guyu, and you think you can get away with it." As she spoke, she poked Pepe's forehead with her finger. Peipei could only scratch the back of her head awkwardly, chuckling sheepishly. Observing Peipei's unrepentant demeanor, Elder Xiao lost her patience and turned to leave at this moment. She felt more at ease staying in the house to look after Xiaoyu and the others. Seeing that there was nothing pressing here, Peipei prepared to return to report back. Speaking of which, this sugarcane is quite addictive. Perhaps she should ask him for some more upon her return. Chapter 79. The Sudden Surge of Happiness Index when Peipei returned to the bamboo house. Gan Guyu was soundly asleep under the grape trellis. Considering his hard work, Peipei decided not to wake him and was about to head inside to fetch a light blanket to cover him when she heard voices coming from the backyard. Following the sounds, she found her sisters still present, bustling about energetically. "What are you all up to?" she inquired. The girls turned around, and upon seeing Peipei had returned, they eagerly began to ask about Lin and the others. Peipei briefly explained the current situation, but the girls did not receive the good news they had hoped for and collectively sighed in disappointment. However, they soon returned to their tasks at the stove. At that moment, Peipei noticed a large pot on the stove, steaming away, while Xiaoan was stirring the contents with a ladle, surrounded by a group of onlookers who occasionally chimed in with comments. Meanwhile, a slightly burnt aroma wafted through the air. Peipei approached to take a look and was surprised to find the pot filled to the brim with sugarcane juice. Curiosity piqued, she asked, "What is this?" Little Gan Guyu saw that we were bored, so he found us something to do, Xiaoan explained. He said we could boil the juice down into sugar blocks for storage, which would be convenient for future use. It turned out that previously, Gan Guyu had woken up halfway through his nap and noticed everyone sitting idly in the backyard. So he brought out some sugarcane to entertain the girls, suggesting they rest and chat inside to pass the time. However, the girls were worried about Lin's illness and seemed somewhat disinterested. Thus, Gan Guyu decided to assign them a task: to make brown sugar bricks. Admittedly, this was somewhat of a trivial pursuit since the Universal Biological Workbench had sugar-making recipes available for purchase. And a single recipe would grant access to produce an array of sugars, including brown sugar, white sugar, rock sugar, and sugar cubes, a recipe Gan Guyu would eventually buy. However, at present, Gan Guyu was low on funds, lacking both monetary and magical resources. The method for making brown sugar was simple, so he thought he would let them try it, treating it as a playful pastime that would also save him some magical energy that he directly extracted a large pot of sugarcane juice, brought it to a near boil, then reduced the heat to simmer and demonstrated the stirring technique to the girls. The juice would gradually evaporate as they stirred, increasing the sugar concentration, and the high-concentration syrup would solidify into brown sugar bricks once cooled. The resulting brown sugar would possess a hint of caramel flavor, enhancing its taste, which could not be achieved through elemental manipulation. Gan Guyu observed for a while, content to see the girls taking turns stirring the syrup with enthusiasm. And then he returned to his nap. Although the girls were merely stirring the syrup, they displayed immense interest, refusing to let anyone else take their turn unless their arms grew sore. The commotion Peipei heard upon her return was merely the sounds of the girls disputing over who would stir next. Peipei glanced at the girls, then leaned in to listen to the commotion in the front yard. Subsequently, she licked her lips, quickly retrieved a diamond bowl, and scooped a spoonful of the slightly viscous syrup into it. Once the syrup cooled slightly, Peipei eagerly took a small sip. The girls, realizing what she was doing, turned their gaze toward her, their eyes collectively asking the same question. "Is it delicious?" Peipei had barely taken a sip when she exclaimed, "So sweet." Then, taking a larger gulp, she passed the bowl to Xiaoan. Xiaoan also tasted it, nodding vigorously before passing it on to the next girl, and so on. Before long, the bowl was emptied, prompting Peipei to reclaim it and scoop another serving from the pot. This time, finding the syrup cooling too slowly, she decided to place the bowl in water to expedite the cooling process, then passed it around again. Finally, everyone present had the chance to taste the half-finished brown sugar syrup, and they praised its delightful flavor. Among them, Xiaoan laughed heartily. "Once Lin is well, I will definitely flaunt this syrup in front of her," reminding her how she guarded her maltose jar like it was her lifeline. The girls erupted in laughter, and it took a while for them to settle down. However, at that moment, all their eyes were fixated on the pot of syrup, glimmering with a hint of greed. Gan Guyu was awakened by a notification from the Universal Biological Workbench. It wasn't the completion of the vinegar production. He glanced at the timer. It still had half an hour left. What roused him were two consecutive messages. Happiness index reached 10 points. Reward of 10,000 currency units. Happiness index has met the requirement. Would you like to upgrade the soil cultivation basin? The happiness index has soared to 10 points. How could it possibly jump from 1 to 10 while I took a nap? Could it be that Lin and the others have recovered from their colds? Gan Guyu surveyed his surroundings, but found nothing amiss, so he decided to proceed with upgrading the soil cultivation basin. Immediately, another message flashed in his mind. Upgrade successful. The soil cultivation basin is now at level 2, capable of cultivating good quality soil, with reduced consumption for cultivating ordinary soil. Upon reading this, Gan Guyu smiled contentedly. The reward of 10,000 currency units was enough to keep him elated for a while that he hadn't expected such a substantial benefit from the upgrade. Ordinary soil would be comparable to the common soil on Earth. But what about good quality soil? Would that be akin to the fertile black soil? He forcibly suppressed the urge to experiment immediately and walked briskly to the backyard, recalling that there was still a pot of brown sugar simmering. Is it done yet? Gan Guyu casually greeted. The girls turned to him, momentarily silenced. Pei, quick to respond, chimed in, almost done. Haha, just about ready. Gan Guyu approached the pot and peered in. Wow, you've boiled it down to this little bit so quickly. Impressive efficiency. Wait a minute. Is the sugar content of the sugarcane I planted really that low? How come there's only this much syrup left? Sensing that the atmosphere around him was amiss, Gan Guyu turned to Xianhuang beside him, then suddenly realized and quickly glanced back at Pei, who was already trying to sneak away, counting the remaining 9 girls present aside from himself, and his mind cleared instantly. Pei, seeing that Gan Guyu had caught on, had no choice but to return, looking pitifully prepared to admit her fault. Unexpectedly, Gan Guyu suddenly burst into laughter, so that as how the additional 9 points of happiness came about. Was it from the joy of sneaking a taste? How absurd! The girls, taken aback by Gan Guyu's sudden laughter, exchanged glances filled with concern and regret. Did they inadvertently provoke him? After all, they had consumed nearly half of the large pot of syrup, especially as it thickened and became more delicious with each stir, making it impossible to stop. Pei was almost brought to tears by Gan Guyu's laughter, prepared to apologize, but instead, she let out a loud and ungraceful burp. Chapter 80. Recovery Bonus Update. Hurry, make amends. Bring me a large, empty water tank, Gan Guyu called out, half-jokingly, from his spot at the stove. All right, I'll go right away. Pei replied eagerly, then swiftly grabbed Xianhuang and made a hasty exit. You all too. Lend a hand. Gather more bowls. They will be needed shortly, Gan Guyu directed at the other girls. Okay, we'll go right away, the girls chimed in, hurrying off in a flurry, their guilt evident. These girls. Gan Guyu shook her head with a smile and said, Isn't the brown sugar we boiled meant for everyone to enjoy? What harm is there in sneaking a taste first? Just look at how frightened they are. Meanwhile, on the other side, Pei was dragging Xiaoan straight towards her residence that Pei's home lacked a water tank. But Xiaoan's had one for regular water storage. Pei, slow down. Xiaoan gasped, shaking off Pei's grip to catch her breath. I've never seen you run so fast. Are you feeling guilty about your mischief now? Stop teasing me. Pei retorted in exasperation. I only intended to sample the flavor at first. Who knew you all would want to taste it too? And then we couldn't stop, and you, of all people, should be the one feeling guilty. You're the heaviest drinker among us. Xiaoan chuckled lightly, tacitly agreeing with Pei's claim that as the two continued on, Pei suddenly exclaimed, Xiaoan, don't you feel like your entire belly is warm after drinking this syrup? Only just realizing that. Xiaoan laughed, whispering something in Pei's ear. Pei turned to Xiaoan, her face filled with surprise. Really? Of course it's true, Xiaoan replied with a smile. Otherwise, why would I drink so much? This syrup seems even more effective than Lean's malt sugar. Pei fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, Do you think that guy who made this brown sugar is aware of its benefits? Xiaoan pondered and countered, Do you think he made it just for himself? The two exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they found the answer. Pei stuck out her tongue and laughed. If that's the case, my guilt has significantly lessened, knowing he prepared this brown sugar for the sisters. Xiaoan gently shook her head, but why do I feel even more guilty? The two exchanged glances once more, bursting into laughter. Why are you back so late? Everyone has been waiting for you for quite a while. Gan Guyu shouted at the tardy Pepe, and Xiaoan, where's the water tank? What's the rush? Pepe shot him a glare before looking at Xiaoan. Xiaoan smiled slightly, retrieving a large water tank from her storage ring. Upon seeing the tank, Gan Guyu nodded, just the right size. This is yours, Xiaoan. It's a gift for you, Xiaoan said generously, her spirits evidently high. Gan Guyu accepted without hesitation, thanking her as he walked over to the tank. With a wave of his hand, the tank filled with a rich, dark liquid. What is this? It smells quite sour. Pepe sniffed and covered her nose, exclaiming, Did you mess up brewing alcohol? Stop being so dramatic. This is called brand vinegar, a condiment made from wheat husks, Gan Guyu explained with a hint of disdain. The moment Pepe heard the word condiment, she quickly retracted her tongue, still haunted by the memory of the pepper incident. However, Xiaoan looked puzzled. Condiment. Then what are you planning to do with it now? Xiao Guyu? I haven't finished yet, Gan Guyu replied, raising his hands. Additionally, this vinegar has disinfecting properties that will split up shortly and place this vinegar in everyone's rooms. Then heat it. The steam from the vinegar will disinfect the rooms, preventing the cold from easily spreading to others. Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up, realization dawning on them. So that's it. The folk remedy of using vinegar for disinfection has been passed down for years. But modern medicine has pointed out its near uselessness, at best providing some preventive effect against colds. However, Gan Guyu considered that the cold viruses in this other world might be more sensitive to vinegar. So he decided it was worth a try, especially since he had personally verified its effectiveness against nasal congestion, as long as the exposure time wasn't too long to harm the nasal mucosa. Furthermore, with the cure for the cold as a foundation, whatever Gan Guyu did next would create a psychological suggestion of usefulness for the grass skirt beauties, which was one of his objectives. Without delay, the group began to portion the brand vinegar into bowls. Just then, someone came running from a distance. Pepe recognized her as the grass skirt beauty who had previously blocked her outside Lean's tree hollow. Before the newcomer could steady herself, she called out, Xiao Guyu, Elder Xiao wants you to come quickly. Xiaoyu Lin and Shuang have all woken up. The first to dash out was Pepe, who threw her bowl aside and took off running, followed closely by the others. Gan Guyu raised his hand halfway, but ultimately shook his head and lowered it, muttering, What are you all in such a hurry for? You just got assigned a task. And now you're abandoning it. He then stored the vinegar tank and bowls into his personal warehouse and sprinted towards the sacred tree. Upon arriving outside Lean's tree house, they were once again halted. The grass skirt beauty guarding the area allowed only Gan Guyu to enter, leaving the others waiting outside for news. Stepping into Lean's tree house again, he found the high priest, Elder Xiao, and several nurses present, but Lin and the others were nowhere to be seen. Upon seeing Gan Guyu, Elder Xiao stood up excitedly, grabbing Gan Guyu and exclaiming, You did it! You truly did it! The cold affliction that has plagued us for so many years has found its cure through you. This remedy wasn't invented by me, Gan Guyu thought to himself. However, thinking that a mere cold could stump me is quite an underestimation. He glanced around and noticed human-shaped wet imprints left on the beds, likely from sweat, and asked with a smile, Where are they? Oh, after getting up, each of them drank a large bowl of water, and then went to take a hot bath. Elder Xiao casually replied, before quickly shifting the topic back, I'm very interested in your ginger brown sugar recipe. How did you come by it? Gan Guyu sruget naturally. It was under the guidance of Mother Nature. Elder Xiao froze at his words, glancing back at the high priest, then burst into laughter. Good, with Mother Nature's blessing. Thank you this time. It's nothing, we're friends. It's my honor to lend a hand, Gan Guyu said modestly. But this isn't over yet. We still need to handle the finishing touches. The high priest assumed he was referring to the matter with Xiongjiu at the foot of the mountain. But unexpectedly, Gan Guyu walked into the kitchen holding a bowl of brand vinegar that in no time, he placed a steaming bowl of vinegar in the corner of the room, a sour aroma beginning to permeate the air. What is this? Elder Xiao asked, frowning slightly. The sour scent was hardly pleasant. Gan Guyu then explained the knowledge of using vinegar for disinfection. The group now trusted Gan Guyu immensely, and they all removed their masks, curiously observing the bowl of vinegar in the corner. Before long, Lin, Xiaoyu, and Shuang appeared before Gan Guyu, looking lively and no longer resembling those afflicted by a cold. Lin stepped forward with a smile. This time, you truly saved our lives. Xiaoyu giggled, covering her mouth. Xiao Guyu, you've done me such a huge favor. How should I repay you? Is offering myself enough? Oh dear Xiaoyu, how cunning you are. Chapter 81. The surging happiness index in response to Lin and her friend's gratitude. Gan Guyu naturally felt unworthy, for if one were to trace it back, he was also an instigator in Xiongjiu's actions at the foot of the mountain. Had it not been for the appearance of sweet potatoes and improved grapes, Xiongjiu might not have been willing to take such a significant risk under the high priest's watchful eye. Of course, the people of a natural forest would not think this way. In their eyes, Gan Guyu had become a heroic figure capable of resolving the cold affliction. Even Elder Si Yao's gaze toward him softened considerably as Lin and her friends stepped out of the tree house hand in hand. The anxious crowd outside erupted in cheers, rushing to surround the three of them with warmth and concern. Gan Guyu did not join the throng, but felt elated nonetheless, as the universal biological control panel indicated that his happiness index had soared to 25. However, after the initial excitement, everyone remembered to follow Gan Guyu's instructions and began taking bowls of vinegar to the various tree hollows for steaming. Simultaneously, news of Lin and the others' recovery spread. The mages of the natural forest were electrified by this uplifting news, creating a sensation and, in turn, endowing Gan Guyu with precious happiness points. Upon returning alone to his bamboo hut, he was nearly grinning foolishly, as his happiness index continued to climb, eventually settling at a dreamlike figure of 317. For the mages, the cold affliction was a rare occurrence, but once encountered, it was a significant concern that it was akin to a plague on Earth, instilling fear in everyone, as very few survived the illness. Yet now there was a method to combat this malady, bringing unparalleled joy to all. Consequently, Gan Guyu, who had resolved this challenging problem, was rewarded. Initially, when the happiness index surpassed 100, the Universal Biological Control Panel rewarded him with a monetary value, but this time it was not a mere 10,000, but a staggering 100,000. Accumulating a total of 110,000 monetary value in a single day significantly alleviated his financial woes, leaving even Gan Guyu feeling utterly calm. At the same time, due to the happiness index meeting the required standards, both the portable warehouse and the seedling cultivation device were upgraded to level 2. The enhancement of the warehouse was quite apparent, with its dimensions, length, width, and height, each increasing by a factor of 2, resulting in a staggering total capacity of 8,000 cubic units, which would likely suffice for a considerable period ahead. As for the seedling cultivation device, its upgrade prompted extensive research from Gan Guyu that he first examined the device, discovering that its capabilities had now transformed to seedling cultivation device, level 2, capable of cultivating intermediate-grade seeds and seedlings, with options for intermediate and lower-grade optimization schemes. Gan Guyu conducted experiments using some wheat seeds and finally grasped the specific rules governing intermediate optimization. Intermediate seeds and seedlings are essentially advanced products derived from primary seeds and seedlings through the application of intermediate optimization schemes. Previously, the cultivation device only offered 2 primary optimization options: immunity to pests and diseases and a slight enhancement of vitality. Now, however, 5 intermediate optimization options emerged: drought resistance, flood tolerance, high temperature endurance, frost resistance, and acid-base tolerance. While all these enhancements focused on resilience, they were remarkably practical for the barren and saline lands of the desolate continent, alleviating Gan Guyu's burden of soil cultivation and facilitating the promotion of crops on a larger scale. However, cultivating intermediate seeds and seedlings was not a trivial matter. Only primary seeds and seedlings that had undergone optimization with 2 primary options could be selected for intermediate optimization. Fortunately, the mana cost for each intermediate optimization scheme was not exorbitant, and it was unnecessary to choose both drought resistance and flood tolerance for the same seedling. Rather, the optimization direction should align with the actual soil conditions. Crops grown in frigid regions would prioritize frost resistance during optimization, while those cultivated in saline alkaline soils would focus on drought resistance and acid-base tolerance. Consequently, the costs associated with cultivating intermediate seeds and seedlings were entirely acceptable to Gan Guyu. Having resolved the issue of cold evil, Gan Guyu found himself reaping considerable benefits, yet the matter remained far from completely resolved. Reclining on his bed with his legs crossed, he hummed a little tune while his mind raced with thoughts. Time passed unnoticed until a knock at the door outside the bamboo house jolted him back to reality. Upon opening the door, before the visitor could utter a word, he smiled slightly and said, "Let us go." Not far from the natural forest stood a relay station, where Yamashita Yukyu and his party had set up camp. After last night's welcome banquet, Yamashita Yukyu discreetly returned to the relay station with his subordinate, ensuring that they were not under surveillance or eavesdropping before bursting into unrestrained laughter. During the welcome banquet, all attention had been focused on Yamashita Yukyu, leaving no one to notice the actions of his subordinate. With a subtle signal from Yamashita Yukyu, his subordinate successfully executed a covert scheme against Xiaoyu. It involved a potion that could induce cold evil, akin to a strain of the common cold virus on Earth. This virus was, of course, colorless and odorless, making it difficult to detect, and with a special method of delivery. There was no fear of it backfiring. Yamashita Yukyu had possessed this lethal weapon for many years, kept on his subordinate's person, yet had been reluctant to use it. However, the allure of the unheard-of sweet potatoes and the delectable grapes from the natural forest ignited a resolute determination within him. There had always been some controversy within the Mage Academy regarding his appointment to procure resources from the natural forest, but due to his noble lineage and shrewdness, he had barely managed to secure his position. He knew he urgently needed to produce results to silence certain critics. The sweet potatoes and improved grapes represented such an opportunity. Naturally, he anticipated that these sweet potatoes and improved grapes would not come cheap. Thus, despite the preciousness of the cold, evil poison, deploying it at this juncture was undoubtedly a wise investment. Yamashita Yukyu repeatedly reassured himself of this, issuing commands to his subordinate accordingly. His subordinate, being meticulous, deliberately chose to target Xiaoyu, who was currently performing on stage. Firstly, Xiaoyu's abilities were not particularly formidable, increasing the likelihood of successfully inducing cold evil. Secondly, her position made it convenient for him to act without drawing suspicion. And being sufficiently distanced, it was unlikely he would contract the virus himself. Yamashita Yukyu's plan unfolded flawlessly, and he suppressed his inner elation as he returned to the relay station, eagerly anticipating Gan Guyu and the high priest bringing sweet potatoes and improved grapes in exchange for the antidote to cold evil. He began to fantasize about how, upon acquiring the new breeds painstakingly cultivated from the natural forest at an exceptionally low cost, his standing within the Mage Academy would be solidified, if not elevated. Chapter 82. Yamashita's day of conflict having been excited all night and barely sleeping. Yamashita rose early the next morning and made his way to the living room, instructing someone to stand guard at the main entrance, ready to report immediately if anyone from the natural forest arrived. The morning passed without a word from the natural forest. Nevertheless, Yamashita Yukyu remained composed, leisurely resting at the relay station, never once contemplating a proactive visit to the natural forest. A master of negotiation, he believed he held something the other party desperately needed. How could he devalue himself by taking such action? However, as the afternoon wore on without any sign of activity from the natural forest, Yamashita Yukyu scoffed. Impressive restraint, but it's a pity that in the end, you will still have to come to me. Meanwhile, his subordinate expressed some concern, saying, could it be that they have discovered our involvement? If they truly possessed evidence linking us to this affair, they would have come knocking on our door to demand accountability by now. Yamashita Yukyu retorted with a cold laugh. There may be some speculation, but so what? They still must feign ignorance and sincerely seek my antidote. And in the end, they may even express their gratitude. I can understand their unwillingness, but my lord is right. This time, the natural forest has no choice but to concede unless they are willing to abandon those young girls, his subordinate chimed in. Abandon them? Is that even a possibility? Yamashita Yukyu chuckled triumphantly. With the few people in the natural forest, they would be extinguished after just a few visits. Moreover, even if we entertain the idea that they truly intend to forsake them, they shouldn't expect to sell any sweet potatoes or improved grapes. All we need to do is disseminate the news of the cold evil afflicting the natural forest, and we could even claim that the sweet potatoes are the root cause of the illness. His subordinate nodded, grinning. My lord's foresight is truly impressive. This time, the natural forest has no alternative but to rely on those sweet potatoes and grapes to save themselves to that point. My lord shall be the one to reap the accolades. And just imagining the expressions of certain individuals in the academy brings me immense satisfaction. Ha ha ha. Clearly, this flattery struck a chord with Yamashita, who laughed heartily. Your contributions have been substantial in ensuring the success of this plan. Once we return to the academy, you shall not be overlooked. His subordinate rejoiced at this, exclaiming, Thank you, my lord. Thank you. Such rewards are well-deserved, Yamashita declared with a proud raise of his brow. As long as you remain wholly dedicated to me, fortune will surely smile upon you in the future. I will certainly exert my utmost efforts to serve you, my lord, his subordinate vowed, bowing deeply. Thus, Yamashita continued to wait calmly at the relay station until sunset. When night fell, eventually, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind regarding the natural forest's remarkable patience. However, he reasoned that prolonging the situation served no purpose. It was merely a waste of time, and it would be far more prudent to act decisively, for in the end, whether one extends or retracts their neck, it is all the same. He cleared his throat. Has there been any word from the natural forest? At that moment, his subordinate felt a flicker of anxiety creeping in, but dared not reveal it, replying softly, Not yet. My lord, do you think they might be seeking the antidote through other channels out of spite? Do they dare? Yamashita slammed the table in anger, his eyes wide with fury. If they truly resort to such measures, it would be a deliberate affront to me, and should that occur, we would all part ways. The news of the cold evil ravaging the natural forest will undoubtedly spread across the continent. Please, my lord, do not be angry. I was merely speculating, his subordinate quickly reassured him. Yamashita huffed, and after a moment he spoke again. If they plan to seek an alternative remedy, even with the old woman's capabilities, it certainly won't be accomplished in a day or two, but therefore in 2 days' time. Regardless of whether we receive any news from the natural forest, we will disseminate the information regarding the rampant cold evil there. I want to see how this group of women intends to outmaneuver me. His subordinate contemplated reminding Yamashita of Gan Guyu's existence, but then deemed it unnecessary to mention at this juncture, falling silent instead. Moments later, he suddenly exclaimed, I have figured it out. This unexpected outburst startled Yamashita, who barked, What are you shouting about? I apologize, his subordinate quickly backtracked. I merely realized the reason behind the lack of news from the natural forest today. Oh, Yamashita raised an eyebrow. Did you not say you would send someone back to the academy to fetch the antidote? They remain unaware that, in truth, we carry the exorcism powder with us at all times. The deputy remarked, with this back and forth, isn't it akin to a day's journey? I estimate that by tomorrow, news from the natural forest will surely reach us. Perhaps even the high priestess herself may come to pay a visit. Upon hearing this, Yamashita's eyes brightened. Damn, how could I have forgotten this? I thought the natural forest could remain so calm. It turns out they were merely waiting for me to procure the antidote before seeking my assistance. Ah, and here we were, waiting in vain for an entire day. You indeed have done well? The deputy quickly bowed, saying, This notion of mine is but a fragment learned from following you, my lord. Any flashes of brilliance I might have are solely due to your adept guidance. Yamashita was quite pleased with this flattery, nodding in satisfaction. Just then, a person entered from outside, bowing and announcing, My lord, the natural forest has sent an envoy to visit. Yamashita was taken aback, springing to his feet, and with a look of approval towards his deputy. He laughed heartily. As expected, they must have anticipated that the exorcism powder would arrive by now, prompting them to send someone immediately, timing it precisely. Clearly, they are quite anxious. The deputy hastily praised. Truly impressive, my lord. You have a remarkable grasp on the psychology of those from the natural forest. I am in awe. Yamashita felt as if he were floating with pride, secretly acknowledging his loyal aid. This subordinate had been by his side for many years, exhibiting neither greed for glory nor lack of discretion. Upon returning, he could indeed be cultivated for greater utility. While he reveled in these thoughts, he ordered that the envoy from the natural forest be invited in, then reclined back in his chair with a smug, in a short while, a beautiful woman in a grass skirt appeared before him. Xianhuang, pay my respects to Master Yamashita. May the Mother of Nature bless you. Xianhuang bowed respectfully to Yamashita. You are too kind, he waved his hand dismissively. But does the high priestess have something to convey? Xianhuang nodded. The high priestess wishes to meet with you at the top of the sacred tree tomorrow morning to discuss the order for this procurement. Yamashita Kuniyuki looked at Xianhuang, pausing for a moment before asking, Is that all? Xianhuang appeared perplexed. What do you mean by is that all? I mean, have you relayed the high priestess's exact words? Yamashita Kuniyuki fixed his gaze on Xianhuang. That is all, Xianhuang confirmed with a nod. Did she not mention anything else? Yamashita Kuniyuki's brow furrowed, prompting him to suggest. What would Master Yamashita like the high priestess to mention? Xianhuang smiled. Nothing of importance. Yamashita Kuniyuki cleared his throat twice. I understand. Please inform the high priestess that I shall certainly keep our appointment. Very well. I take my leave then, Xianhuang said, offering a slight bow before turning to depart, leaving Yamashita Kuniyuki and his deputy in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 83. The prepared contract as Yamashita Kuniyuki and his entourage approached the entrance of the natural forest. They spotted the elder of ceremonies awaiting them, accompanied by several women in grass skirts, among whom was Shi, though Lin was notably absent. Noticing this detail, he promptly donned what he believed to be a sincere smile and strode forward, exclaiming, Elder of ceremonies, you are too gracious. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Not at all. I have just arrived myself. The elder of ceremonies chuckled. Moreover, Master Yamashita is a distinguished guest of the natural forest. Any courtesy shown is merely appropriate. Should there have been any previous discourtesy from the natural forest, I hope you will not take offense. Oh, your words are far too flattering. You humble me. Yamashita Kuniyuki replied, momentarily taken aback, instinctively exchanging glances with his deputy before breaking into a grin so wide it nearly obscured his eyes. Master Yamashita. Please. The elder of ceremonies offered a subtle smile and gestured for Yamashita Kuniyuki to proceed. After you. Yamashita Kuniyuki laughed heartily, striding towards the sacred tree. Last night, Xianhuang's message had made no mention of the exorcism powder, leaving Yamashita Kuniyuki somewhat puzzled. However, his deputy quickly provided an explanation. The high priestess likely wished to keep the matter concealed, given the significant loss the natural forest had suffered this time. Hence only inviting Yamashita Kuniyuki to meet her to that point. The high priestess would undoubtedly have to address the purchase of the exorcism powder. Yamashita Kuniyuki was convinced by this rationale. Therefore, today he had brought the exorcism powder with him, intending to seize the opportunity to mention it during his meeting with the high priestess. Yet, as he entered the sacred tree, he was met with an inexplicable sour aroma, prompting him to frown and inquire, Elder, why do I detect an odd scent? You must be referring to the smell of vinegar, the elder of ceremonies replied with a slight smile. Recently, we have been developing a sour condiment, aptly named vinegar, and we are currently in the final stages of its flavor adjustment. It will soon be ready for production. A condiment? Yamashita Kuniyuki exclaimed in astonishment, fully aware of the significant role condiments play in culinary arts. The emergence of such a product would undoubtedly wield a profound impact, rivaling that of staple foods like sweet potatoes. Suddenly, he recalled something and pressed on. I have heard that recently, in the Listening Rain Tavern, Yimo has been incorporating a mysterious spice into her dishes, though I have yet to see it myself. The dishes crafted by the Wind and Thunder chef are worth their weight in gold. I wonder when I might have the chance to behold one. The spice used by Miss Yimo. The elder of ceremonies smiled subtly. You must be referring to Sichuan pepper. The plant we passed earlier, used for fencing, is indeed it. Miss Yimo has ordered a significant quantity of Sichuan pepper from the natural forest. Unfortunately, our yield is limited, so we can only supply the Listening Rain Tavern in batches. What? Yamashita Kuniyuki gasped. The spices served at the Listening Rain Tavern are sourced from the natural forest. Why was this not mentioned earlier? Well, Master Yamashita, you never inquired. The elder of ceremonies shrugged, mimicking Gan Guyu's attitude. The Mage Academy only requires grains and vegetables. Why would they be interested in condiments? Besides, the natural forest currently has no surplus Sichuan pepper to sell to the Mage Academy, unless the Listening Rain Tavern is willing to forego some of their share. Yamashita Kuniyuki fell silent for a moment, deciding to confront the high priestess regarding this matter after their meeting. Even if the Mage Academy had no interest in these condiments, they could still be treated as a lucrative business opportunity. Condiments are not comparable to staple foods like wheat and sweet potatoes, nor to vegetables and fruits. They are not essential for survival, but are rather coveted, especially by affluent nobles, that no faction possesses the capability or audacity to monopolize the grain supply in the salted wasteland. Should a faction attempt to do so, it would become the target of public outrage, and no one would stand idly by while their lifeline was controlled by another. However, condiments, those who desire them will pay exorbitantly, while those who cannot afford them will simply abstain. That is the essence of true luxury. Should such products be monopolized, it would become an exceedingly profitable venture, with the exorcism powder in his possession. If he could leverage it to secure exclusive sales rights for these condiments, to hell with the Mage Academy. I could return to my family and elevate a powerful elder to a position of influence. Perhaps even secure my place as a candidate for the family inheritance. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Yamashita Kanyuki felt his heart racing, and his breath became increasingly labored. The natural forest had indeed given him a fright this time. He was determined to reclaim his standing. With a sense of ambition coursing through him, he strode forward, envisioning a glorious future beckoning him ahead, as the sea god guided him towards the pinnacle of success. Following the elder of ceremonies, he entered the residence of the high priestess. "Ah, Master Yamashita has arrived. I apologize for not coming to greet you sooner," the high priestess remarked, rising from behind her desk to approach him. Yamashita Kuniyuki stifled his pride and arrogance, performing a deep 90-degree bow. "High priestess, it is a pleasure to see you again." The high priestess smiled and motioned toward the sofa in the meeting room. "Please, have a seat. Elder, please instruct someone to prepare tea." The elder of ceremonies acknowledged and departed. Yamashita Kuniyuki expressed his gratitude as he took a seat, eager to say, "High priestess, I have come bearing. This is a contract I have drafted based on the consensus reached between us the other day. I kindly ask you to review it." The high priestess interrupted, producing a pre-prepared piece of parchment and laying it before him. "That a contract?" Yamashita Kanyuki scoffed internally, yet maintained an outward demeanor of curiosity as he inquired. "High priestess, I have heard that the natural forest has introduced 2 new condiments. One called Sichuan pepper and the other, vinegar." "Indeed, that is the case." The high priestess nodded. "What of it?" "I wish to represent the Zhongbang family in negotiating the exclusive sales rights for these 2 condiments," Yamashita Kuniyuki stated directly. "You are aware that the Zhongbang family possesses the sales channels that the natural forest lacks. A collaboration between us would undoubtedly yield immense profits. Only you would reap the benefits." The high priestess thought dismissively, yet her exterior remained composed as she replied, "That matter can be discussed at a later time. Would you not like to review this already negotiated contract first? When did we reach an agreement?" Yamashita Kanyuki's face contorted with confusion as he instinctively picked up the parchment, glancing over it briefly, only to see his complexion shift from red to white, ultimately turning a shade of ashen blue, while even Shixi's expression was far more favorable than his own. The high priest, observing his countenance, let out a cold chuckle within, yet maintained a composed demeanor as he continued. "In compliance with your request, esteemed Mentor Yashita, the supply of sweet potatoes and improved grapes has been doubled. Although this imposes a certain strain upon us, we have been partners with the Mage Academy for millennia, and thus we have resolved to fulfill this modest requirement to the best of our abilities. Furthermore, due to the substantial sum involved in this procurement, I have taken the liberty to offer a discount of 1 gold coin per bag for wheat and vegetables." It was then that Yamashita Akihisa recalled the earlier banquet, where he had observed his subordinate covertly administering the cold, evil poison, and in a show of ostentation, had agreed to Gan Guyu's quotation that I in his view, with Xiaoyu now afflicted by the cold evil. That quotation had long since become null and void, rendered a mere jest to his astonishment. The high priest had earnestly incorporated this stipulation into the contract. Was this a joke? Did she not realize that should the news of the sweet potatoes and improved grapes causing the cold evil be disseminated, no one would dare to touch them? Had she lost her senses in the pursuit of wealth? Chapter 84. Click and receive, haha. Yamato Akihisa's body began to tremble, the mole on his face twitching violently, clearly indicative of his mounting fury. But the price of the sweet potatoes and improved grapes. Did we not finalize this during the banquet? The high priest replied coolly. Surely, Mentor Yamashita does not wish to deny it. You, Yamashita Akihisa, nearly burst forth in rage. But with great effort, he restrained himself and retorted, "High priest, I have also brought you an exorcism powder which can treat this cold, evil affliction." However, regarding the price of this medicine, at that moment a knock resounded at the door, and Lin and Xiaoyu entered, each bearing a cup of tea brewed from the sacred tree fruit. They placed the cups on the tea table before the high priest and Yamashita Akihisa with deliberate slowness, as if to ensure he took note of their actions. Finally, Lin offered a slight bow. "High priest, Minter Yamashita, please." With that, she and Xiaoyu turned to depart. Yamashita Akihisa's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of sheer astonishment. After all, he was a 6th-tier mage, capable of remembering numerous esoteric spells and magical diagrams. He could not possibly mistake them. The two who served tea were none other than those afflicted by the cold evil at the recent banquet. How could this be? Oh, I appreciate Minter Yamashita's concern. Xiaoyu and the others were not afflicted by the cold evil, but rather by a minor ailment known as the wind cold, from which they have fully recovered, the high priest explained earnestly. To be honest, I was quite startled myself at the time. The symptoms of the two ailments were somewhat similar at onset, but fortunately, thanks to the Mother of Nature's protection, it turned out to be a false alarm. Yamashita Akihisa's complexion paled, fine beads of sweat forming on his brow, and he slumped weakly onto the sofa, a whirlwind of thoughts racing through his mind. How could this be? That wretched girl had actually been cured. Wind cold? Do not jest. Was it my medicine that had failed, or had nature's force found a remedy? No, this was the cold evil. It cannot be so easily cured that I had invested heavily in this exorcism powder. Was what I received truly a counterfeit? That is impossible. Yes, it must be that my method was flawed, that an error was made, indeed. That must be it. Damn it. Minter Yamashita, are you unwell? The high priest inquired with concern. Yamashita Akihisa took a deep breath, straightened himself, and forced a smile. No, I am merely relieved to learn it was all a false alarm. Just a false alarm. Indeed, a false alarm, the high priest reiterated with a smile, before gesturing towards the contract. If Minter Yamashita has no further inquiries, may I request that you leave your magical imprint upon the contract? Yamashita Akihisa shot a fierce glance at the high priest, who met his gaze without flinching. Ultimately, he succumbed, lowering his head in silence. After all, she was an 8th-tier mage, a high-level practitioner who had mastered the sole offensive spell of the nature element. He was merely a humble 6th-tier water mage. In this nature's forest, did he truly have any alternative but to concede? Most importantly, in this instance, the moral high ground belonged to her. Even the Mage Academy could not contest it, as Yamashita Akihisa's trembling fingers inscribed the magical imprint upon the contract. He felt as though all the strength had been drained from his body along with that imprint. And further transactions regarding the exorcism powder, no negotiations for exclusive rights to seasonings. Only the contract that had left him utterly impoverished. And the impending confrontation with the higher-ups of the Mage Academy awaited him. Suddenly, the world spun around him. He felt a darkness enveloping his vision as he toppled over like a mere stick. After Yamashita Akihisa was carried away by his subordinates, a figure quietly emerged from the inner chamber of the high priest's residence, clad in a red and blue checkered shirt, cropped denim pants, and army green flip-flops. His attire unmistakably revealed his identity, but he nonchalantly picked up the contract, clicking his tongue. If only he had bargained honestly, he wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament. Merely a narrow victory, the high priest remarked with a shake of her head and a smile. Had you not cured Lin and the others, we would have been the ones to suffer defeat in this contest. That I sensed from his tone that he intended to secure the exclusive rights for Sichuan pepper and vinegar. Truly, human greed knows no bounds. A trickster will invariably be tricked. Gan Guyu shrugged, carelessly tossing the contract onto the high priest's desk as he prepared to leave. And where do you think you are going? The high priest called after him. To trick someone, Gan Guyu replied without turning back. Our lovely young ladies have suffered greatly. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. The high priest found herself at a loss for words, pondering that perhaps she ought to show mercy, for she herself felt a pang of guilt. It was only when Gan Guyu's figure was nearly out of her sight that she hastily urged, "You must ensure he returns alive to the Mage Academy." Understood. Yamashita Akihisa stumbled out of nature's forest in a daze, being assisted into a carriage. After a considerable time, he finally began to regain his senses from the fog of confusion. Where are we? He struggled to organize the chaotic thoughts in his mind. His subordinate hesitated briefly before cautiously responding, "We are en route to the teleportation array. My lord, it is time to return to the academy." Time to return to the academy. Yes, but how am I to explain this to them? 1 4th-tier magic crystal for a single grape. Yamashita Akihisa scoffed. By the way, you ought to clarify for me why that wretched girl did not contract the cold evil after all. Is this merely a means to vent my frustrations? The subordinate immediately grasped the implication and quickly retorted, "My lord, my loyalty is as steadfast as the sun and moon. I truly did ensure that woman was afflicted. My lord, could it be that your cold, evil poison has expired?" He had originally intended to suggest it might be counterfeit, but upon reflection, he chose a different phrasing. Just then, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. Yamashita Akihisa, who had been suppressing a storm of anger, immediately bellowed, "What is the meaning of this? My lord, there is a stone tablet blocking the road ahead, and it seems to bear some inscription." Someone outside the carriage called out. Yamashita Akihisa paused, opened the carriage door, and peered out. A stone tablet? In the middle of the road? Without waiting for a response, he spotted the stone tablet obstructing their path and ordered someone to investigate. The driver hurried forward, noting that apart from this tablet, there was nothing else in sight. Upon closer inspection, the tablet bore large characters. 10th tier magic crystal, click to receive. What sort of nonsense is this? Who do they think they're fooling? The driver grumbled, preparing to topple the tablet to allow the carriage to pass. To his surprise, despite exerting all his strength, the tablet would not budge an inch. He turned back to seek assistance, only to find that everyone except Yamashita Akihisa had boarded, and still, they could not move the tablet. Yamashita Akihisa's mood soured further. He cursed loudly and jumped down from the carriage, directing a water gun spell at the tablet. The tablet shattered under the attack of a 6th-tier mage, only to have another segment sprout from the ground, bearing the same inscription. 10th-tier magic crystal, click to receive. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder they could not move it. The underground portion was still embedded deep. However, upon witnessing this, Yamashita Akihisa grew wary. This must be the work of an earth mage manipulating the earth element. But who would be so bored as to toy with him in such a manner? With this thought, he scanned his surroundings but found nothing. Chapter 85. Trap Boom. Yamashita Akihisa unleashed another water gun spell. The tablet shattered once more, only to sprout yet another segment like mushrooms after rain, continuing to emphasize the enticing offer of a click to receive a grand prize. Is there no end to this? The driver fumed, jabbing a finger at the tablet. I command you to click and receive. I command you to click and receive. To his astonishment, the ground before the tablet suddenly bulged, then cracked open, revealing a piece of earth magic crystal within. This, the driver exclaimed, bending down to grasp the magic crystal in his hand. Upon closer inspection, he muttered, "Teach, just a 1st-tier magic crystal. Nothing of great significance. And they dare to claim it's a 10th-tier magic crystal? Ridiculous." No sooner had he spoken than a thought struck him, and he turned to the tablet, jabbing at it furiously once more. Yet no further magic crystals appeared. At the moment he felt a slight sense of disappointment. Another individual beside him poked the stone tablet, resulting in a mound of earth reappearing, revealing yet another earth-type magic crystal, this time of the 3rd tier. This person was overjoyed and attempted once more, but the stone tablet paid him no heed. Meanwhile, Yamaguchi, standing at the foot of the mountain, emulated the action and poked the stone tablet, unexpectedly obtaining a 4th-tier earth-type magic crystal. Magic crystals of Tier 3 and above are considered hard currency on the continent, holding significant value. The crowd looked on with envy at this individual, while the coachman lamented his misfortune, having only acquired a 1st-tier magic crystal. Soon, among all those at the foot of the mountain, except for Yamaguchi who remained at a distance, everyone received a magic crystal. With tiers ranging from 1 to 4, they all wore expressions of unrestrained joy, and even those who received only a 1st-tier crystal were not overly dissatisfied, as it was a gift from the heavens. Yamaguchi's assistant gleefully returned to his side, enthusiastically urging, "My lord, you should give it a try as well. What if you truly obtain a 10th tier magic crystal? That would be a fortune." Yamaguchi was already tempted, but remained somewhat cautious. This stone tablet seemed far too peculiar, didn't it? However, the allure of the words 10th tier magic crystal was undeniably compelling. After observing for so long, could this truly be a fortuitous encounter, a game of chance? If a 10th tier magic crystal really existed, wouldn't it compensate for the losses he incurred in the natural forest? Perhaps even leave him in surplus? Contemplating this, Yamaguchi felt a flicker of excitement in his heart, but he remained vigilant, asking, "Have you noticed any issues?" "None at all. Absolutely none," the assistant confidently affirmed. "My lord, this must be a divine phenomenon. Such good fortune is rare. We must seize the opportunity." Indeed, tales of divine occurrences occasionally spread across the continent, and the current situation did bear a resemblance. Yamaguchi pondered for a moment longer and began reciting a lengthy incantation, which was certainly not the water gun spell. Soon, a water elemental nearly 10 feet tall materialized before him, that a 6th-tier water magic, summoning a water spirit. Yamaguchi controlled the water spirit to meticulously examine the area around the stone tablet once more, ultimately striking the spot where the magic crystal had appeared twice, yet yielded nothing. Regrettably, their group lacked an earth mage or excavation tools. Otherwise, he would have dearly liked to dig 3 feet deep to uncover the truth. In the end, Yamaguchi could not restrain himself and cautiously approached the stone tablet, instructing his water spirit to bolster the defenses around him, but he finally made it to the stone tablet unscathed. Secretly sighing with relief, taking a deep breath, he poked the stone tablet with a finger. Soon, the previously established spot for the magic crystal swelled again, and everyone gathered around, eager to see which tier of magic crystal would emerge this time. The mound of earth grew larger and larger, then began to crack. "Wait, why were the cracks expanding? This is not good." Yamaguchi reacted swiftly, intending to retreat. However, the speed at which the mound cracked was even quicker. Everyone felt a sudden weightlessness, their feet slipping away as they fell rapidly downward. Where were the magic crystals? This was merely a trap meticulously crafted by an earth mage. Even after Yamaguchi's numerous precautions, he had failed to detect that the ground beneath was hollow. If not for the recent loss he suffered in the natural forest, if not for his momentary daze, and if not for the tantalizing prospect of the 10th tier magic crystal, he would never have been fooled. No, Yamaguchi quickly realized that this had all been meticulously planned. The trap's designer had expertly exploited his mindset, and even the fact that their group lacked excavation capabilities had been accounted for. Only in the natural forest could such a scheme be orchestrated. Yet, was there even an earth mage in the natural forest? However, it was far too late to ponder these matters. Yamaguchi had to pay the price for his overconfidence. The stone tablet collapsed, and the onlookers along with the water spirit plummeted down with him. With a splash, Yamaguchi felt as though he had fallen into a quagmire. Fortunately, such a fall should not cause too much harm. But what an awful stench! What was this monster excrement? One by one, the group fell into the trap, splashing foul mud everywhere, quickly covering everyone with the muck that a few could not bear the stench and began to vomit, further degrading their already miserable environment. Yamaguchi swiftly cast a water shield, but no attack descended from above. At the same time, the grassy hillside beside the road suddenly split open, and a group of people emerged. Clutching their bellies, the foremost, Gan Guyu, quickly signaled the women behind him to silence, and they all stifled their laughter, not daring to make a sound. With a thought from Gan Guyu, another mound of earth appeared on the ground. The mound cracked open, revealing several filthy magic crystals and a few storage rings. Gan Guyu washed them clean with water and swiftly collected them, leading the women away from the scene, leaving behind a cacophony of cries from the trapped individuals. "You're on top of me, get off. It stinks, hurry and wash it off. Where's my magic crystal? It's gone. Oh no. Mine too. And there are storage rings. Who did this? If I catch you, I'll tear you to shreds." However, Gan Guyu and the others could not hear any of this at that moment. They hurriedly made their way back to the natural forest. Gasping for breath from laughter, Pei Pei laughed so hard she could barely breathe. That was so satisfying. I was wondering why you didn't just trap their carriage, but it turns out luring them to fall in themselves was far more entertaining. Isn't that right? Xiaoyu laughed heartily. Seeing their expressions of surprise at finding a treasure suddenly turned to panic was simply delightful. Even Yamaguchi, who was so cautious, couldn't resist in the end. Lin clapped her hands in laughter. By the way, was that really monster excrement? The effect of mixing it with water is almost indistinguishable from monster dung. The stench is unbearable. She made a gesture of fanning her nose, eliciting more laughter from the group. Gan Guyu smiled silently at eco-friendly fertilizer. As for the components, aside from its connection to monsters, the rest was indeed quite accurate. Chapter 86. A visit from Imo, Gan Guyu took out the spoils he had just collected and felt a tinge of regret. Of the 5 magic crystals he had used as bait, he only recovered 4. 1 third-tier magic crystal must have been claimed by someone in their midst and stored in a ring. If the owner of that storage ring was still alive, it could not be opened by anyone else. However, such losses were within Gan Guyu's expectations, and he naturally did not wish to dampen the group's spirits by mentioning them at this moment. Moreover, having retaliated by seizing other storage rings, the losses incurred by Yamaguchi's group were undoubtedly substantial. Pei leaned closer, excitedly asking, "Which ring belonged to that Yamaguchi?" "You have quite the taste," Gan Guyu replied disdainfully. "I have no desire to touch his storage ring." "You didn't rob his ring?" Pei asked, astonished, her face falling in disappointment. What a pity for him. If I had taken his ring, that would have indeed been a boon for him. At that moment, an elderly voice interjected. The women turned to find the high priestess standing behind them. "High Priestess Granny?" Pei exclaimed in surprise. "Did you already know? With just this motley crew of yours, do you think you could take down a 6th-tier magic tutor?" The high priestess shot her a glance. "What if you exposed yourselves, or were caught on the spot?" Lin suddenly understood. "So, high priestess, you secretly followed us." She was cut off by a sharp glare from the high priestess and quickly covered her mouth, silencing herself. Gan Guyu chuckled to himself. Although he hadn't noticed the high priestess along the way, he was certain she would follow, which gave him the confidence to trick Yamaguchi without fear. Even if his trap was hastily arranged, he had never worried about escaping unscathed with the high priestess covering their retreat. Xiaoyu quickly changed the subject. "Why do you say taking Yamaguchi's storage ring would have been a favor to him?" "Because this contract for the dungeon and the initial supplies for the Mage Academy are all in his storage ring," Gan Guyu shrugged, revealing the answer. "Taking back what we sold feels a bit excessive. However, making Yamaguchi bring back such a troublesome contract to the Mage Academy will be quite a torment for him. How do you think he will explain the contents of the contract to those big shots at the Academy?" The women exchanged knowing glances, bursting into laughter once more. Even the high priestess nodded with a smile. Gan Guyu's prank on Yamaguchi was executed with precision, having considered nearly every aspect. Surely, when he hinted at his intentions atop the sacred tree, he had already thought of asking her to back him up. Given this, he decided not to mention the earthquake spell scroll he had tossed into the trap during their escape. After all, if they encountered a similar situation next time, it would be problematic if it turned out to be all fun and games. She produced a storage ring, wiped away the magical insignia upon it, and handed it to Gan Guyu, saying, "This is the reward from your transaction with Pei this time." Gan Guyu smiled nonchalantly, expressed his gratitude as he accepted it, and then casually passed it to Pei. Still smiling at the high priest, "I will promote improved grape grafting techniques in the natural forest. It is not a complicated process. It is always a pleasure to converse with intelligent individuals." The high priest chuckled heartily, patting Gan Guyu on the shoulder before departing. As soon as the high priest left, Pei leaped up joyfully, exclaiming, "We struck it rich! We struck it rich!" Gan Guyu turned around, an expression of disdain on his face. "You little brat have never seen the world. Must you be so excitable?" Pei, however, paid no heed to Gan Guyu and eagerly emptied the contents of the storage ring onto the ground, a dazzling array of colorful magical crystals blinding the eyes of the onlooking girls. "Wow!" they gasped in unison, clamoring, "Let's celebrate. That fellow is treating us." Pei laughed heartily. He earned the most. The girls turned back to Gan Guyu, reiterating, "Let's celebrate." Gan Guyu shrugged, signaling his acquiescence. "Yay, The girls cheered, their laughter echoing across the fields to the entrance of the natural forest. Gan Guyu sat by the roadside while Pepe stood in the middle of the path, constantly gazing into the distance. Seeing her like this, Gan Guyu chuckled. Can you not be so restless for a moment? Pepe shot him a glance and continued to scan the path leading into the natural forest. After a short while, she suddenly exclaimed, They're coming, they're coming! Hearing this, Gan Guyu leisurely stood up, joining Pepe in watching the slowly approaching carriage. The carriage halted just outside the entrance to the natural forest. And a young girl with black hair, dressed in a wizard's robe, descended with the help of the coachman. Her waist-length hair cascaded casually down her back, and her bright, large eyes glanced over at Gan Guyu, playfully blinking. Sister Yimo! Pepe dashed forward joyfully, saying, You finally made it. Yimo nodded slightly. Pepe, sorry to keep you waiting. Pepe quickly shook her head. Not at all, I just arrived myself. Yu. At this moment, Gan Guyu approached, smiling as he greeted Yimo. Brother Yu, she responded with a slight bow. This startled Pepe, who shrieked, Sister Yimo, you call him what? Brother Yu? Yimo tilted her head, indicating there was nothing wrong with it. Gan Guyu chuckled, Come on, let us go sit at my place. The three made their way to the bamboo house. And along the way, Pepe's gaze flitted back and forth between Gan Guyu and Yimo. After a moment of hesitation, she finally pulled Gan Guyu aside and whispered, When did Sister Yimo start calling you Brother Yu? That is such an odd title. What is odd about it? Gan Guyu shot her a glance. She is younger than I am. It's perfectly reasonable for her to call me brother. Yimo is well-mannered and knowledgeable, unlike some people who, although younger than Yimo by a year, keep calling me that guy and this guy, so disrespectful. You're the one being disrespectful. Pepe huffed in frustration, stomping her foot and turning away from him. Gan Guyu shook his head with a light laugh, quickly catching up to Yimo as they continued on. Once they returned to the bamboo house, Gan Guyu brought out grapes and sugarcane to entertain his guests. However, before they could settle in, Xiaoyu and Xianhuang barged in with displeased expressions. Taken aback at first, Gan Guyu quickly smiled. You two really have impeccable timing, knowing I have delicious treats today. Huh. Come, sit down. Only then did the two girls notice there were other guests present, and they hurriedly apologized. Oh, we didn't realize Miss Yin was here. Our apologies. Yimo waved her hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble, and Xiaoyu and Xianhuang took their seats, each grabbing a piece of sugarcane and munching away. Gan Guyu noted the unusual expressions on their faces, unable to suppress a chuckle. Why do I feel like you two came here to demand justice? If I recall correctly, I haven't offended you at all. Have I? Xiaoyu took a bite of sugarcane, chewing fiercely. No. On the contrary, you are our savior. Then who has been bullying you? Gan Guyu blinked, thumping his chest. Speak up. Who dares to bully you? I'll deal with them. Xianhuang took a big bite of sugarcane, only to realize it was too tough to bite through, and reluctantly released it. Woo. How do you plan to deal with the elder? Chapter 87. The Spice family. There are many elders in the natural forest. But when Xiaoyu and Xianhuang simply referred to the elder, they were clearly speaking of Elder Xiao. Upon hearing this, Gan Guyu immediately understood. These two had clearly faced Elder Xiao's reprimands, which was why they were in such a foul mood. He cleared his throat and said earnestly, You must always keep Elder Xiao's teachings in mind. Do not take them lightly, as she only has your best interests at heart. As soon as he said this, he was met with 4 disdainful glances. Even Yimo expressed her disapproval. Hey, where's your integrity? Xiaoguyu, do you know what the elder said about us? Woo-woo, it's all Xiaoguyu's fault. Gan Guyu was taken aback. How did I get dragged into this? In recent days, hasn't the elder been calling you to chat often? Xiaoyu shot him a reproachful look. Yes, so what? Gan Guyu nodded in confusion. Did I in the past few days? Elder Xiao had occasionally sent someone to summon him to the apothecary to discuss matters regarding herbs and prescriptions. Although Gan Guyu was not well versed in medicine, he had roamed the mountains in his youth and recognized quite a few wild herbs, understanding their primary effects, that he also knew some practical remedies and had come across a few skincare and health tips online, which he had showcased in front of Elder Xiao. Surprisingly, she was so impressed by his little knowledge that she was full of praise, completely changing her previous attitude. Oh, the elder used to show me such kindness. But these past few days, I've only slacked off a little bit, Xianhuang complained while picking at her fingernails, and the elder immediately gave me a good scolding. Xiaoyu mimicked Elder Xiao's tone, saying, "Look at how diligent Gan Guyu is, and then look at yourselves. You don't even try to learn from him. All you do is play around." Pei burst out laughing, spraying water all over the table, hurriedly apologizing while wiping it clean. Gan Guyu felt even more embarrassed, realizing he had become the so-called model child in Elder Xiao's eyes. "Great. I'm just lying here and getting shot at." Gan Guyu shrugged. "Well, since we're all here, I'll whip up something delicious tonight, both to welcome Yimo and to comfort your wounded spirits. How about that? Woo-woo hooray. Sister knows it. Xiao Guyu 1T let us down." Xiaoyu and Xianhuang exchanged triumphant glances, clapping in celebration. Gan Guyu blinked, sensing something was off. "Let me handle it." At that moment, Yimo, who had been munching on grapes, spoke up. Seeing everyone turn to her, she reiterated, "I'll handle the cooking." "But Sister Yimo, you re-guessed," Pei protested. "The grapes are delicious," Yimo replied simply, implying that since she was treated to such delightful grapes, it was only right for her to cook tonight. Understanding Yimo's intentions, Gan Guyu did not hesitate to smile. "Then we're in for a treat tonight. A single dish made by the renowned culinary artist Feng Lei is enough to leave us broke." The group chuckled. Although Gan Guyu's words were somewhat exaggerated, they held a grain of truth that in reality, even if one had the money, they might not necessarily be able to enjoy the exquisite dishes offered by Feng Lei. "Just a marketing tactic," Yimo humbly replied. Then looked at Gan Guyu. "Brother you?" Gan Guyu nodded. "You mean we should finish the important tasks first, right? Follow me." With that, he stepped out of the bamboo house, with Yimo closely behind. The other three girls hurriedly followed, and together they arrived in the courtyard. Gan Guyu turned around and waved his hand, causing several baskets of bamboo shoots and a large bag of Sichuan peppercorns to appear before him. 100 bags of fresh bamboo shoots and 10 bags of peppercorns. "All right here. Please take your pick." Yimo nodded but did not weigh them. Instead, she directly stored them away, and a massive diamond suddenly appeared before everyone. Gan Guyu was momentarily stunned, then smiled wryly. "Yimo, I thought I mentioned before that if we were trading with diamonds, just the scraps would suffice. You can't possibly be offering such a large piece of diamond. It's probably more than the weight we agreed upon, isn't it?" According to their previous agreement, the total price for this batch of bamboo shoots and peppercorns should be equivalent to 150 bags of gold ore, which translates to 15 bags of diamonds. However, the diamond Yimo produced was over a foot long in all dimensions, and roughly estimated, it weighed nearly 30 bags, a full doubling of the agreed weight. More importantly, this diamond was not scrap. It held real value. Regarding whether the market price of this diamond is equivalent to that of bamboo shoots and peppercorns, that is of secondary concern. What truly matters is the heartfelt intention of Yimo, which Gan Guyu has indeed received. Observing that Yimo paid no heed to his teasing, she directly approached the two small fields in the yard and squatted down, curiously examining the plants cultivated within. Gan Guyu could only shrug his shoulders, submitting the diamond to the versatile biological operation table, and then moved to Yimo's side to introduce her to the crops in the fields. "Over there by the fence is the peppercorn. This is ginger, and that is garlic. Both are essential spices with a pungent flavor. This is green onion, which can be used to enhance taste. If planted in ridges, it can grow into large scallions, whose segments can be used to stir-fry for added fragrance. That is chives, and that one is fennel." All the crops in Gan Guyu's two fields were spices, diverse in variety but limited in quantity, primarily intended for his own culinary endeavors. Noticing Yimo's interest in these items, he proudly shared his knowledge, detailing each one. "Now this one is remarkable. The skyward pepper." Gan Guyu pointed to several unflowered plants, emphasizing, "The fruit of this plant is extremely spicy. Just a tiny bit can leave you flushed. And this one, another type of pepper called Tiao, is excellent for stir-frying meat. There is also a variety called bell pepper, which is milder and generally acceptable to most people. However, I haven't started planting that yet." Yimo nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She pointed to one area and inquired, "Ginger?" "Indeed, that is ginger," Gan Guyu confirmed with a nod. She then pointed to another plant, continuing her verification. Green onion. Gan Guyu nodded again. Your memory is impressive. Garlic. Correct. Fennel. Chives. You've quickly distinguished between these. Well done. Skyward pepper and Irjing Tiao. Perfect. In Yimo, you've memorized them all so swiftly. Impressive. May I give it a try? What? For dinner. You wish to experiment with these spices while cooking tonight? Absolutely. I'll be right here to guide you. Peipei, watching from the side, was left agape, turning to Xiaoyu and Shuang'er without looking back. Can you believe it? That guy actually said he would teach the Thunder Chef how to cook. Truly. What a remarkable Gan Guyu, huh? Xiaoyu's corner of the eye twitched. Woo-woo, I just know tonight will be a feast, Shuang'er exclaimed, clutching a piece of sugarcane and taking a bite. Chapter 88. The Attempt. Xiaoyu, utterly astonished, stared at Gan Guyu and In Yimo, her mouth agape. Unsure of what to say to Shuang'er, on the other hand, wore a look of disbelief, shutting her eyes and turning her head away. Meanwhile, Gan Guyu and In Yimo, surrounded by onlookers, found themselves both blushing profusely, drenched in sweat. Gan Guyu's red and blue checkered shirt had vanished, leaving his bare chest adorned with several scratch marks, tears streaming down his face. In Yimo's magician's robe had been torn, revealing her delicate shoulder, her waist-length hair damp and tousled from sweat. Gasping for breath, as for Gan Guyu. Not only was he panting heavily, but he was also hoarsely shouting, "Give me! Quickly give me water! Coming! Peipei, flustered, hurriedly filled cups for Gan Guyu and In Yimo from a water jug. However, her pace could not match the speed at which the two were drinking. Just as she poured a fresh cup for In Yimo, Gan Guyu had already drained his. Ultimately, unable to contain himself, Gan Guyu seized the water jug from Peipei's hands and began to drink directly from it. Upon witnessing this, In Yimo wasted no time. Her fingers crackling with lightning as she pointed at Gan Guyu, that he felt a sudden tingling sensation throughout his body, and the water jug was swiftly transferred to In Yimo's hands, who then mimicked Gan Guyu's earlier actions, gulping down water recklessly. Xiaoyu and Shuang'er, overwhelmed by the scene, found it increasingly difficult to watch that in the desolate land of Xianhuang was there truly no concept of a goddess's poise. After a while, once the commotion subsided, Gan Guyu, feeling embarrassed yet sincere, gazed at In Yimo, who had just emerged from the bathroom. This was merely an accident, that it is actually my first time growing skyward pepper. I never anticipated it would be this spicy. The ones I've eaten before never reached such intensity. In Yimo glanced at him, seemingly about to say something, but ultimately only coughed lightly a couple of times. This was truly mortifying, as a native of Shu, to be overwhelmed by pepper. Gan Guyu felt utterly ashamed to face his fellow townsfolk. As a top chef, In Yimo memorized the various spices in a remarkably short time and subsequently expressed her desire to taste them before cooking. Naturally, Gan Guyu obliged, hastening the ripening of the spices in the field, even planting a row of large scallions specifically for her, then picking a selection to present to In Yimo. Although tasting raw spices was not particularly delightful, our Thunder Chef possessed excellent professional etiquette, and she accepted the assortment of ginger, garlic, and scallions, carefully sampling them as if tasting wild herbs. Initially, there were no issues. In Yimo only remarked "so spicy" upon tasting the Irjing Tiao before moving on to the final item, the skyward pepper. To be honest, among all the spices, Gan Guyu favored the skyward pepper the most. Even before his transmigration, he had seldom encountered such plump and glossy skyward peppers at the market, with their branches adorned in a spectrum of green and red. The tiny skyward peppers made Gan Guyu's mouth water. Nevertheless, he advised In Yimo to only try a small piece. In Yimo, obediently, pinched off a tiny segment from the tip of the skyward pepper and placed it in her mouth. However, before she could fully appreciate its flavor, a sharp pain shot through her finger. Looking down, she saw that the finger that had grasped the skyward pepper was beginning to redden slightly. Almost immediately, an explosive sensation filled her mouth, causing her face to flush with heat as she hastily spat out the small piece of skyward pepper. Gan Guyu burst into laughter, quickly offering the prepared cool water. In Yimo, you truly can't handle spicy food. Although the skyward pepper is spicy, it's not to this extent, right? I can handle a couple of them without issue. Just watch. The facts revealed the folly of boasting. While Yimo indeed could not handle spice as well as Gan Guyu, she had only tasted a minuscule amount. After some commotion, she managed to recover. Meanwhile, Gan Guyu, emboldened, bit down on half a skyward pepper and recklessly chewed a few times before realizing something was amiss. But by then it was too late to say anything. Ultimately, Yimo resorted to using electric shock therapy to pull Gan Guyu back from the brink of oblivion, surviving this ordeal. Gan Guyu could no longer bear to look at the skyward peppers he had cultivated. That in retrospect, he speculated that the cause of this predicament stemmed from the principle of moderation. He had nurtured these skyward peppers so diligently that they had grown excessively potent. The perils of habitual thinking. After this tumultuous episode, night had fallen, prompting Yimo to rise and hastily prepare the promised dinner in the backyard. Gan Guyu quickly followed suit, eager to provide ingredients for the long-haired beauty while volunteering to assist her. As all present in the bamboo house were acquaintances, Gan Guyu had no reservations and promptly retrieved some previously stored ingredients. Sweet potatoes and bamboo shoots were well known, along with the black-toothed pig's blood, pig liver, and fatty intestines that had not been used in the last cooking session. Gan Guyu shared a few simple dishes he knew regarding these ingredients, and Yimo attentively listened, displaying no airs of a chef, occasionally nodding thoughtfully. The dishes Gan Guyu knew were relatively simple, easy to prepare, and more importantly, Yimo grasped them swiftly, leading to a quick exchange between them. Observing Yimo readying her waist-length hair into twin ponytails with her purple ribbons, Gan Guyu realized she was ready to get to work, and he quickly offered, "Let me help you chop," before he could finish. A diamond kitchen knife appeared in Yimo's hand, followed by a dazzling display of swift movements that left Gan Guyu in awe. He felt a gust of wind pass by, and before him lay an array of neatly prepared ingredients. Those that needed to be cubed were cubed, those that required shredding were shredded, and those that needed to be minced had been minced. Well then, it seemed his role in the kitchen was rendered obsolete. Gan Guyu closed his slightly agape mouth and silently shrugged his shoulders that he wished to enjoy a complete cooking show from the Thunder Chef. But the lesson learned from being discovered by me lingered in his mind. So he discreetly retreated to the front yard, seeking a hidden spot to observe. He cast a perception spell around him. The perception spell of a tri-element mage had mutated, proving far more practical than that of a nature mage. Within a certain range, as long as there was water, earth elements, or plants, nothing could escape Gan Guyu's scrutiny. He inwardly swore that if he were caught in the act by the law elders, he would live-stream himself eating dirt to his surprise. Once the perception spell was cast, he indeed saw something that momentarily left him bewildered. In the bamboo grove beside the bamboo house, a figure lay concealed in a hidden spot. Could it be that someone was indeed spying on me? Before Gan Yu could stealthily return to raise the alarm, the person swiftly dashed into the courtyard. She glanced around, finding no signs of life, and quickly began to forage for something in the small vegetable garden, before stealthily slipping away. What was going on? It appeared this individual was not there to monitor me, but rather to pilfer vegetables. Gan Yu was momentarily taken aback until he heard Pei-Pei's call. "Dinner's ready. If certain individuals don't return soon, there won't be any food left." So soon? Gan Yu was stunned. Yimo's cooking speed was significantly faster than his. However, recalling Yimo's earlier vegetable chopping, Gan Yu felt this was hardly surprising that he glanced in the direction the person had departed, suddenly struck by an idea. His expression brightening. Chapter 89. The cries in the natural forest. The dusk had deepened. The grass-skirted maidens, having labored throughout the day, had returned to their tree hollows, some for dinner, some for socializing, while others had already settled into their beds to rest. From the sacred tree, a warm glow emanated from the various tree hollows. A figure hurriedly walked with her head down, when suddenly a voice called out, "Lulu, you're only returning now? Ah, you must have gone to find Shishi, right?" The person lost in thought was startled by the unexpected voice, and after regaining her composure, she looked up with an awkward smile, saying, "Oh, it's you, Elder. I was just chatting with Sister Shishi." The Elder, observing Lulu's evident panic, furrowed her brow slightly, but ultimately nodded and departed. Lulu let out a sigh of relief and continued her ascent. Shishi held a significant position in the natural forest. Thus her residence was situated just below the Elder's. Lulu navigated her way there effortlessly, knocking on Shishi's door. "Lulu." Shishi welcomed her in with a puzzled look. "What brings you here?" Sister Shisi, didn't you ask us to keep an eye on Gan Guyu's activities? It seems those peculiar vegetables in his courtyard have ripened today, so I discreetly took some. Lulu whispered. Shisi was taken aback, quickly scanning both inside and outside her tree hollow before lowering her voice to ask. You weren't seen, were you? No, I observed for quite some time before making my move. Plus, with the dust providing cover, there's no way anyone noticed. Lulu confidently replied, when I picked these items, I chose the spots carefully. Unless one looks closely, they wouldn't even realize someone had stolen them. Moreover, today they gathered some vegetables themselves, so my traces would blend in. Even if they noticed, they'd probably think they picked them. That is good to hear. Shisi pondered for a moment before nodding. Now, show me what you've brought. Lulu nodded, retrieving a selection of leaves and fruits from her storage ring and placing them on the table. Shisi glanced over and inquired, what are these? Do you recognize them? Lulu sheepishly shook her head. Aside from this one called Sichuan pepper, which we already know, I have no idea about the others, that I was too far away when Ganyu introduced them to Miss Yimo, so I didn't catch a clear view, let alone hear. Shisi pursed her lips, but eventually nodded. That's fair. Being cautious is wise. That guy is full of tricks, and we can't afford to let him find any leverage against us. You're right, Sister Shisi. Lulu quickly agreed. Shisi picked up a section of the scallion that Lulu had cut, first sniffing it, then breaking off a small piece to chew. After a moment, she remarked, it has a fresh fragrance, and it's not bad to eat, though not particularly delicious. Anything Ganyu grows is bound to be unpalatable, Lulu begrudgingly concurred, momentarily forgetting her own past indiscretion of devouring 3 sweet potatoes in one go. However, Shisi readily agreed with her statement. That makes sense. This leaf seems different from the previous one. Upon hearing this, Lulu looked up at the garlic sprouts Shisi had just picked, then compared them to her own scallion. She exclaimed, it really is different. I almost thought I had picked too much. The leaf you have is flat, while mine is hollow and cylindrical. Shisi nodded, tearing off another piece of garlic sprout and chewing it thoughtfully before saying, this leaf has a stronger flavor but seems more palatable. I bet using this for soup wouldn't be as tasty as greens. I wonder what Ganyu is growing this for? Who knows? Everything he grows is strange and unusual. It's normal for them to taste bad, Lulu said with malicious delight. That's true. Shisi hesitated, but ultimately found Lulu's reasoning more agreeable to her taste. The next moment, Lulu frowned and spat out the ginger leaves she had been chewing. Ugh, what is this flavor? It's a bit spicy. Who would eat such a vegetable? If Ganyu were present, he would surely laugh uncontrollably. Who told you to eat ginger leaves? Ginger grows underground. However, consuming ginger leaves is beneficial for you, aiding in regulating menstruation, promoting blood circulation, and enhancing skin health. Poor Lulu, having pilfered only the above-ground stems, leaves, and fruits, entirely overlooked the ginger roots and garlic cloves. Here, try this. It seems to taste fine. Shisi offered a few stalks of leek to Lulu. Upon tasting, Lulu's eyes lit up. Oh, this flavor is quite nice. This resembles those two from before. If it weren't for the different taste, it would be easy to confuse them. She pointed at the scallion and garlic sprouts. Shisi nodded in agreement. However, since the taste was quite pleasant, the two indulged a little more in the leeks, resulting in burp. Your breath is already strong enough. You're burping. Sister Shisi, I'm so sorry. Alright, I'll be quiet. I'll be quiet. Sister Shisi, your breath, isn't exactly. This wretched Ganyu. What sort of nonsense is he growing? Shisi muttered in annoyance, picking up a small fennel stalk and impatiently talking to herself. What is this? Are its fruits these grain-like things? After a moment's hesitation, she handed the fennel to Lulu, commanding, you try this. Lulu felt a bit apprehensive but ultimately accepted the fennel, cautiously sniffing it. It smells quite fragrant. I wonder how it tastes. Saying this, she tore off a bit of fennel leaf and took a bite, then tried the green fennel seeds, finally stating, this should be eaten for its fibrous leaves. It has a fresh fragrance. The seeds are quite aromatic, slightly sweet, but I think the aroma is more pleasant. Seeing no issue with the fennel, Shisi ignored it and picked up a tujing pepper to take a bite. Lulu assumed the green pepper was still unripe. Thus she had brought back only the red ones, which looked very appetizing. Shixi's anticipation was fueled by this. After consuming half of the tujing pepper, Shixi felt a warmth spreading through her body, and she began to sweat slightly. This fruit is a bit spicy. I'm not good with spicy food. Do you want to try? Lulu took the remaining half of the tujing pepper from Shixi. Biting into it, I quite enjoy spicy food. Sister Shixi, why don't you try this smaller one? It should be less spicy than this big one, probably more to your liking. After contemplating, Shixi agreed and picked up a tempting red chili pepper from the table, biting into it without hesitation. Then, a piercing scream erupted from the tree hollow, echoing throughout the entire natural forest. Chapter 90. A quest for kindred spirits without mentioning the commotion caused by the piercing scream at the sacred tree. Gan Guyu's bamboo house remained filled with laughter and joy. Mother of Nature, above. Pei's eyes sparkled like stars. I never knew sweet potatoes could be eaten this way. It's simply delightful. Truly deserving of Miss Yimo, Xiaoyu responded with equal enthusiasm. We are indeed fortunate this time. Right, Shuang? Wu. Shuang nodded vigorously, about to speak, but suddenly paused, her small face turning sour. I bit my tongue. Laughter erupted among the group. Gan Yu, while keeping an ear out for any activity outside, marveled. This is the first time I've tasted such delicious sweet potatoes. Yimo, you must have used the caramelization technique, right? Having reverted to her long, straight hair, Yimo's eyes brightened at the mention, nodding in agreement. For a chef, receiving recognition from diners is an immensely gratifying experience. And if those diners can even discern some techniques, it further deepens the feeling of having found a kindred spirit. What is caramelization? Pei inquired, stuffing her face with food. I only know this method, but to replicate it as well as Yimo did is quite the challenge. Gan Yu chuckled. I believe the basic steps involve first cutting the sweet potatoes into chunks and boiling them for a while, then draining and allowing them to dry. After that, they are fried over low heat until their exterior turns a lovely golden hue before being set aside. Pei immediately interrupted with a question. Is it that complicated? Why do we need to boil them before frying? Otherwise, the sweet potatoes won't cook thoroughly. Gan Guyu explained with a shrug before continuing. Next, the oil in the pot can be reused. If there's too much, you can pour some out, though I suspect. Knowing Emo, she has already mastered the perfect amount. Then, we melt sugar in the oil, stir it into syrup, and toss in the sweet potatoes to coat them with the syrup. That should do the trick. A table full of people paused in surprise until Emo softly clapped and nodded, prompting everyone to gasp in admiration. Little Guyu, you're quite impressive. You managed to guess how Miss Emo cooks. Xiaoyu teased. That's called having a broad knowledge. Gan Guyu replied with a hint of arrogance. Woo. Then, Little Guyu, why don't you guess the other dishes? Shuang immediately inquired, wanting to confirm whether Gan Guyu had merely stumbled upon the right answer. Gan Guyu chuckled and honestly replied, as for the remaining dishes, since EMO is just beginning to explore the use of garlic, ginger, and scallions, I've only offered some basic suggestions, so it's not really a guess. However, EMO has certainly improved these dishes based on her understanding of the ingredients. After all, I could never cook such delicious food. Rain brother, how humble, EMO said with a slight bow. Yet everyone present could see the excitement glimmering in her eyes, a clear sign of her joy despite her usual reticence. Gan Guyu smiled and pointed at the garlic-flavored pig liver, which had already been largely devoured, continuing to explain, the entrails of the black-toothed pig have a much stronger odor than its meat. During the last gathering, I only had Sichuan pepper on hand, so I couldn't prepare this garlic-flavored pig liver, hence I didn't take out the entrails. Pei immediately nodded in agreement, her hands busy as she stuffed pig liver into a dough pancake to make a pot pie. Taking a hearty bite, in the past, we never dared to eat the entrails of the black-toothed pig. They were far too pungent that I never expected that after Sister Emo's touch. They could taste so delightful. My spices played a significant role, you know? Gan Guyu retorted, pouting in disagreement. Otherwise, even with the MOS skills, eliminating that foul odor would have required considerable effort, wouldn't it? Emo nodded slightly in agreement. The foul smell of monster entrails has long been a significant challenge for chefs, to the extent that many on the continent refuse to eat such delicacies. Previously, Emo's method for removing the stench was quite tedious and relied on the use of wind and thunder dual system magic, which was labor-intensive and often thankless, unlike the ease of today. Gaining the acknowledgement of a master chef, Gan Guyu beamed and continued. The pig liver was soaked ahead of time, allowing me to remove as much blood as possible before placing it in the pot with water. Scallions, ginger, garlic, Sichuan pepper, and a sprinkle of dried chili to begin simmering. At this moment, Emo interjected slightly, and malt liquor. Gan Guyu paused in surprise, then gave a thumbs up and smiled. So you added some liquor. Not bad. Let me continue. While simmering the pig liver, I prepared the seasonings we would need. Today's seasoning should consist of a bit of chili and garlic sautéed until fragrant, along with ground Sichuan pepper and fennel seeds. And a touch of vinegar and sugar, right? Emo nodded again, clearly impressed by Gan Guyu's culinary acumen. Gan Guyu grinned with a look that said he knew it all along and continued. Slice the pig liver and plate it. Then saute minced ginger, garlic, and scallions in oil until fragrant, drizzling it over the liver, and finally pouring on the prepared seasoning. Voil, it's done. The group collectively exclaimed, oh, and nodded in applause. Pei stuck out her tongue and sighed. No wonder it's so delicious. The process is incredibly complex. Gan Guyu shot her an incredulous look. Is this what you call complex? This is relatively simple. Did you think it was as easy as going home, kneading dough into pancakes and steaming them? You only know how to eat, yet you never bothered to learn to cook. Mind your own business. Pei stuck her tongue out at him, then resumed eating, not forgetting to shift the topic. Continue, we still have one dish and one soup left. Gan Guyu shrugged and went on to briefly describe the preparations for the spicy intestines and pig blood soup, with Emo occasionally chiming in with her own insightful additions. The two were thoroughly engaged in their exchange, yet most of the dishes had vanished into the bellies of Pei, Xiaoyu, and Shuang. In truth, the key to mastering these dishes lay in the removal of the foul odor. With the aid of these spices, Emo accomplished this step with ease. And given her impressive culinary skills, it was no surprise that she produced such a delightful feast. Soon, the table was cleared of all dishes, and the usually light eaters had transformed into a formidable force in devouring the delicacies. Pei took it upon herself to start cleaning up, and Xiaoyu and Shuang stood up to assist, clearly in high spirits. This was not the first time Emo had seen her dishes completely consumed. But each time she witnessed her patrons so enamored with her cooking, genuine joy welled up within her, even if she struggled to express it. Naturally, she also recognized that the success of these dishes was not solely her achievement. Glancing at the young man beside her, lounging with his legs crossed, and watching Pei and the others clean the table without offering to help, utterly devoid of gentlemanly demeanor, she felt a newfound sense of kinship. A man who grows such a variety of spices for the sake of culinary excellence. Chapter 91. You've committed a foul. I've discovered a rather serious issue, Pei said, chewing on sugarcane, her expression grave. I've noticed it too, Gan Guyu solemnly concurred. Excessive sugar intake can lead to weight gain. PSSH, I could eat as much as I want without gaining an ounce, Pei retorted, rolling her eyes, then turning back with a pained expression. After tasting the dishes made by Sister Emo, how could I ever stomach the food made by that guy anymore? Gan Guyu playfully thumped her on the head. Just having food is good enough. You shouldn't be picky. But seriously, is Emo planning to stay here in the natural forest for a few days? Emo had intended to say that her purpose for coming had been fulfilled and she would be leaving the next day. But Pei squeezed out a couple of tears and pitifully said, Sister Emo has come all this way. Why not stay a bit longer? You don't even have to go to a guest room. Just stay with me. How about that? Pei, you've lost your principles again. Gan Guyu promptly exposed her scheme. Emo still needs to manage the tavern, and the 3 dishes she personally prepares each day generate quite a significant profit. You can't just monopolize her. Pei knew this to be true and wasn't a selfish person, so she reluctantly gave up on her persuasion, though a tinge of disappointment lingered in her heart. Unexpectedly, Emo pondered for a moment and said, a break could be nice. For a chef, being surrounded by a plethora of spices is a profound joy. Emo yearned to deepen her understanding of these flavorings. And the only place to achieve this on the continent was here. It wasn't just because these ingredients were available only here. More importantly, Gan Guyu, the most knowledgeable about these seasonings, was right here. To seek guidance and wisdom, the thoughts of the thunder and wind culinary girl were straightforward. Upon hearing that Emo decided to stay for a few days, Pei was momentarily stunned, then leaped from her chair, exclaiming, "Hooray! Sister Emo is the best!" She reached out to hug Emo. Gan Guyu turned to Emo and asked, "Is that all right?" Emo slowly nodded. "This year has been free of disasters, so a little less profit is no issue." Gan Guyu nodded in understanding that he realized Emo meant that since there had been no famine on the continent this year, the disaster relief expenses for Tingyu Tavern would be significantly reduced, allowing Emo to relax a bit. After contemplating, he smiled and said, "In that case, Emo, you should take a few more days off. While you're here, I might as well gather your opinions and develop some more seasonings." Upon hearing this, Emo sat up straight, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. That it was Pei who first asked, "How many types are there in total?" Cooking is a vast and profound field. How would I know how many types there are? Gan Guyu shrugged. "I can only try my best to experiment with as many as possible. Please let me help," Emo earnestly requested. "That would be my pleasure," Gan Guyu replied with a smile. The next morning, Emo, accompanied by Pei, returned to the bamboo hut, just in time to find Gan Guyu picking red tujing peppers from the field that he had decided to leave the few plants of skyward peppers alone to grow wild. Additionally, he planted some more red tujing peppers. Although they were quite spicy, they were at least tolerable. "Rain brother," Emo greeted him as she approached. "You're here so early." After washing the large bowl of freshly harvested red tujing peppers, Gan Guyu dried them and smiled at Emo. "Perfect timing. Could you help me chop these peppers? Just remember to remove the stems first." Without questioning the reason, Emo nodded, took the red tujing peppers, and headed towards the kitchen in the backyard. Gan Guyu finally turned to Pei, who sported two panda-like dark circles under her eyes, and asked, "What is the matter? Didn't you get enough rest?" "Don't even mention it." Pei sighed, her face a portrait of exhaustion. "There were ghosts causing a ruckus at the sacred tree last night, and I couldn't sleep soundly at all." She shook her head slowly. "If it weren't for Sister Emo keeping me company, I would have come here to sleep." "Ghosts?" Gan Guyu was taken aback, intrigued by the notion of supernatural beings existing in this world. He pressed further. "What happened?" "Actually, I only heard about it," Pei recounted. "Apparently, that rascal she was frightened by a ghost while we were still having dinner here. She let out a shriek that startled everyone. By the time Elder Jieli and me arrived at Xi's place, they found her drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, until she buried her head in a water tank for quite some time before calming down. According to Lulu, who was with Xi, they saw the ghost." "Such a thing." Gan Guyu blinked in surprise, a theory forming in his mind, though he kept it to himself and chuckled. "It seems even wizards are human and fear ghosts." "Who says wizards aren't human?" Pei puffed her cheeks indignantly. Gan Guyu chuckled, choosing not to respond, and hummed a tune as he strolled toward the backyard. "Humph, my garden is not something you all can trifle with. This time, consider it a minor lesson. Next time, I won't hesitate to catch you red-handed." Soon, Gan Guyu witnessed once more Emo's impressive knife skills. That a large bowl of red chili peppers was swiftly diced into fine pieces, rivaling even the output of a chopping machine. However, this time he noted that Emo's rapid completion of the task was not solely due to her admirable knife skills. The assistance of wind elemental magic played a significant role as well. Under Gan Guyu's guidance, Emo added an appropriate amount of Sichuan pepper and fennel powder to the chopped chilies, mixing them thoroughly before transferring the mixture into a pre-prepared jar. The jar was crafted from clay that Gan Guyu had shaped and fired using soil cultivation dishes. That Emo paused in surprise upon seeing the jar's design, but said nothing. Gan Guyu assumed she had never encountered such a jar before and chose not to elaborate. The method of pouring was not a mere haphazard dumping of chilies into the jar. Rather, it required layering the chilies with oil, pouring a layer of chilies, followed by a layer of oil, and repeating the process. This oil was not the lard from the black-toothed pig, but genuine rapeseed oil. Since the quantity needed was modest, Gan Guyu did not cultivate rapeseed himself, but purchased seeds to extract some oil. After Emo meticulously repeated this layering until all the chilies were in the jar, ensuring they were sealed with rapeseed oil, She added salt and mixed it well. Once all was done, Gan Guyu placed the lid on the jar and filled the rim with water, and then clapped his hands, declaring, "All right, this jar of chili sauce should be just fine." Chili sauce? Emo gazed intently at the jar, deep in thought. Indeed, Gan Guyu nodded. If you let it sit for 7 to 10 days and then sun it, it will be fully prepared. Just remember to keep the rim water topped up. It must not dry out, or the chili sauce will spoil. Emo nodded slightly. Understood that I have seen such jars before. You have? Gan Guyu exclaimed in surprise. I made this jar myself. Are there similar jars for sale on the continent? Emo shook her head. Only within the Zhongbang family are such jars found. Gan Guyu was momentarily taken aback, but then a sense of clarity washed over him. It seemed that the Zhongbang family must be quite adept at pickling vegetables in such jars. From Emo's words, it appeared that they were the pioneers of pickling in the barren lands. He chuckled, choosing to let the matter rest for now, and pointed at the jar of chili sauce, saying, "This is your very first jar of chili sauce made by your own hands. Remember to take it with you when you leave." However, this time, Emo firmly shook her head, stating, "Learning the method is enough." Gan Guyu paused in surprise, then burst into laughter. "Well then, teaching someone to fish is better than giving them a fish. Mastering the method is what truly matters." The phrase teaching someone to fish is better than giving them a fish struck a chord with Emo, earning Gan Guyu a newfound respect in her eyes that he continued, "While you're still in the natural forest, let us experiment with a few more seasoning recipes that I'll prepare some ingredients for you when you leave. Don't be so quick to refuse. I'm not giving it away for free. Old rules apply. Trade me gold or in diamonds in exchange. Let us try the flavor. Here is some chili sauce I made earlier." He then produced a dish of finished chili sauce, which was not handcrafted but produced using an agricultural byproduct processing machine. Thanks to a reward of 110,000 monetary units, Gan Guyu was no longer as financially constrained as before and had freely indulged in purchasing practical processing recipes. Emo accepted the dish and delicately licked her tongue across it, her eyes lighting up at once. Witnessing her reaction, Gan Guyu was utterly smitten. "Hey, long-haired girl, you're breaking the rules." Chapter 92. Wine 25. Seeking collections and recommendations. In recent days, Pei had been living in great comfort, enjoying delicacies prepared by a continental-level chef every day. Today, she finished her farm work early and hummed a tune as she made her way to the bamboo house. She quickly spotted Emo busy in the yard and rushed over. "Sister Emo, you're hard at work. Hey, that guy is really something. How can he leave you to do all the work alone?" "Where is he?" Emo pointed in a direction and then returned to her task with unwavering focus. She was carefully retrieving a basin of grapes from salt water, rinsing them with clean water, and using wind magic to dry their surfaces before placing them one by one into a large diamond bottle. Pei glanced in the direction Emo indicated and realized that Gan Guyu must be toiling in his newly cultivated fields. So she refrained from searching for him, instead turning her curiosity toward Emo. "Sister Emo, what are you doing?" "Making wine," Emo replied. "Making wine?" Pei's eyes widened in disbelief. "Aren't those grapes? Can they really be used to make wine?" Currently, on the salty wasteland continent, only pure malt liquor existed, and its production was exceedingly scarce. After all, liquor is the essence of grain, and during times of famine, it would hardly be a popular beverage that is for wine made from grapes. In the past, people would merely scoff, saying, "rich and extravagant." However, with her broadened perspective, Pei was one of the few who understood the scarcity of grapes. So she felt no pangs of regret about using them for winemaking. She was simply curious as to when grapes could be used to make wine, that in response to Pei's skepticism. Emo firmly stated, "Brother, you said it's possible." After spending some time together, Pei's faith in Gan Guyu was no less than Emo's, but since it was that guy's words, there must be some truth to it, right? Thus, Pei's focus shifted to how to utilize grapes for winemaking, that Emo quickly provided her with an answer. Once the grapes were placed into the diamond bottle, Emo softly chanted a brief incantation, and a wind blade swiftly formed within the bottle. This was a third-tier wind magic spell, the wind blade, which Emo was using as a mixer. Her exquisite magical control guided the wind blade to spin and slice within the bottle, quickly reducing the grapes to pulp. After the wind blade dissipated, the grape juice filled the bottle halfway. EMO then added white sugar in the proportions previously mentioned by Gan Guyu, stirred it until dissolved, and sealed the bottle. Noticing EMO rising, Pei Pei hurriedly asked, "Sister EMO, is that it?" EMO cradled the diamond bottle and shook her head. "Brother, you said to wait." She then placed the bottle of fermenting grape wine inside the bamboo house. According to Gan Guyu's earlier instructions, this bottle of grape wine would need to ferment for nearly a month before the grape pomace could be filtered out. Winemaking did not require the addition of yeast, as the layer of white powder on the grape skin served as a natural fermenting agent. After fermentation, a layer of white, fluffy substance might appear at the bottom of the bottle, which was a type of yeast that could be saved for future winemaking or used to brew other fruit wines. Freshly made grape wine is typically light in flavor, but over time, the taste intensifies, providing a substantial afterkick. Pei Pei crouched beside the wine bottle, watching the tiny bubbles rise within, licking her lips. "How long do we have to wait before we can drink this? I really want to taste the flavor of this grape wine right now." "Look at you, always thinking about eating and drinking," came Gan Guyu's teasing voice from outside the door. "Here, this is some I brewed in advance. Don't be greedy. If you get drunk, I'll toss you into the backyard." Upon hearing the first part of his statement, Pei Pei stood up indignantly, ready to retort, only to turn around and find a small bottle of purplish-red liquid being offered to her. She hurriedly accepted it, examining it closely. "This color is so beautiful. What should I do? I am a bit reluctant to drink it." Gan Guyu couldn't help but smile wryly. "If you want tea, drink it, then return it to me. This treasure is quite rare." This is indeed a profound truth. The wines crafted by Gan Guyu using the agricultural byproduct processing apparatus are undoubtedly far superior in flavor compared to those produced by EMO through traditional home brewing methods. By utilizing the agricultural byproduct processing apparatus for winemaking, he can customize the parameters, and with sufficient magical energy, he could even brew a bottle of the 1982 Lafite. What logic is there in sending something out and then asking for it back? Pei Pei quickly clutched the wine tightly to her chest and, grasping EMO's hand, suggested, "Sister EMO, let us taste this wine and see how it fares, shall we?" A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in EMO's eyes as she nodded slightly. "Thank you." "Oh, no need for such politeness," Pei Pei exclaimed, pulling EMO to the table, retrieving 2 glasses, uncorking the wine bottle, and filling both to the brim. She pushed one glass towards EMO and, lifting her own, declared with enthusiasm, "Cheers," before taking a hearty gulp. "Huh, you little rascal, I gift you this wine, and yet I have none for myself." Gan Guyu chided with a chuckle, seizing the bottle to pour himself a half glass. As the wine slid down her throat, Pei Pei's eyes widened in surprise before they narrowed in delight, exclaiming, "This taste is truly delightful. It surpasses that malt wine by leaps and bounds." Gan Guyu regarded her with astonishment. "You've tasted malt wine before?" Once Lin brewed a batch, and we sisters gathered to sample it together," Pei Pei recalled with a hint of pride. The Hear the Rain Tavern, owned by EMO, serves superior pure malt wine. And hearing Pei Pei's comment piqued her curiosity. She lifted her glass, taking a delicate sip, then immediately downed a larger gulp, nodding slightly. "A different flavor indeed." Gan Guyu interjected. "This wine has a potent after effect. Do take it easy. Pei Pei, just savor the flavor. Do not indulge to the point of inebriation. This wine tastes just like juice, albeit with a slight bitterness. How could it possibly intoxicate?" Pei Pei scoffed, downing another generous mouthful. "You little minx." Gan Guyu shot her a disapproving glance, silently relieved that he had only given her 1 bottle. Otherwise, at this rate, she might have drained him dry. While the wine could be brewed anew, if one were to become intoxicated and unleash a drunken frenzy, Gan Guyu would find it unbearable. Thus, he patiently instructed, "Red wine is not beer. It is meant to be savored. Do you understand?" He then briefly explained the process of tasting red wine and assigned Pei Pei the task of customizing wine glasses. To drink wine. And there are so many rules to follow. Pei Pei pouted playfully, muttering under her breath. Yet she took Gan Guyu's advice to heart. According to him, tasting red wine is what elevates it to sophistication. Chapter 93. The farewell feast, the trio continued their lively conversation while swiftly consuming an entire bottle of wine. Gan Guyu had only partaken of half a glass, and Emo but one, leaving the remainder to Pei Pei. Initially, Gan Guyu harbored concerns about Pei Pei's capacity for alcohol, yet as time passed, she remained unflustered, her complexion unchanged, as though she were truly drinking juice. This intrigued Gan Guyu greatly, based on his past experiences. Women either refrained from drinking or could outdrink 3 men effortlessly. Did Pei Pei possess a hidden talent for alcohol? Pei Pei, you are quite the enigma, Gan Guyu teased her. What a surprise! Pei Pei playfully stuck out her tongue. What is this little capacity of mine? Next time I shall show you how much my sisters can drink. I have never seen them intoxicated. Eniemo chimed in. It is said that nature mages can drink 1,000 cups without becoming inebriated. There is indeed such a rumor. Pei Pei waved her hand dismissively, but I believe it is mainly because there has been too little alcohol, resulting in everyone being unaware of the true drinking capacity of nature mages. No way. Gan Guyu, who had previously held confidence in his own drinking ability, suddenly realized he might have fallen into a trap. Moreover, the wine was of his own making. He had dug this pit himself. He forced a laugh, preparing to conclude the evening's drinking session, when unexpectedly, Eniemo spoke up. Brother Yu Pei Pei. What is it? Both Gan Guyu and Pei Pei turned to her. A hint of reluctance flickered in Emo's eyes. Tomorrow I must depart. Sister Emo is leaving? Pei Pei sprang up, only to slump back down. Indeed, Sister Emo has spent quite some time in the forest of nature. But do remember to come visit us when you have the chance. I will surely do so. Emo nodded at Pei Pei and then turned her gaze to Gan Guyu. Emo needed to return to oversee the Rain Tavern, and it was well understood that she could not remain in the forest of nature indefinitely. However, hearing of her imminent departure stirred an inexplicable sense of reluctance within Gan Guyu. During this period, aside from resting at night, they had nearly spent every moment together. Gan Guyu had provided various seasonings to Emo, even utilizing a considerable amount of the All Things Grow scroll he had obtained from the High Priest recently. Meanwhile, Emo diligently studied the flavor and characteristics of each ingredient. Together, they had created numerous new seasonings and explored various new dishes, much to the delight of Pei Pei, who often joined them for meals. Unbeknownst to them, they had grown accustomed to such days. Nevertheless, it was evident that this chapter was destined to close. Gan Guyu forced a smile and stretched. All right, we have savored the wine's flavor. It is time to attend to serious matters. Emo, since you are leaving tomorrow, I shall show you something good right now. With that, he snapped his fingers, and 2 small bottles filled with dark liquid appeared on the table before them. Emo scrutinized the bottles closely, discovering that although the liquids were of similar color, they were, in fact, distinct. One was a lighter reddish-brown, while the other was a deeper, glossy brown. Curiosity piqued, she tilted her head towards Gan Guyu. With a gentle smile, he explained, both bottles contain soy sauce, derived from a crop known as soybeans. This one is called light soy sauce, which is relatively salty and primarily used for seasoning, often in salads or stir-frying. The other is dark soy sauce, which undergoes an additional 2 to 3 months of sun-drying and filtration after the light soy sauce is extracted, resulting in a deliciously sweet flavor, primarily used for coloring dishes. In truth, Gan Guyu had only ventured out today to cultivate a plot of soybeans and, combined with some wheat bran, produced a small batch of soy sauce using the agricultural byproduct processing apparatus. As he succinctly described the soy sauce-making process to Emo, he retrieved 2 small dishes, pouring a bit of light soy sauce and dark soy sauce into each, and placed them alongside a glass of clear water before her. Such scenes had become commonplace in recent days. Emo pursed her lips, once again savoring the flavors of the 2 soy sauces. While the uninitiated might see mere spectacle, those with expertise discerned the significance of soy sauce in the kitchen. Previously, Emo had sensed that her dishes lacked a certain element, and the introduction of soy sauce provided the perfect finishing touch. Although Emo's facial expressions were subtle, her expressive eyes conveyed much more. Yet after days of companionship, Gan Guyu had learned to read her expressions, understanding that his soy sauce was undoubtedly a resounding success. Observing Emo's eager demeanor, Gan Guyu smiled warmly. Since you are leaving tomorrow, why not hold a farewell feast tonight? You shall be the chef, of course, and I shall take care of all the ingredients and beverages. Let us invite everyone and indulge ourselves. How cunning! Pei teased, sticking out her tongue, organizing a farewell for Sister Emo, yet making her cook. However, everyone understood that this arrangement was, in fact, the most favorable and precisely what Emo desired. That evening, the bamboo house was alive with merriment. Everyone present was profoundly grateful to Emo, not merely for the delicious feast she had prepared, but also for her impressive speed in cooking both the guest of honor and the chef. All must wait for her to take her seat before they began to eat. Should her cooking speed lag, the anticipation for the already served dishes would become unbearable. Once Gan Guyu initiated the first toast, all present descended upon the table with the ferocity of hungry wolves, rapidly devouring every dish laid out before them. Gan Guyu, Pei, and Emo had yet to take more than 2 bites before they could only stare in disbelief at the empty plates before them. Initially, Emo thought perhaps there had not been enough food, but upon looking up, she realized that Xiaoyu and the others were already stuffed and had to rise to relieve themselves, causing Gan Guyu and Pei to chuckle in amusement. Reluctantly, Gan Guyu requested that Emo prepare 2 more dishes to accompany the drinks, encouraging everyone to drink and chat. As this was their first experience with wine, excitement filled the air, and their fondness for it was evident. However, soon after exchanging knowing glances, the group of grass skirt-clad beauties shared a knowing smile. The first to succumb to intoxication was none other than the guest of honor, Emo, who was promptly carried to her bed by a slightly tipsy Gan Guyu for some much-needed rest. Following that, the others began their relentless teasing of him. Who brewed this wine? It must be little you, right? Come, everyone, let us raise a glass in his honor, expressing our gratitude for the fine wines we now enjoy. Little Guyu, come, dear sister Yu raises a toast to you. Regarding the incident with Xianhuang down the mountain, you avenged me, so I shall drink first in your honor. Oh, for that matter, we all must toast him. Come, bottoms up. Ha! Let us, the sisters under the elder of ceremony, toast little Guyu individually. Is that permissible? Then I shall represent the sisters under the high priest and drink with little Guyu. Our elder of medicine's disciples must not be left out. Shuang, come, join me in toasting little Guyu. It is thanks to little Guyu that we have so many ingredients. Let us all raise another glass in his honor. This is all praise for him. Which simply won't do. Little Guyu, you must also extol our virtues. How about this? Each person says a commendation, and if one falters or fails to speak, they must drink to deepen the impression. What do you think? Good, that is a splendid idea. Oh no, I cannot drink anymore. Sisters, spare me. By the time Gan Guyu sensed the turn of events, his tongue was already beginning to tie, and his consciousness was blurring. This is the last drink. I swear, come cheers. Who's afraid? I've never shied away from drinking. Why are you toasting me? Fine, let us drink. Bottoms up? Ugh. Chapter 94. A bath, the 4th installment is here, and there will be one final update later. Gan Guyu struggled to open his eyes, feeling a parched mouth and a throat that felt as if it were ablaze. His head seemed to weigh an extra 5 pounds, throbbing rhythmically, making even the slightest movement of his body feel exceedingly laborious. The sensation of a hangover was truly unbearable. How long has it been since I last drank to such excess? Am I in my own bed? He slowly turned his head to survey his surroundings. Familiar walls, a familiar ceiling, and familiar Pei. Wait, Pei. Gan Guyu sprang up from the bed, shaking his head vigorously and rubbing his eyes. Beside him lay an exquisite beauty nestled in a wizardess robe, her fair skin and azure hair captivating, her delicate nose twitching adorably. If only she hadn't left a puddle of drool on the bed. How did this girl end up sleeping here? At least she's fully clothed. But wait, where are my clothes? Gan Guyu felt as if he had been struck on the back of his head with a brick. This can't be happening. He hurriedly peeked under the covers and let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, he quickly found his outfit at the head of the bed and hastily donned it before jumping out. His shirt and jeans appeared immaculate, yet it was evident they had been washed and wrung out. Gan Guyu, experienced as he was, knew that only a water mage would wash clothes in such a manner. It was only then that his mind finally cleared completely that it seemed that Tianshu Peipei had washed his clothes, suggesting that someone had definitely gotten drunk last night and vomited all over themselves. Well, what has done is done. It's no big deal among friends that he quickly gargled to rid his mouth of the alcohol, splashed some water on his face, and then roused Peipei. She sniffled, sneezed, and opened her eyes, looking equally bewildered. Upon seeing Gan Guyu's large face blocking her view, she instinctively scooted back. Little Guyu, why did you come in without knocking? Gan Guyu, exasperated, wiped his face and spoke slowly. Please do take a look around. Whose bed are you sleeping in? You're the old one. Your whole family is old. Peipei groggily protested, then suddenly smacked her forehead. Ah, no wonder this doesn't look like my room. I must have fallen asleep here. Gan Guyu shot her a glance and stepped out of the bedroom. The living room had been tidied up, showing no signs of last night's revelry. He quickly turned back to ask, Peipei, where's Yimo? Last night, I had the sisters carry her to my house to rest. Peipei yawned as she followed him out. You got completely wasted last night. I was left to take care of you. I mean, for someone of your height, you sure can be heavy as a pig. I remember now, you all took turns ganging up on me last night, didn't you? Gan Guyu awkwardly shifted the topic. You all are so unfair. Ganging up on one person. Ha, you're the one being unfair. Peipei retorted. Do you have any idea how long you kept us up last night? How many times you threw up on me? Just look at how Yimo got drunk and immediately fell asleep. So quiet and peaceful. And you were a total handful. Gan Guyu cleared his throat twice, momentarily at a loss for words. But Peipei continued to scold him. Ha, one moment you were boasting that you're not afraid of anyone when drinking, and the next you were a complete mess, utterly out of it. What a disgrace. Wasn't that the result of you all deliberately getting me drunk? Gan Guyu mumbled under his breath, then asked, So it was just Yimo and me who got drunk last night? Ha, well, by the time we wrapped up, you two were the only ones who couldn't stand up. Peipei stuck out her tongue, but everyone still had a great time. Gan Guyu silently noted that he had figured it out. As the happiness index on the Universal Biological Manipulation Station rose a few points, that he quickly tidied himself up and urged, Hurry, we need to go send Yimo off. Wait for me to take a shower first. Peipei turned and dashed into the bathroom. I reek of your alcohol. It's disgusting. At the entrance of the Forest of Nature, the girls who had partied the night before were all present, save for Gan Guyu and Peipei. Linlin approached, smiling as she looked at Yimo standing by the carriage. I reckon little Guyu won't be coming, Miss Yimo. Are you prepared to wait a little longer? Though Yimo had drunk quickly last night, she had also consumed very little, and her condition was now fully restored. She gazed once more towards the back mount, carefully concealing her slight disappointment, and bowed to the crowd. I take my leave. Goodbye, Miss Yimo. Safe travels. Do come back to play when you have the chance. Wait a moment. Just then, a voice called from afar. The girls turned to see Gan Guyu sprinting over, panting heavily, and they all burst into light laughter, while Yimo's eyes sparkled once more. I'm sorry for being late. Gan Guyu waved to Yimo. Ha! Linlin looked at Gan Guyu curiously. Where's Peipei? That girl takes forever to get ready. It's like a monumental task. Gan Guyu shook his head, standing upright as he complained. When I hurried over here, she was still in the shower. The girls exchanged glances before bursting into laughter again. Gan Guyu was perplexed. What's so funny? Oh, nothing. Xiaoyu chuckled. But little Guyu, you're surrounded by women here. Your target demographic is rather broad. Isn't it? Gan Guyu smacked his forehead, realizing he wasn't fully awake yet. Under Gan Guyu's strong urging, Yimo ultimately did not wait for Peipei and set off, though she secretly wished she could linger a while longer. Gan Guyu insisted on loading the homemade chili sauce and grape wine they had crafted over the past few days onto Yimo's carriage. Items requiring fermentation do not fare well in a storage ring that slows the passage of time. Additionally, he prepared a plethora of spices for Yimo, not allowing her to decline. After spending these past few days together, Gan Guyu did not even mention compensation this time, and Yimo did not wish to make their relationship feel awkward, silently deciding to bring Gan Guyu some gifts on her next visit. Once they had sent off Yimo, the grass skirt-clad beauties erupted into laughter. Gan Guyu looked on in confusion. What is going on with you all today? Kind-hearted Lin approached, wearing a mysterious smile. Little Guyu, do you know why Pei was so adamant about taking a shower today? Gan Guyu paused. Isn't it because she found the smell of alcohol too strong? Xiaoyu approached, wiggling a raised finger with a playful grin. Have you noticed any changes in the way she speaks today? Her speech? Gan Guyu frowned. Now that you mention it, there does seem to be something off about her tone today. But what exactly is it? The girls all laughed. Xian came over and patted his shoulder. You said it yourself last night. Don't you remember? To become a goddess, aside from beauty, there are 3 more elements required. Isn't Pei, responding to your call. Last night, I was practically blackout drunk. How could I remember what I said? Gan Guyu muttered in bewilderment, looking up to exclaim, Hey, why are you all leaving? What is the rush? Ha! To sleep. Wah! To shower. Chapter 95. The Thieving Wine Maiden. Gan Guyu knew that even when he was drunk in the past, he wouldn't chatter excessively. Yet last night, he had rambled on, which surely meant that this group of grass-skirt beauties had deliberately drawn him out. What else did I say? I need to find a chance to ask Pei. Gan Guyu hurriedly made his way back, his mind heavy with worries. Pei, where could that girl be? Surely she isn't still in the bath. He returned to the bamboo cottage and knocked gently on the bedroom door, but received no response. He knocked twice more, yet still there was no answer. Finally, he decided to push the door open. The bedroom was empty, and there was no sign of Pei in the bathroom either. Gan Guyu furrowed his brow in confusion. How strange. Could we have missed each other on the way? He scratched the back of his head and turned to leave. Just as he took a couple of steps, he suddenly halted, his eyes narrowing. Given Pei's nature, she would do everything in her power to manage the household chores, so how could she have left without even emptying the bathwater or tidying the bed? After a moment of contemplation, he unleashed a perception spell centered on himself, and his heart skipped a beat. His bamboo cottage had been intentionally elevated during construction to avoid excess moisture. Since he began brewing wine, all the fermenting and finished wines had been hidden in this basement to continue their fermentation, the absolute stasis of his personal storage space. Even wine and vinegar would cease to ferment, leading to unintended consequences. Yet at that moment, he sensed 2 figures in the basement beneath him. Point 1 was Pei, tightly bound, and beside her was another individual, forcefully covering her mouth with one hand while wielding a small fireball in the other. Threatening her, someone had infiltrated the natural forest. A fire mage, perhaps? Gan Guyu repeatedly told himself to remain calm, yet his heart raced uncontrollably. His first thought was that someone from the Xiongjiu family had come to exact revenge on him. But he quickly dismissed that notion. After all, they belonged to one of the 4 great magical families. Such tactics and scale seemed rather juvenile. Gan Guyu quietly left the bamboo cottage, following a path leading to the sacred tree for a considerable distance before stealthily circling back to the backyard. As he heard his departing footsteps, a flicker of anxiety crossed Pei's eyes. The assailant beside her also seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, retracting the fireball and loosening her grip on Pei's mouth. You filthy hag! You thieving wine snatcher! You despicable, shameless wretch! Pei unleashed a torrent of insults. The assailant, surprisingly a woman, was clad not in a mage's robe, but in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her ample figure. She pinched Pei's cheek and cackled. You little brat, keep shouting, and I'll tear your mouth apart. Pei scoffed coldly and continued to yell, Filthy hag! Filthy hag! Filthy hag! You little wretch! The woman growled through clenched teeth, raising her hand as if to slap Pei. Instinctively, Pei shut her eyes, bracing for the expected blow, yet it never came. Cautiously, she opened her eyes to find the woman had instead uncorked a bottle of wine and was gulping it down greedily. Purple-red wine dribbled from her lips, soaking her attire, but she seemed utterly unconcerned that in a nearby corner, numerous empty wine bottles lay scattered on the ground. Ha, what fine wine! I've never tasted anything like this before. After downing a bottle, the woman burped and wiped her mouth, praising, You little brat, your words may be foul, but your brewing skills are commendable. Very well, for the sake of this exquisite wine, I won't trouble you further. Just wait here for someone to rescue you. I shall take my leave without needing to be escorted. Ha, With that, she collected all the wine bottles and barrels from the basement into her storage ring, strutting out with an air of confidence, showing no signs of inebriation. However, she was met with a swift water gun spell. This water gun, cast with intent, would be impossible for anyone else to evade. Yet at the last moment, the woman sidestepped and fell backward, barely avoiding the strike. Unexpectedly, the water gun slowed suddenly, plunging downward and pursuing her once more. It seemed she had anticipated this turn of events, as she quickly performed 2 somersaults, completely evading the water gun while regaining her footing. That a few syllables escaped her lips, and she unleashed a fireball that collided with the water gun, causing both spells to cancel each other out. Only then did she glance at the caster of the water gun spell, only to be momentarily taken aback. What bizarre attire! A little squirt dressed in vibrant colors, exposing a patch of hairy leg. Didn't your family have the means to buy you a proper pair of trousers? And what about those shoes? They resembled a kind of straw sandal. Yet were not quite that either, utterly peculiar. But before she could ponder further, the woman shouted angrily, "What is the meaning of this?" and quickly turned to flee as a barrage of 10 water guns approached her. Had she encountered a wealthy foe, activating so many magic scrolls at once? She had never encountered such a phenomenon in her life, and it seemed fate had conspired against her. The woman's reaction also astonished Gan Guyu. The initial water gun spell, intended for a sneak attack, had been deftly avoided by her, showcasing her remarkable reflexes. Moreover, the fireball spell she cast in retaliation was nothing short of impressive, although the fireball was merely a first-tier spell. Its incantation was certainly not a trivial matter. The fact that she could chant it in just a few syllables indicated she had discovered a method to simplify the incantation, mastering the spell to an extraordinary degree. Through this exchange, Gan Guyu assessed her strength to be around the 4th tier. Thus, he no longer held back, unleashing 13 water gun spells in rapid succession, effectively sealing off most of her escape routes. Despite this, the water guns still followed a sequential order, albeit with minimal intervals. Yet for this woman, that seemed sufficient that as she retreated, she nimbly dodged, forcing Gan Guyu to expend more mana to control the water guns, all while launching a couple of fireballs to counter the incoming attacks. However, if this continued, she would inevitably be struck. The direction she chose to flee in, however, posed a dilemma for Gan Guyu. At this rate, he might end up destroying his own bamboo cottage. Realizing he needed to end this quickly, he seized an opportunity and caused the ground beneath her next landing point to suddenly sink. Caught off guard, the woman stumbled. Yet, her reflexes were exceptional. She rolled with the fall, executing a series of flips while sending several fireballs flying back at him. After successfully blocking her counterattacks, Gan Guyu's expression suddenly changed. "Oh no! Damn it!" The water guns pursued the woman, leading them back to the basement entrance. Gan Guyu hesitated, reluctant to damage his own cottage, which resulted in the woman seizing the moment to unleash several fireball spells. Although her magic wasn't instantaneous, the incantation for fireball was brief, and her simplified version made it nearly instantaneous. Gan Guyu instinctively controlled the water guns to intercept the fireballs, only to realize the magnitude of his error. He hastily prepared to unleash a few binding vines, but a voice rang out. "Stop!" Gan Guyu slapped his forehead in frustration, compelled to cease his attack. "You foolish Gan Guyu! Did you not think to cast binding vines before letting this wretched woman escape?" Pei Pei's scolding voice echoed with exasperation. "All you knew was to unleash water guns. Have you lost your mind? I apologize. My practical experience is rather lacking." Gan Guyu sheepishly scratched the back of his head. "But don't you think unleashing a barrage of water guns looks quite impressive?" "Impressive, my foot!" Pei Pei nearly exploded with rage. Seeing them bicker as if no one else was present, the woman felt a wave of annoyance. "You little brat, did I give you permission to speak? As a hostage, you ought to behave like one. My dear lady, I respect your tenacity. Release her, and I shall let you go. All that wine is yours as well." Gan Guyu spread his hands, addressing the woman who held Pei Pei with one hand while toying with a fireball in the other. Do you take me for a fool?" The woman laughed. "You let me go, just based on your meager strength. As for that fine wine, it is already in my possession. Do I really need your generosity?" She pulled out a rope identical to the one binding Pei Pei and tossed it at Gan Guyu's feet. I didn't want to make a fuss earlier, but you little brat insisted on making things difficult. Very well, as you wish. I shall not leave today. Hurry up and bind yourself. Gan Guyu was momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately managing a dry laugh. My dear lady, surely there must be some misunderstanding between us. Perhaps. To his surprise, the woman pondered seriously for a moment before nodding. But misunderstandings are just that. There's no need to resolve them. Otherwise, how could I bear to take this wine with me? This statement is quite reasonable. Gan Guyu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. In a state of desperation, he could only manage a dry chuckle and said, Dear sister, might we negotiate further? Or perhaps I could brew you a bit more wine? Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes sparkled with delight. I thought that wretched girl was the one brewing that fine wine, but it turns out it was you, little fellow. Well then, there's no need to hesitate. Hurry up and bind yourself before coming over. Binding myself? Surely that is too difficult a task. Gan Guyu's eyelids twitched. Allow me to assist you. The woman uttered a series of cryptic syllables, and the rope sprang forth like a serpent, deftly latching onto Gan Guyu's form. To his astonishment, as soon as the rope made contact with his body, it animated as if alive, swiftly ensnaring him like a zongzi. This is a binding rope for trapped beasts, a magical artifact. Do you comprehend? You Na'vi children who have never seen the world, she scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Gan Guyu. He felt his magical power sealed away in an instant, reducing him to the status of an ordinary person. And he couldn't help but mutter with resentment. You city dwellers really know how to have fun. But let me remind you, do you think we inhabitants of the forest of nature are easy prey? Believe me, I could summon a few folks to deal with you in no time. The forest of nature? The woman appeared momentarily taken aback. Are you truly from the forest of nature? This revelation startled both Gan Guyu and Pei Pei, who exclaimed in unison, You don't know where this is? Should I know? The woman blinked innocently. Very well, Gan Guyu replied helplessly. Though I'm unsure how you arrived here, or what your intentions are. I can certainly inform you that this is indeed the forest of nature, and both I and that girl in your grasp are its denizens. The woman paused in astonishment before bursting into laughter. I say, you little brat, do you think I am a fool? While I may not have had much interaction with the forest of nature, I am aware that its people wear garments woven from the sacred tree and dwell within its hollows, all of whom are nature mages. Most importantly, they are all women. She scrutinized Gan Guyu from head to toe, clicking her tongue in disbelief. You two, one clad in an oversized mage's robe and the other in tattered rags. Residing in this bizarre wooden hut are water and earth mages. If I am not mistaken, despite your shorter stature, you must be a man, correct? Who is wearing tattered rags? This is denim. Understand the difference between a beggar's attire and this. Gan Guyu retorted indignantly, taking offense at her remarks about his clothing. And furthermore, do not mention my height. Surely you know that is quite impolite. In my homeland, this is a standard height. Are you from the land of dwarves? The woman laughed derisively. Look at you. You've just let slip your own secrets, and you dare to claim you are from the forest of nature. Gan Guyu turned to Pei Pei and asked, Is there even a land of dwarves on the continent of Xianhuang? Pei Pei averted her gaze, wearing an expression that suggested she did not recognize this fool. Realizing this, Gan Guyu gritted his teeth and shouted, You vile woman, you are deceiving me. The woman erupted into another fit of manic laughter before suddenly commanding, Silence. Gnomes hold no right to speak. I'll take you on. Gan Guyu roared, making an earnest attempt to roll towards her. Pei Pei closed her eyes, suddenly feeling that the effects of the wine she had consumed the previous night were not only potent, but also lingering, causing her to experience a slight headache. In the next moment, Gan Guyu found himself suspended from the eaves outside the bamboo hut. The woman leisurely seated herself beneath the grapevine, producing a bottle of wine and enjoying it with great interest right before his eyes. Beside her, Pei Pei, still bound in a cocoon-like fashion, urged, You wretched woman, what do you intend to do? The woman glanced at her coldly and replied, If you dare to utter another insult, I shall hang you up there too. Wretched woman, cursed hag, giant arm monster, fat backside. Pei Pei shot back defiantly. The corners of the woman's mouth twitched as she felt her magical power nearing a boiling point. And then, "Hello, you've made it up here too," Gan Guyu greeted Pei Pei. She shot him a disdainful look and retorted, "Useless fool, I had hoped for your timely rescue. Hey, I was merely cautious due to a certain hostage situation. That's why I was outwitted by her. Not saving the princess is not due to the dragon's overwhelming strength, but because he is not a prince, merely an extra. Princess, your sarcasm is off the charts." Chapter 97. Counterattack. I must ask, dear sister, can we not converse down on the ground? It seems rather disrespectful to speak while you are perched above me. Gan Guyu chuckled awkwardly. "Haha, want to come down?" The woman swallowed her drink, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Yes, indeed." Gan Guyu nodded vigorously. "Do you concede?" "I concede. I concede. And what of the wine?" "I already said, it's all yours. No backing out? Absolutely no regrets." "Well then, I suppose I cannot remain here indefinitely, wasting time with you." After a moment's consideration, the woman recited an incantation, retracting the ropes that bound Gan Guyu and Pei Pei as they fell from the air. The woman did not relent. Uttering spells at a rapid pace, a flurry of fireballs shot toward the two simultaneously. She retreated, clearly not believing Gan Guyu's earlier words. "Ha, though I couldn't catch that little creature. Encountering such fine wine is not a loss." The woman gleefully dashed toward the depths of the mountain, but to her dismay, she tripped over a tree root just a few paces away. "What nonsense! Would I be tripped by a root? How could I maintain my reputation?" The woman attempted a somersault to regain her balance, but the root seemed to cling to her, caught off guard. She fell flat on her face, glancing down at her legs in surprise that a green vine had ensnared her ankle, creeping up her body. Was this the fabled magical vine, a manifestation of nature magic? For a moment, she was dazed, but she quickly regained her composure and summoned a fireball to incinerate the vine. In terms of power, she was a 4th-tier fire mage, and her combat experience far surpassed that of a novice like Gan Guyu. Swiftly breaking free from the vine's grasp, she continued her flight, but could not resist glancing back. What she saw stunned her. On the steps before the bamboo hut, several water shields stood protectively in front of Pei Pei. While the fireball she had unleashed had vanished without a trace, likely intercepted by those very shields. The woman was filled with confusion. She had calculated that if Gan Guyu and Pei Pei attempted to stop her fireballs, they would surely be unable to pursue her. But now, they had effectively blocked her attack, executing a flawless defense. How peculiar. Even with numerous magical scrolls, it was unlikely they could activate so many in such a short time. Most importantly, she only saw Pei Pei. Where was that wretched little boy? Before long, the woman spotted Gan Guyu's figure in her path. "Haha, little brat, you're quite quick on your feet," she was forced to pause, forcing a smile. How could this fellow have reached her so swiftly? Did he possess a space transit scroll? Those were 6th-tier spatial magic scrolls, vastly more valuable than low-tier scrolls like water gun or water shield. "Ha! Vile woman, return my wine, and having consumed so much, you should settle the tab." Gan Guyu sneered. Previously, when faced with a barrage of fireballs, he had swiftly conjured several water shields and also cast a spell to trip the retreating woman. In such a brief moment, only someone capable of instantaneous spellcasting could have accomplished this. Even magical scrolls would need to be activated one at a time, would they not? After executing these actions, Gan Guyu wasted no time, conjured a vine to ensnare himself, and hurled himself toward the direction from which the woman fled, launching himself like a projectile, the spot where he landed. Another vine awaited to catch him. With this, he finally managed to intercept the woman, blocking her path. However, this was his first attempt at such airborne acrobatics, and although successful, his heart raced, causing his legs to tremble slightly upon landing, preventing him from immediately launching an assault on the woman. "Ha ha! Just a moment ago, when I invited you to enjoy the scenery, you were calling me sister," the woman teased, her voice dripping with mockery. "Why the sudden change to little brother?" Upon hearing the term little brother, Gan Guyu's face twitched uncontrollably, and he conjured a barrage of water guns that surged toward the woman. "Is this a joke? What is happening?" The woman quickly dodged to the side while attempting to unleash a few fireballs to intercept Gan Guyu's assault. However, This time she realized that Gan Guyu had not activated any magical scrolls. Those water guns had appeared out of thin air. Instantaneous casting. The woman was left in shock. Although she had already attained the rank of a 4th-tier mage, she had yet to enter a mage academy for formal studies. Consequently, her repertoire was limited to the 1st-tier fire spell, the small fireball. The tuition fees for the mage academy were exorbitant, and she could not gather the necessary funds at the moment. Thus, she diligently practiced the fireball technique to at last. Her perseverance bore fruit as she mastered the nuances of the incantation, allowing her to wield the fireball spell with remarkable proficiency. However, today, she unexpectedly encountered someone capable of casting spells instantaneously. If he were a magician of higher rank, or even a god of magic, then she might have accepted that he could instantaneously cast low-tier spells like the water shield or water gun. Yet, the individual before her was clearly a 2nd-tier mage. Moreover, what was the cause of the previous ground collapse and the entangling vines just now? Were they the result of a magical scroll? The woman found herself in a state of confusion. The current situation mirrored that of Gan Guyu relentlessly pursuing her. However, this time, Gan Guyu would not grant her any opportunities. The entangling vines often appeared suddenly, catching the fleeing woman off guard and causing her to stumble. Were it not for her remarkably swift casting of the fireball spell, she would have already been pinned to the ground by the water gun. How could a dignified 4th-tier mage be utterly powerless against a 2nd-tier mage? If word of this got out, how could she possibly show her face again? As she maintained her composure while fending off Gan Guyu's attacks, she calculated their respective magical expenditures that in her view. Despite her current predicament, a definitive disparity in magical power existed between them, that if only she could wait until this insufferable brat exhausted his magical energy, wouldn't she then be free to manipulate him as she pleased? Just you wait, you little brat. The next time I catch you, I'll make you into jerky. With that hopeful thought, she persevered. However, as time passed, she found herself with multiple cuts from the water gun due to her inability to dodge. And her magical energy was nearly depleted, while Gan Guyu's relentless assaults continued unabated. Surely, the intensity of his attacks was only at the 2nd-tier level. Could it be that this little brat was hiding his true strength? The woman grew increasingly alarmed. How could a 2nd-tier mage possess such an abundance of magical energy? In reality, Gan Guyu's inability to break through to the 3rd tier was closely related to his identity as a tri-elemental mage. The magical energy required for an average mage to ascend from the 2nd to the 3rd tier was actually less than 1/3 of what Gan Guyu needed. However, his accumulation over time was not to be underestimated. And due to the nature of the agricultural product processing instrument, he often experienced depletion of magical energy. While this would leave him feeling fatigued, it ultimately contributed to an increase in his overall magical capacity. Thus, although Gan Guyu's total magical energy was not on par with that of a 4th-tier mage, the difference was not substantial. Soon, the woman realized her calculations had gone awry. This won't do, if this continues. I'll all be done for. With a determined grimace, she unleashed a flurry of small fireballs towards Gan Guyu in retaliation, while simultaneously, with a slight tremor of her hand, a beast-binding rope flew towards him. Concealed by the flames. Heh, you old hag. Do you not understand the saying once bitten, twice shy? I was already prepared for this. Gan Guyu's laughter rang out, as the small fireballs were all intercepted by a suddenly materializing water shield, while the beast-binding rope, now exposed in midair, became ensnared on a magical vine. Although Gan Guyu spoke confidently, he remained cautious, thoroughly restraining the beast-binding rope with a magical vine before continuing his pursuit of the woman. She had intended to flee without looking back as soon as she cast the beast-binding rope, thinking of it as a desperate last resort. Unfortunately, her scheme was uncovered by Gan Guyu, and this sudden burst of energy did not afford her much time. Hey, what do you want from me? The woman finally could not hold back her frustration and shouted. However, in the brief moment it took to utter those words, her sleeve was again inadvertently cut by a water gun that in truth. Had Gan Guyu been serious with his level of control over magic, that woman would have been riddled with holes by now. He refrained from pursuing a total annihilation, allowing her to sustain only minor injuries. Upon hearing her call out, Gan Guyu tossed a couple of grapes into his mouth and replied, apologize to me and that little beauty from earlier, and then compensate me for my losses, and I will let you off this time. All right, I'm sorry. Is that sufficient? The woman, realizing she could not hold out much longer, pleaded, I can pay for your wine. How about that? Gan Guyu momentarily ceased fire, watching her with keen interest. That works, but for my cellar of wine, I'll give you a wholesale discount. 1,000 third-tier magic crystals. What? Why don't you go rob someone instead? The woman erupted in anger. To even suggest 1,000 magic crystals was an outrageous extortion. Gan Guyu shrugged. I'm not overpricing. The Ciprol's Mage Academy pays even more than that for my goods. The wine he stored in his cellar required nearly 1,000 grapes just for the raw materials, not to mention the costs associated with processing them into wine. Pricing it at 1,000 third-tier magic crystals was indeed a fair deal, especially considering the higher price at which the merchant Xianhuang had originally purchased the grapes. However, the woman was oblivious to these details. She had already concluded that Gan Guyu was attempting to swindle her. If she had that much money, she would have gone to the Mage Academy to learn advanced magic instead of wandering to this desolate place. With this thought in mind, she narrowed her eyes and suddenly shouted, You little runt, I'm going all in with you. A barrage of fireballs hurtled towards Gan Guyu's face, while she herself fled in the opposite direction, showing no intention of genuinely confronting him. What the hell, a sneak attack? Gan Guyu was initially taken aback, then quickly grew furious. This girl was insufferable. He had offered such a splendid opportunity for reconciliation. Yet she refused to cooperate. That it was hardly his fault. The woman, sprinting away, found herself too drained to retort. Who had been the one to initiate the sneak attack with the water gun? She had no time to continue her verbal sparring with Gan Guyu, as several water guns were already hurtling towards her. Just as she managed to fend off these attacks, she realized she had reached her limit. Had she not consumed a fair amount of wine earlier, which provided some restorative effects for her magical energy, she might have already succumbed to a complete depletion of power. Meanwhile, Gan Guyu leisurely munched on grapes amidst their battle, seemingly unconcerned about running low on magical energy. Damn it, it seems I really can't escape. The woman chuckled coldly and charged towards Gan Guyu. He was taken aback, unsure of her intentions, but his previous combat experience advised him that it was best not to let the enemy have their way. Thus, he prepared to retreat while launching an attack, hoping to keep her at bay. Just then, a series of incantations erupted, and the woman found her legs ensnared by several magical vines. Gan Guyu was momentarily stunned. He hadn't even made a move yet. No, wait, that incantation. The woman quickly detonated the magical vines with small fireballs, intending to charge forward, but found herself enveloped in a thick, purplish-red fog, rendering her disoriented and unable to discern direction, causing her heart to plummet. This was the third-tier magic of the nature element, pollen mist. While it was a non-lethal spell, it effectively obstructed the enemy's line of sight. However, nature mages could navigate through this pollen mist as if it were water. For the purple haze was actually a form of pollen, which also belonged to the plant category. Nature mages merely needed to cast a perception spell to clearly detect the enemy concealed within the mist. I'm back. Pei dashed to Gan Guyu's side, a triumphant grin on her face. Not far away, Lin, Xiao and Xiaoyu and Shuang had already formed a formation, preparing to confront the woman ensnared in the pollen mist. Clearly the reinforcements Pei had summoned. Gan Guyu, are you all right? Another voice called out. Gan Guyu turned to see an elder approaching and was slightly taken aback. Elder Seely, even you have been alerted? Since outsiders have entered the forest of nature, it is only right that I handle the situation. Elder Seely nodded. After Pei had escaped, she had seen Gan Guyu managing the woman alone and rushed back to the holy tree to alert her friends. Upon hearing that someone was not only stealing wine, but also bullying Pei and Gan Guyu, the girls immediately dropped their tasks and hurried toward the bamboo hut. The high priestess, who had been with Lin at the time, was also informed of the situation and joined Elder Seely in coming over. Do you know the origins of this person? Elder Seely inquired as he surveyed the battlefield. No idea. Gan Guyu shook his head, pointing to the still entangled beast binding rope beside him. That thing is her magical artifact. Can you discern any issues from it? Beast binding rope. Elder Seely's brow furrowed. It's quite a common magical artifact. Bounty hunters typically carry a few for capturing magical beasts. Bounty hunters? Gan Guyu asked. Intrigued. They are mages who earn a living by capturing magical beasts, Elder Seeley explained. Some mages, whether due to humble origins, having offended the powerful, or simply unwilling to serve the nobility, resort to this profession. It allows them to earn a little money, though it is certainly a difficult life. Gan Guyu nodded thoughtfully at these words that in the Xianhuang Continent, while mages generally held a lofty status. Distinctions existed among them. Noble mages, represented by the four major mage families and members of the Guangyao Empire's royal family, wielded the majority of the continent's power and wealth that in the realm of common folk. The existence of amateur sorcerers, though revered by the ordinary citizens, pales in comparison to the esteemed position held by their noble counterparts. Naturally, the druids of the verdant forest stand as a unique entity within the sorcerer's circle. While the overall strength of the verdant forest may be dwarfed by the numbers of noble sorcerers, the influence wielded by these druids across the continent is undeniable and commands respect. Among the common sorcerers, particularly those of lesser strength, offending a more powerful and higher-ranking sorcerer often leads to a rather dismal existence. Many such sorcerers find themselves among the ranks of bounty hunters. However, there exists a faction of bounty hunters who, akin to the wandering knights of ancient dynasties, disdain the role of mere pawns for the nobility, opting instead to hunt magical beasts for bounties, leading a life of relative ease and leisure. Regardless, bounty hunting is a profession that garners a degree of admiration from the common populace. After all, they are all sorcerers, and by eliminating magical beasts, they effectively reduce the risk of their crops being ravaged by such creatures. The elder officiant provided Gan Guyu with a brief overview of the bounty hunters, then shifted her gaze to the unfolding battle nearby. No matter who she is. Once we capture her for questioning, the truth shall be revealed. The women did not disappoint. The figure obscured by the pollen smoke was already at her last gasp, and against overwhelming odds, she could not hold out for long before being subdued. When she was brought before the elder officiant in Gan Guyu, she was bound tightly with green vines, reminiscent of a beast-binding rope. However, the black attire she wore was already riddled with cuts from Gan Guyu's water blasts, and now, as she was tightly restrained, her voluptuous form was fully revealed. Pei, standing nearby, nudged Gan Guyu in annoyance. "What are you staring at?" "E-cup," Gan Guyu blurted out, before hurriedly correcting himself. "What? I wasn't looking at anything." "Really?" Pei inquired skeptically. "What cup did you just mention?" "I meant to say that we've finally caught this thief, and we should celebrate with a drink," Gan Guyu stated earnestly. Pei scoffed. "Celebrate? All the wine has been taken by this wretched woman." Gan Guyu slapped his forehead. "Indeed. Wretched woman, return my wine." "Ha!" The woman, unable to move, still managed to giggle. "Oh, little brother, all the wine is in my storage ring. But alas, it is inconvenient for me to retrieve it right now. How about you loosen my binds instead? Isn't that rather unnecessary?" Gan Guyu removed the storage ring from her bound hands, playing with it as he remarked, "I think it would be much simpler to just eliminate you." "Oh, dear brother, could you truly bring yourself to do that?" The woman feigned a pitiful expression, her large, watery eyes gazing up at Gan Guyu. Goodness, what a temptress! Gan Guyu felt a wave of dizziness and quickly turned away, though the image of her ample figure lingered vividly in his mind. Alas, it seemed the night would once again prove troublesome for Fifth Mississippi. Seeing Gan Guyu flustered by her teasing, the elder officiant furrowed her brow. "Take this woman away and interrogate her thoroughly." "Understood." The group of grass-skirted beauties responded, escorting the woman towards the sacred tree. The elder officiant turned to Gan Guyu. "Shall we go see for ourselves? Only you can ascertain the extent of the damage done." Gan Guyu tucked away the woman's storage ring and nodded. "I too am curious how she appeared in the verdant forest and managed to sneak her way to me." The elder officiant pondered briefly before speaking. "The entrance to the verdant forest is heavily guarded. She must have come from the rear mountains." "The rear mountains?" Pei's eyes widened. "No way. Beyond the valley of the rear mountains lies the South Ridge. Even if she is a bounty hunter, there's no reason for her to venture there to hunt magical beasts. The risks are far too great." "The South Ridge, a haven for powerful magical beasts," is a forbidden zone for humans that it has long been regarded as the southernmost point of the barren continent, as no one dares to delve into those treacherous mountains. And those who do seldom return, leaving humanity unaware of what lies beyond the South Ridge. However, for reasons unknown, the magical beasts of the South Ridge rarely venture outside their territory, content to guard their own domain. This situation is one that humanity welcomes. Otherwise, the scant food supply remaining on the continent would be insufficient for the beasts. Rumors suggest that the verdant forest serves to keep the beasts of the South Ridge at bay. Yet most sorcerers scoff at this notion. The verdant forest, which requires the aid of sorcerer academies to fend off even minor beast tides, hardly seems capable of deterring the formidable beasts of the South Ridge. Nonetheless, due to its geographical position, the verdant forest has indeed become a barrier between the South Ridge and the barren continent, albeit one that appears as fragile as paper. Should the beasts of the South Ridge wish to launch a large-scale assault on the continent, they would have to circumvent the verdant forest. Similarly, for humans to bypass the verdant forest and reach the South Ridge, it could only be a select few, allowing them to traverse certain perilous terrains in a short span of time. In response to Pei's skepticism, the elder officiant continued, "Ordinary individuals would not dare approach the vicinity of the South Ridge without cause. But for a bounty hunter, it is indeed plausible that we shall discover the truth soon enough." Gan Guyu nodded and led Pei alongside the elder officiant towards the sacred tree. Meanwhile, the captured woman, upon being apprehended by the grass-skirted beauties, felt a sense of unease creeping in. As she was brought beneath the sacred tree, her mouth fell slightly agape in realization. How had she unwittingly wandered so close to the verdant forest? This was a grave misstep. Could that foul little brat truly be associated with the verdant forest? At this point, even if she were not, her ties to it were undeniable. It seemed she would have to accept her fate. Lamenting inwardly, had she known, she would have taken the opportunity to flee while that insufferable little brat was distracted. Having indulged in the exquisite wine, she had hoped to reclaim her beast-binding rope. But now, not only had her storage ring been confiscated, but she had also been ensnared herself, a monumental loss indeed. Regret was now futile, and the woman could only grumble within her mind. Regardless, she had already consumed a great deal of fine wine. And no matter how powerful the verdant forest might be, could they truly compel her to regurgitate it? Just as she finished her inner musings, she found herself ushered into a small tree hollow. Lifting her gaze, she marveled at the grandiosity of the scene before her. In that case, Lilith, you merely stumbled into Gan Guyu's bamboo dwelling, and in a moment of indulgence, you helped yourself to his newly brewed wine. The high priest continued to inquire in a gentle tone. Addressing the very woman who had just been captured, according to Lilith's account, she had been pursuing a fourth-tier fire-tailed spirit fox when she inadvertently found herself near the South Ridge, ultimately giving up when the fox darted into the mountains. In her search for a cave to spend the night, she had unexpectedly arrived at the rear of the verdant forest and discovered Gan Guyu's bamboo house. She had intended to request lodging for the night. But Gan Guyu was inebriated, and Pei had fallen asleep beside him, leaving Lilith knocking at the door for an extended period with no response. She considered barging in, but ultimately decided against it. Fearing the peculiar construction of the house might belong to some reclusive sage or formidable villain. With no other option, Lilith curled up in a corner by the kitchen stove, planning to make do for the night. However, the intoxicating aroma of the wine from the basement of the bamboo house piqued her curiosity. Succumbing to temptation, she ventured downstairs, discovering Gan Guyu's hidden stock of wine. Conveniently, she had already consumed all the alcohol she had brought with her in pursuit of the magical beast. The allure of the wine overtook her, and without much hesitation, she uncorked a bottle and took a swig. One sip led to another, and soon she was unable to stop, reveling in the exquisite flavors until the effects of the alcohol overtook her, and she succumbed to a blissful slumber. It was not until the following morning, when Gan Guyu hurriedly burst through the door to bid farewell to Emo, that Lilith was roused from her stupor. As she lay in the wine cellar, slowly recovering from the effects of the alcohol, she recalled the events that had transpired and realized the predicament she had landed herself in. She resolved to make a hasty exit. But in her drunken state, she stumbled and accidentally kicked an empty bottle nearby. Pei, who was bathing above, heard the commotion and, suspecting a magical beast was pilfering the wine, quickly threw on her clothes, and rushed downstairs. In a panic, fearing she would be caught red-handed, Lilith decided to strike first. She unleashed a fireball spell, catching the unsuspecting Pei off guard. Just then, Gan Guyu returned to the bamboo house, setting in motion the series of events that would follow. Upon hearing the high priest's inquiry, Lilith quickly nodded. Yes, I was merely momentarily foolish. Please forgive me this once. I am willing to pay for the wine. Did you not claim the same before? Gan Guyu interjected with a teasing tone. Oh! Dear brother, your opening offer is 1,000 third-tier magic crystals. How could I possibly accept? Lilith donned a pitiful expression as she gazed at Ganyu, exclaiming, As bounty hunters, we toil for an entire year and might not even amass such a substantial sum. Ah! Miss Lilith, the high priestess interjected, fully aware that Lilith was accusing Ganyu of extortion. I've already heard that the wine you pilfered was crafted by Ganyu from grapes. Oh, so it's made from grapes? How novel. No wonder it's so delightful. Lilith feigned realization, nodding in agreement, only to suddenly grasp the situation. What? Grapes? She whirled around, glaring at Ganyu. You unruly brat. What a waste, brewing wine from grapes. How could you be so careless with such fruit? Who can afford such wine? This is setting a trap for me. In this desolate land, after toiling tirelessly for a year, most of her savings had been squandered in taverns, indulging in the most inferior barley brews. Now, having finally tasted something exquisite, grape wine no less, should she not proclaim that having savored this wine, even death would be worth it? Yet to her shock, Ganyu shrugged and continued to add insult to injury. The grapes I use for brewing are not of the ordinary sort you might imagine, but rather a new generation of improved grapes cultivated through years of painstaking effort, blood, sweat, and tears, acquired at the staggering price of 1 4th-tier magic crystal per grape from the Cypreless Mage Academy. He then made a sincere expression towards Lilith, as if to convey, I completely empathize with your plight, but I assure you, I have not wronged you. In fact, I have offered you a discount in the spirit of friendship, just as Lilith was on the verge of exploding with rage. Pei, oblivious to the tension, produced a procurement contract bearing the magical insignia of the mountain below. Look, we have a trading contract as evidence. We have not extorted you. At this moment, Lilith was genuinely flustered. The natural forest was renowned across the continent, and she believed that with the high priestess present, after compensating Ganyu for his losses, no one would further trouble her. She had only anticipated a minor financial setback. However, it now appeared that this was no trivial matter at all. She had truly overindulged, not just in her drinking last night, but in her entire life. But I truly do not have that much money, Lilith lamented, her face falling as she collapsed to the ground like a defeated dog, exuding an aura of despair as if to say, I am at your mercy. Do with me as you will. Seeing her in such disarray, Pei couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. She whispered to Ganyu, Hey, why not let her compensate a little? Just enough to make it fair. She does seem quite pitiful. She called you a nasty girl, Ganyu shot back, casting a sidelong glance at Pei's small hands clenched slightly. Then perhaps, let her apologize again. She hung you from the eaves, Ganyu retorted once more, his tone indifferent. Pei's lips twitched. How about we hang her for a day, and then release her? She insulted my height, maliciously mocking me more than once, Ganyu exclaimed in outrage. Uncle can endure, but Aunt cannot. This is something I cannot tolerate. If you have the ability, then shorten her stature or saw off those long legs of hers. The room filled with grass-skirted maidens looked up at the ceiling, their sentiments palpable. They certainly did not wish to provoke Ganyu. It seemed prudent to refrain from jesting about his height in the future, for one could never predict when he might explode in such fury again. It must be said, those with the gentlest temperaments often unleash the most terrifying wrath when pushed too far. Cough, cough. The high priestess cleared her throat, casting a meaningful glance at Ganyu. Dear child, while Lilith has certainly erred, do not let your grievances consume you that I have never perceived any flaw in your stature. Rather, I find it quite satisfactory as it is. Speak not of sawing off her legs henceforth. The surrounding women hastily chimed in with words of comfort for Ganyu, while Pei, with a pitiful expression, tugged at his sleeve, her eyes brimming with tears. Ganyu, taken aback, glanced at Pei and then at the high priestess, before letting out a long, exasperated sigh. I need some fresh air. With that, he turned and stormed out. Pepe, witnessing this, hastily stomped her foot and hurled another insult at Lilith. Wretched woman, before hurriedly following after him. Chapter 101. A year has passed upon exiting the treehouse. Pepe spotted Gan Guyu squatting a short distance away. She cautiously approached and sat beside him. Hey, are you all right? Gan Guyu turned his head, shooting her an incredulous look. Which of your eyes saw me in distress? The one in need of help is clearly that wretched woman. Pepe was taken aback, scrutinizing him closely before exclaiming, You were just pretending? It's a rare occasion to witness your expression so genuine. So, I decided to play along a bit. Gan Guyu replied with a raised eyebrow and a smile. You truly deserve an award for your performance. Next time, I'll get you a little golden figurine as a token of encouragement. You jerk! Pepe retaliated by unleashing a jet of water straight into Gan Guyu's face. How foolish she had been to worry about him when he was merely acting. All right, Gan Guyu said, wiping his face and surrendering. Even without your interruption, I would have still put on a show. The high priestess was waiting for her cue. Pepe paused, then suddenly realized, you and the high priestess were in cahoots? Shoo! Don't let anyone inside hear you, Gan Guyu quickly warned. Once he saw Pepe fall silent, he continued, That's why I bolted out. It gave the high priestess room to maneuver. Pepe fell silent, wanting to scold Gan Guyu for being so conniving. However, doing so would also implicate her beloved high priestess. So she chose instead to sulk in silence. Meanwhile, back inside the small tree hollow, the high priestess ordered that Lilith be untied and assisted her to a seat, expressing concern. Child, are you hurt? Lilith shook her head. Yet her heart was a tempest of emotions. The high priestess guided her to a chair and sighed. Child, your actions were indeed excessive. If I were to demand that you accept punishment, would you comply? Lilith gritted her teeth. I shall accept. Recognizing one's mistakes and being willing to amend is the mark of a good child, the high priestess chuckled. According to the laws of the Radiant Empire, those who steal must return the stolen goods in full and may face servitude of 3 to 5 years. Should the thief be unable to return the items, the victim is even entitled to sever a hand as punishment. Lilith remained silent, fully aware that the crux of the high priestess's words lay elsewhere. Indeed, the high priestess continued. However, here in the natural forest, the Empire's laws serve merely as a reference. The Mother of Nature has proclaimed that we should show mercy where possible. Thus, even if you cannot provide sufficient compensation, we shall not harm you. That Gan Guyu's earlier words were merely spoken in anger. Do not take them to heart. Lilith nodded in understanding. She had noted during the earlier confrontation that Gan Guyu had deliberately refrained from striking her with full force, and thus she subconsciously accepted this fact. Of course, this improved Grape is the fruit of his years of toil, and he is undoubtedly pained by its loss, since you have accepted punishment, but cannot provide an equivalent in magic crystals. Let us choose a compromise, shall we? The high priestess continued gently. At this point, what other option did Lilith have? With a bitter smile, she conceded, I leave everything to your discretion, high priestess. The high priestess chuckled. Here is the plan. Gan Guyu lives alone in a bamboo house, lacking the protection of the sacred tree, and I worry for him. Thus, I decree that you shall remain by his side as a servant for 1 year, attending to him as your master. You will assist with household chores, tend to the crops in the field, and help ward off any beasts that come to steal food that as long as his commands do not insult your dignity or violate your conscience. You must obey him. Lilith's mouth fell agape. Was she to become a servant? Fortunately, it was only for a year, which she could tolerate. Before Lilith could voice her thoughts, the high priestess added, Moreover, it is crucial to note that while Gan Guyu possesses exceptional talent, he lacks practical combat experience. That I have heard your fireball technique is already perfected, and your extensive experience battling magical beasts is commendable. Therefore, I would like you to serve as Gan Guyu's training partner for this year, dedicating some time each day to spar with him. Upon hearing this, Lilith was taken aback. So this was the main point. However, it sounded far more appealing than being merely a maid or servant. Perhaps she might even find an opportunity to give that little brat a good thrashing someday. It didn't sound so bad after all, though she would be forfeiting a year of her freedom. Lilith could not find a better resolution and felt a flicker of gratitude towards the high priestess for her leniency. She nodded. Let it be so, I accept. The high priestess smiled and instructed. Then extend your right hand. Please. Right hand? Lilith inquired, perplexed, yet she obediently extended her hand. The high priest loosened her sleeve, revealing her arms, as pure and smooth as sheep's fat jade, and then began to chant to herself. Once the incantation was complete, the high priest pointed at Lilith's arm, and a verdant light descended upon it. After the green light faded, a seed-shaped mark was left upon her arm. The edges of the mark emitted several green lines, resembling azure veins that gradually vanished into her body. The high priest lowered Lilith's sleeve and explained slowly, "This is the seed of parasitism. Wherever it resides, I shall be able to sense its presence. With my power, this seed can lie dormant within you for 3 months, meaning you must return to me after 3 months to reinforce the seed. Otherwise, it will instinctively draw upon your magical energy to sprout, and that would be troublesome." Hearing this, Lilith slightly pursed her lips, ultimately nodding without uttering another word. She understood that her origins had not been wholly accepted by the denizens of the natural forest, and their cautiousness towards her was a reasonable response. Moreover, she had heard whispers of the 7th-tier natural magic of parasitism. This magical art could be considered a transformative spell within the realm of natural magic. It possessed no innate lethality. Yet due to its nature as a seed, when combined with first-tier magic perception, it could ensure that the attacks of natural mages would invariably strike the host of the seed, should a mage utilize the seed of parasitism to invoke entangling vines. Even if one were to be soaring through the air, they could be instantaneously ensnared. Moreover, as the seed germinates, it would also inflict armor-piercing effects, significantly diminishing the defenses of the afflicted that if paired with the 8th-tier magic of life drain. Regardless of the distance between the seed of parasitism and the natural mage, it would become a focal point for siphoning magical energy, rapidly exhausting the energy within the human body. Observing that Lilith had no objections to the binding placed upon her, the high priest called back Gan Guyu and informed him of her decision. Gan Guyu, expressionless, remained silent for a moment before pulling out a sheet of A4 paper and diligently scribbling upon it. Before long, he handed the paper to Lilith. "If there are no issues, please affix your magical mark." Lilith curiously accepted the paper and read, "I, Lilith, willingly recognize Gan Guyu as my master, obeying his will and fulfilling his commands, with a term extending from this day until 1 year hence." Upon seeing this, Lilith finally grasped the situation that the high priest had omitted any mention of the seed of parasitism. Gan Guyu had resorted to this course of action. However, she could not be bothered to explain, merely returning the paper. "The content is acceptable, but it must include an additional clause. My dignity as a mage must be guaranteed, and I shall not be compelled to commit any malevolent acts." "That is not an issue," Gan Guyu replied, nodding impassively. "Furthermore, the name must be amended. Lilith is merely my nickname. My full name is Lena." Realizing that she was about to leave her magical mark, Lilith, or rather Miss Lena, felt a twinge of guilt and confessed. The room fell silent. Chapter 102. Maid Lena, do you see that patch of sugarcane over there? The one that's particularly tall? That belongs to that fellow, Pei said, under the high priest's orders, leading Lena to leisurely stroll through the natural forest, helping her acclimate to the surroundings. "Haha, I can't believe you previously interceded on my behalf. What a good girl." Lena, who had just signed a contract of servitude, instantly regained her vitality, trailing behind Pei while gazing around, her mood quite buoyant. "I say you," Pei sighed, "is it truly acceptable to be so carefree? I cannot alter my fate. I can only resign myself to it." Lena giggled, retrieving a bottle of wine from her storage ring, uncorking it for a few sips. "Moreover, that rascal returned my storage ring without even mentioning the wine. Upon reflection, I am certainly not at a loss here." Pei cast her a sidelong glance. Indeed, she was not at a loss. Could it be that this was the reason he acquiesced to the high priest's proposal? Meanwhile, within the small tree hollow, only Gan Guyu and the high priest remained. "You truly think ahead. The boy is not even in your league," Gan Guyu sincerely praised. I previously thought it sufficient to let her continue hunting magical beasts and earn income to repay her debts. Yet I did not expect you to retain her. With your abilities, would the loss of a few magical crystals matter? The high priest chuckled. Keeping her is your greatest fortune, is it not? I cannot appear too obvious in my intentions. Hence I granted you only a year's time. However, I trust this time frame will not pose a challenge for you. Gan Guyu feigned a nonchalant expression, looking at the high priest, whose exploitative demeanor was increasingly evident, and remarked, I have only seen your benevolent side before. I did not anticipate witnessing your sagacious side today. You mean to say I am cunning and sly? The high priest laughed heartily. Without some means, could I have led hundreds of my kin and ensured the Mother of Nature's radiance has continued to protect the continent for so many years? You have borne quite the burden, Gan Guyu said earnestly. The high priest waved her hand dismissively. This is hardly anything. However, your generation of clansmen must mature swiftly. At these words, Gan Guyu's heart tightened. What do you mean by that, high priest? It is nothing. I merely expressed a casual sentiment. The high priest replied lightly. Now that this matter is settled, I shall take my leave. This item you will deliver to Lilith. Oh, Lena, is it? This child has too many cunning schemes. Had you informed me of the seed of parasitism beforehand, I would not have drafted that contract. Perhaps she would have truly remained Lilith. Gan Guyu shook his head with a wry smile that he accepted the tattered piece of beast hide paper from the high priest, opened it, and immediately exclaimed in astonishment, This is the standard incantation for the second-tier fire magic, the Ring of Fire Resistance, the high priest confirmed. In truth, I also possess incantations for third and fourth-tier magic. However, those spells require authorization from the Mage Academy for dissemination. High priest, do you have earth magic incantations? Gan Guyu eagerly inquired. Would I wait until now to provide them to you? The high priest shook her head helplessly. Each major mage family cherishes their own secrets, and the spread of magical incantations is quite difficult. I was able to acquire the fire magic incantations due to the favorable relations between the natural forest and the Xianhuang family. The Xianhuang family, one of the four great mage families rumored to be descendants of the fire god, possessed the artificial breeding techniques for the magical beast, the flame hound, and was the continent's largest producer and seller of fire magical crystals. Moreover, they were the only one of the four great mage families to maintain a close relationship with the natural forest. Gan Guyu, disappointed, shrugged. Very well. One cannot be greedy and expect to digest it all, the high priest admonished. Look at you. You can only manage for spells at present, and you appear somewhat flustered in battle. This is something you should learn from Lena. She has carved out a niche for herself among bounty hunters with merely the most basic fireball spell. Surely, she possesses her own exceptional qualities. In terms of physique, it was indeed exceptional. Gan Guyu maliciously thought, yet outwardly he nodded. I will take heed. The high priest said nothing further, merely nodded slightly before departing. Gan Guyu stretched lazily, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, before swiftly exiting. Master, welcome back. Gan Guyu entered the bamboo house, greeted by a voice laced with languid allure. He paused in surprise and looked up. You, troublesome woman, what are you up to? There stood Lena, now clad in a clean mage's robe, respectfully bowing to him. This robe? Well, if Pei or Mo were to wear it, they would undoubtedly appear as if buried beneath a tent fabric. Yet, with Lena wearing it, one might question if certain parts would not burst, despite Gan Guyu still referring to her as a troublesome woman. The respectful smile on Lena's face remained unchanged. Lunch is ready, and a bath has been prepared for you. Would you prefer to eat first or bathe? Or perhaps, could your quips be any older? Gan Guyu's inner turmoil screamed. Without letting Lena finish, he hastily waved his hand. Eat, eat. He then sat at the table and was immediately petrified. What is this? Old? I made you a heartfelt lunch, fried black-tooth pork chop, Lena explained with a beaming smile. Gan Guyu gazed at the charred, indistinguishable object before him, swallowed hard, and forced a smile. Having worked up quite a sweat today, I think I shall bathe first? Very well. This way, please. Lena maintained her formulaic smile, guiding Gan Guyu to the bathroom. Troublesome woman, are you toying with me? Gan Guyu's eyes twitched as he pointed at the steaming water in the bathtub, fuming. Do not think I cannot tell that this water was just boiled. Oh, you caught me. Lena feigned surprise, covering her mouth with a smile. It is my first time serving someone. If I've not done well, feel free to reprimand me. Vile harpy. Gan Guyu seethed with rage, as if a Buddha had emerged from the depths of hell and ascended to the heavens. As you wish. I shall take my time dealing with you. Come, let us step outside for a little practice. But my magical powers have not yet fully recovered, Lena replied, feigning a pitiful demeanor. Master, are you truly intending to bully me? If it must be so, I shall concede defeat and submit to your whim. With that, Lena somersaulted on Gan Guyu's bed, licking her lips and striking a flirtatious pose, then turned to him and blew a kiss with her eyes half closed. Damn pixie! Gan Guyu bellowed. You! Get down here! Lena obediently jumped off the bed and continued. So, my master, do you have any further commands? All right, dear sister, I concede. Is that satisfactory? Gan Guyu lamented. Enough of this play. It was not until Lena burst into a fit of laughter and turned to leave that Gan Guyu finally realized that this sister was no ordinary opponent. Chapter 103. Lena's punishment in the valley behind the mountain. The ground was pockmarked, clearly indicating recent explosions. The mountain breeze swept in through the narrow valley entrance, stirring up a cloud of dust that rustled the edges of Lena's garments. Opposite her, Gan Guyu stood upright, observing her with a calm demeanor. Another gust of wind blew, and both collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, forming the characters for Big and Two in Chinese. Vile harpy. Quite impressive. Gan Guyu gasped, forcing a smile. You are not so bad yourself, you little rascal. Lena's condition was hardly better than Gan Guyu's. Her chest heaved dramatically. How should we settle this round? Gan Guyu rolled over to face Lena. As your elder sister, I shall let you win this time. Lena replied nonchalantly that in truth, with her status as a fourth-tier mage, she could not overpower a mere second-tier Gan Guyu. Hence she had indeed lost, and the notion of letting him win was but a farce. Thus, she declared plainly, I concede my defeat. Now, what do you desire? I could be bound or left free. Damn pixie. Gan Guyu involuntarily swallowed hard, his eye twitching that he shoved the scroll containing the spell of fire resistance, given to him by the high priest, into the neckline of Lena's garment. Then stood and turned to leave. Let us see how I shall deal with you back home. Oh, I'm so frightened. Lena feigned terror, yet her face bore no trace of fear as she playfully caressed her chest and casually retrieved the scroll that Gan Guyu had tucked there. Upon opening the scroll and seeing the spell, she was initially delighted, but as the realization dawned upon her, her expression soured, and she leaped to her feet, shouting, You little rascal, stand still. You won through underhanded means. Come, let us engage in another 300 rounds. Hearing her shout from behind, Gan Guyu felt a surge of merriment. So you wish to play coy, do you? I shall not let this slide. As joyful thoughts filled his mind, he began to reflect on the battle he had just fought with Lena. His advantages lay in the instant casting and precise control of his magic, and his overall magical energy did not hinder him excessively. Meanwhile, Lena possessed rich combat experience, capable of responding with the most rational tactics at the drop of a hat, coupled with her mastery of the fireball spell, allowing her to match Gan Guyu blow for blow. However, all of this was predicated on her sole reliance on the fireball spell. Gan Guyu had intentionally withheld the fire-resistant spell until Lena conceded, seeking to take advantage of her situation. Each new spell a mage learned diversified their combat style. The to speak of just this fire-resistant spell, the threat posed to Lena by his binding spell would be significantly diminished. Even so, Gan Guyu gleaned considerable insights from today's duel with Lena. As he pondered, he returned to the bamboo cottage, inadvertently bumping into the door frame, eliciting laughter from Lena, who followed closely behind. Back already? Queried Pei Pei, who was watering the two small vegetable patches in the yard. She looked curiously at the equally dusty Gan Guyu and Lena. Who won between you two? I did. They both shouted in unison, only to glare at each other immediately afterward. Pei Pei resumed her watering. So who actually won? Whoever admitted defeat first. Be careful not to retract your statement too quickly. Gan Guyu teased maliciously. If I had learned the fire-resistant spell first, Would you have had even a sliver of a chance? Lena retorted, puffing out her chest defiantly. A loss is a loss, Gan Guyu shrugged. If you're unconvinced, we can have a rematch tomorrow. Lena gritted her teeth in frustration. Just wait until tomorrow. I shall turn you into charred remains. Before that, you ought to accept your punishment. Gan Guyu pointed to a particular plant in his vegetable patch. Go on, be decisive. Perhaps it would be best to forego that, master. Lena instantly donned a woeful expression, furrowing her brow with concern. I wouldn't just drop dead, would I? Fear not, should you perish. I shall inscribe on your tombstone that you fell in the noble quest for the ultimate culinary truth. Gan Guyu replied coldly with a smirk. Good brother, I implore you. Lena clasped her hands together before her chest, looking at Gan Guyu with innocent eyes and fluttering her lashes. How about I prepare a heartwarming lunch for you instead? Gan Guyu winced at her words. No thanks. I still have much life left to live. Is that truly how it must be? Lena asked with a pained expression. A wager is a wager. Gan Guyu nodded in affirmation. I shall show you my resolve. Lena gritted her teeth and rushed towards the plant Gan Guyu had indicated, plucking a bright red fruit and stuffing it into her mouth. Her face contorted with a look of deep grievance as she savagely bit down, swallowing hard. Gan Guyu watched in delight. This vile harpy, eat as you please, but why must you insist on biting it so fiercely? Truly, that is a recipe for disaster. Yet it is indeed quite the challenge to swallow it whole. I commend your efforts. After swallowing the red fruit, Lena paused for a moment. Then she clenched her fists, her eyes narrowing, and her skin rapidly flushed crimson from the neck up, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, observing Lena's transformation. Gan Guyu burst into laughter. Remembering the numerous setbacks he had suffered at her hands over the past few days, he felt an unparalleled sense of relief. Pei, quickly, fetch her a glass of water. Gan Guyu hickled, nearly doubling over with laughter. Valharpy, oh no, my dear sister, how does the flavor of this chili pepper suit you? According to our agreement, you must consume 3. However, if you were to roll on the ground begging for mercy, I might just let you off this time. What a villainous line, yet I find it delightful. Ah, Lena took a large gulp of the cool water Pei had provided, and then shouted, refreshing. Refreshing? Gan Guyu shook his head, chuckling. Do not overexert yourself. It could be fatal. Pei, help her back. No need. Lena shoved Pei aside, reaching for another chili pepper, her eyes gleaming with fervor. In this world, there exists such a spicy fruit. It is simply marvelous. What? Gan Guyu was left speechless. What did that vile harpy just say? Is my hearing faulty? This is what true life is. The stimulating aroma and exquisite flavor. A feast for the taste buds. The intensity is nearly suffocating. Lena felt her magical energy rapidly replenishing, the fire elements swirling around her restlessly. What kind of treasure is this? By the way, how much would this sell for? Even trading a 4th-tier magic crystal for one would likely incur a loss. Before Gan Guyu could call out to her, she devoured a second chili pepper without hesitation. This time, she didn't even take a sip of water. Is she all right? Pei leaped behind Gan Guyu in fright, cautiously glancing at Lena. Gan Guyu swallowed hard. For the first time, he grasped the true meaning of the term tough girl. Chapter 104. Lena's blissful life. Gan Guyu had once thought that Lena was simply putting on a brave front, believing she could not handle the spiciness, until the Universal Biological Operations Console notified him that her happiness index had increased by 1 point. He was utterly astounded by this notification. It was likely the most exasperating increase in happiness he had ever encountered. At that moment, he felt akin to the Supreme Elder who had thrown the Monkey King into the alchemical furnace. He had unwittingly created a situation that was counterproductive. Ha! Lena laughed heartily. Hands on her hips. Little rascal, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Gan Guyu paid her no mind and swiftly began harvesting the chili peppers from the ground. Previously, he assumed no one would dare to touch them, so he left them hanging from their branches, treating them as ornamental plants. However, given that he now had an unafraid master, one who was not particularly compatible with him and had a history of mischief, Gan Guyu decided to store the chili peppers in his personal warehouse. If he couldn't eat them, He certainly wouldn't allow this vile harpy to enjoy them so easily. Hey, leave some for me. Lena, showing no awareness of her role as a maid, hurried over to snatch the chili peppers. Gan Guyu raised an eyebrow and swiftly uprooted 3 chili plants, placing them in his personal warehouse, denying Lena any chance to seize them. What the heck? How stingy! Lena exclaimed in anger. No wonder you're so short. What did you say? Gan Guyu turned his head and said word by word, I must remind you that this chili pepper is found only here on the entire continent. I offer my utmost apologies. Please accept them, my lord. Lena's forehead struck the ground, creating a small dent. I quite admire your shameless demeanor, Gan Guyu grinned, turning to leave a few days later at the residence of the high priest. It seems you've been getting along quite well with that girl. Lena, the high priest remarked, observing the haggard Gan Guyu seated across from him with a smile. I can only say you truly possess keen insight. That woman is nothing short of a battle maniac, Gan Guyu replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Ever since she mastered resisting the fire ring, I have not managed to win against her. Just a second-tier spell has brought about such a significant change, the high priest nodded, seemingly unfazed. That girl is quite clever and adept at strategizing. However, you should have a fair understanding of her by now, shouldn't you? Gan Guyu nodded and smiled, saying, You see through everything that things stand. She has indeed wandered into the natural forest by mistake, rather than being manipulated or caught up in any conspiracy. Moreover, she is a bona fide alcoholic who has a particular fondness for spicy food. The high priest chuckled knowingly. It seems you are already well informed. I shall not pry further into this matter. You should manage it yourself. Additionally, I summoned you today to discuss that wine issue. Does the high priest also wish to taste the wine? Gan Guyu smiled slightly, and a bottle of wine appeared on the tea table before the high priest. The high priest chuckled as he accepted the wine before continuing. In about half a month, several children will return from the Mage Academy. They will rest in the natural forest for a while before heading off for training across the continent. Traditionally, the natural forest holds a feast to celebrate their return. You wish to serve wine at the banquet? Gan Guyu immediately deduced the high priest's intentions. Pondering, currently, our grapevines are in a resting phase, making it unsuitable for a large-scale harvest. The stock we have must fulfill our external trade contract. To produce enough wine in a short time, we would likely need to plant a new batch of grapevines. In that case, how about I allocate that piece of land on the east side of the valley behind the mountain for you to cultivate? The high priest suggested after some contemplation. East side of the valley? That area appears to be sloped, doesn't it? Gan Guyu recalled the terrain earnestly. If so, it would be better to transform it into terraced fields. Terrace fields? What are those? The high priest inquired, puzzled. As the name implies, they are fields shaped like steps, Gan Guyu explained. Transforming the sloped land into terrace fields can effectively conserve water, prevent soil erosion, and enhance yield. That's essentially the idea. The high priest nodded, though he only partially comprehended the terminology. Gan Guyu continued, However, if that's the case, using terraced fields for grape cultivation may be unnecessary. High priest, grapes are, after all, fruits. Utilizing them en masse for winemaking would be rather extravagant. Perhaps we should consider trying a different type of wine. A different type of wine? The high priest immediately became intrigued, asking with a smile, You wouldn't be suggesting malt liquor to placate me, would you? Of course not. Gan Guyu replied with a mysterious smile that he had witnessed the remarkable drinking prowess of those girls in the natural forest. This time, he was determined to ensure they experienced a proper drunken revelry. Ho ho ho! What brings you here today? Are you so eager to meet your demise? Lena strolled leisurely behind Gan Guyu, unabashedly indulging in her penchant for sarcasm. She had been in an exceptionally good mood these past few days that Gan Guyu's servant. She was relieved of cooking, laundry, and had not encountered any magical beasts lately. On good days, she would occasionally help tidy up the room, drag Gan Guyu out for a lesson, and after it all, wouldn't he forget to tease him a little more? Life had been a carefree delight. Her greatest dissatisfaction, however, was with Gan Guyu's stinginess. Initially, when she had lost, she was punished by having to eat 3 chili peppers, but now, it seemed she had to win a match against Gan Guyu just to earn one. Lena regretted this immensely. Had she known, she would have pretended to be overwhelmed by the spiciness of the chili peppers, thus avoiding this current predicament of being shortchanged. Nonetheless, during these days of sparring. Lena had noticed a marked improvement in Gan Guyu. Although his magical prowess had not significantly increased, his timing and rhythm had become increasingly precise, often forcing her into uncomfortable situations with the seamless transitions of his spells. Despite primarily relying on the water gun technique to attack, which conferred some advantage, his natural magic was severely countered by fire magic, greatly diminishing his control over Lena. Even so, given the disparity in their power levels, Lena could only narrowly prevail over Gan Guyu by a move or two, and the difficulty of her victories was steadily escalating. The evident progress she observed in just a few days left her both impressed and perturbed. How much longer could she continue to win? What would she do if there were no more chili peppers to eat? Lena began to worry for her future. She followed behind Gan Guyu, oscillating between joy and anxiety, until they swiftly arrived at their destination. Noticing Gan Guyu surveying the surroundings, she couldn't help but ask, "What is there to see here? It's just an ordinary slope." An ordinary slope? Gan Guyu glanced at her. Perhaps it was in the past. And perhaps it still is, but what comes next? Saying this, he produced a small vial, poured out a white pill, and tossed it into his mouth. Chapter 105. Sis's counterattack amidst the towering Sichuan pepper hedges. Sis straightened her stiff back, nodding in satisfaction. Finally finished. It seems the harvest is quite promising. Of course, just look at who planted this rice. And me exclaimed loudly from the side. Indeed, that in a natural forest. It is likely only our Sis has the patience and ability to cultivate a rice paddy. Lulu quickly chimed in. Exactly, Sis is truly impressive, actually going to the trouble of transforming a piece of land into a rice paddy. Yes. Whether for transformation or maintenance, this rice paddy requires considerable effort. If the rice fails to thrive, it would all be in vain. Only Sis possesses the skill and courage to undertake such a task. I certainly lack that fortitude. Truly. Sis is remarkable. Sis gazed at the bountiful rice in the paddy, listening to the chorus of admiration around her, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. Such scenes had frequently occurred in the past. But ever since, how long had it been since she last heard such praises? Over the past few days, her standing in the natural forest had suffered a devastating blow that regained the attention of others. She had spent countless sleepless nights pondering at last the idea of cultivating rice had come to her. How could Gan Guyu, who excels in growing crops, possibly master the intricacies of rice paddies? Since he had already outperformed her in cultivating wheat and sweet potatoes, let us compare our skills in growing aquatic crops. Surely he doesn't even know what a rice paddy is, right? Only she knew how much she had invested to create this rice paddy and grow this batch of rice. The reason humanity on the barren continent primarily consumes wheat is not due to a fondness for noodles, but rather because rice paddies are exceedingly challenging to manage, and rice yields are notoriously low. This directly led to the limited adoption of rice, relegating it to a niche product. She had personally labored to improve the soil, working alongside her close friends Lulu and me, transporting buckets of water to convert dry land into a paddy. Then she painstakingly sowed the rice and set aside her pride to adopt the reasonable planting density method suggested by Gan Guyu to achieve the results before her. Sis felt an array of emotions that were hard to express. Nevertheless, regardless of everything, she had finally succeeded. Sis let out a quiet sigh of relief, feeling immensely gratified. Everyone, let us work together to harvest the rice and see just how much we have. Seeing Sis lost in her thoughts, Lulu took the initiative to shout. Thus, several girls in grass skirts followed Lulu and me into the rice paddy, eagerly gathering the rice. Soon, the entire yield of rice was harvested, bagged, and weighed. Sis watched as Lulu approached her. Feeling a surge of excitement she could hardly contain. As expected of Sis, Lulu announced with exuberance, "This rice paddy has produced a total of 10 bags of rice." 10 bags! Upon hearing this figure, the surrounding girls in grass skirts erupted in excitement. Sis's heart raced with exhilaration. Incredible! I recall that typically, a rice paddy yields only about 4 or 5 bags of rice, right? Sis's achievement is double that of others. Such a yield is unprecedented. Humph. This is Sis we're talking about. How could you underestimate her? I suspect that even Gan Guyu could not match this level. No, he certainly cannot reach Sis's standard. Listening to the sounds of boastfulness, Particularly the final remark. Shisi felt as if she were enveloped in honey, an overwhelming sensation of delight. Such achievements, even if one were as formidable as Gan Guyu, could they truly surpass this? Gaining the recognition of her peers once more. Shisi believed that all her previous efforts were indeed worthwhile. What brings everyone together here? At that moment, a voice, both weathered and benevolent, resonated from beyond the crowd. The women turned to behold the high priestess accompanied by the elder of regulations. They promptly paid their respects and parted to create a path for the two that Lulu, appearing even more exhilarated than Shisi herself, exclaimed, "High priestess, elder, Sister Shisi has reaped a bountiful harvest of rice. 10 whole bags of it." 10 bags! Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes lit up, and his hands instinctively clenched. The high priestess chuckled and nodded. Indeed, indeed. Such a yield in rice is truly unprecedented. With the high priestess's affirmation, Shisi felt a slight tremor throughout her body. Yet she composed herself, bowing humbly. "Thank you for your kind words, high priestess. I shall strive to work even harder." "That is splendid," the high priestess replied with a slight nod. "In a few days, Xiaobai and her companions will be returning from the north. If you are willing, perhaps you could prepare a bowl of rice for them at the welcoming feast." "Of course, I would be more than willing. It would be my honor." Shisi stammered in excitement. The prospect of showcasing her crops at such a grand family feast was indeed a tremendous honor. "Congratulations, Sister Shisi." Ami clapped her hands in delight. "Well done, Shisi." The elder of regulations finally spoke. "Cultivating crops requires humility and dedication. One must immerse oneself in this endeavor. Forsaking superficial pursuits, to achieve success, that it appears you have not disappointed us. Indeed, it is thanks to your teachings, elder, that Shisi has attained her current success." Shisi respectfully acknowledged, while inwardly reveling in her triumph. Who among them was fickle and arrogant? Who merely engaged in ostentation? The elder of regulations seized this opportunity to vent her frustrations, subtly disparaging certain individuals without mercy. Evidently, the elder continued, feigning curiosity. "By the way, what was the name of our so-called genius?" "Gan Guyu, was it? What has he been up to lately?" Lulu, quick to catch on to the elder's insinuation, chimed in, "Elder, that fellow has been struggling quite a bit. It is said he is constantly bullied by his maid, who only knows fireball spells and has accomplished little of substance." "No way!" the elder exclaimed in astonishment. "A renowned 3-element instant-casting mage, unable to contend with a mere apprentice proficient in only fireballs. Beneath such a reputation lies a harsh reality. Shisi, you must remember that while exceptional talent is a boon, those who rely solely on their gifts without diligent effort will ultimately fade into obscurity. Take heed." Shisi promptly agreed, yet within her heart, she was exulting. This was exhilarating, utterly exhilarating. A splendid reversal. Simultaneously, the elder of regulations echoed her sentiments internally. Ever since being restrained by the high priestess, she had found it increasingly difficult to create obstacles for Gan Guyu and his peers. Finally, today had arrived, and Shisi had brought her some much-needed pride. She was determined to seize this opportunity to thoroughly mock that so-called unparalleled genius mage. Upon hearing the elder's remarks, the high priestess chuckled. "The elder speaks wisely. It seems I must also admonish those indolent children." With that, she turned and made her way toward the back mountain. Both the elder and Shisi, witnessing the high priestess's departure, exchanged knowing smiles and decided to follow. Chapter 106. Terrace Field's Lena understood that earth mages wield their innate magical abilities to manipulate earth elements, allowing for subtle changes in terrain during battle, thereby securing better protection or achieving greater victories. In their daily lives, earth mages could also level land, unearth hidden treasures, or, in this harmonious realm, we do not advocate for violent actions. However, it was her first time witnessing an earth mage single-handedly transform an entire hillside. At that moment, Gan Guyu was drenched in sweat, his lips slightly pale, clearly a sign of excessive magical exhaustion. Nevertheless, the hillside before him continued to change in accordance with his will, unhurriedly. By the gods, this little rascal is still merely a second-tier mage. Lena muttered in disbelief. Did Gan Guyu truly possess enough magical power to alter such an expansive area? The answer was evidently negative. However, if he still had a sour and bitter vitamin C tablet in his mouth, the situation might improve considerably. It seemed that in this world, there was no issue that a vitamin C tablet could not resolve, that if there was, then two would certainly suffice. That in no time, the sloping land had been transformed into a series of tiered fields. Viewed from above, this layered landscape possessed a unique splendor. The previously barren soil had been compacted and deepened by Gan Guyu, preserving the necessary thickness while minimizing the unintended loss of water and nutrients. Additionally, he had strategically left openings along the embankments of each tier to facilitate irrigation to the lower levels. Some gold and silver ore, as well as diamonds, had been unearthed during the leveling process. Although Gan Guyu was already quite wealthy, he had no reason to overlook these minor treasures, and thus, he collected them all for monetary gain. Little rascal, what are you constructing such grand terraces for? Are you planning to erect a temple for giants at the top? Lena inquired, arms crossed. I must say, your imagination is remarkably vivid. Gan Guyu shot her a glance, suddenly recalling something, and continued, I say, old hag, you are here to work off your debts, and now that the task has arrived, shouldn't you get a move on? Lena contemplated for a moment before nodding. Speak up. What do you need my assistance with? Assistance? Gan Guyu's eyes twitched. Could she ignore his commands? After finally calming his restless spirit, he elaborated, help me reinforce the embankments of the terraces. Since this is the first terrace field in the salty wasteland, we should elevate the quality standard a bit. How specifically should I do that? Lena seemed quite intrigued, eager to take on the task. A little more roasting should suffice, Gan Guyu explained. I have compacted these embankments as much as possible and drawn out most of the moisture that if you process them further, it will be a precautionary measure. Lena examined the embankments and nodded thoughtfully before making her way over. Gan Guyu wasted no time and ascended to the highest point of the terraces, beginning to add medium-grade soil produced from soil cultivation dishes into the hollow terraces. This was Gan Guyu's first large-scale use of medium-grade soil, and from its appearance alone, he could tell it differed from ordinary soil that as he had expected. The medium-grade soil resembled the fertile earth found in black soil regions. In summary, it required more resources to cultivate, but Gan Guyu anticipated its results would not disappoint. That the soil was gradually laid down across the various tiers. Though not particularly thick, the terraces finally began to take shape. At that moment, Lena completed her task of reinforcing the lower embankments and strolled over to Gan Guyu's side, pointing at the embankments and asking, Look, is this acceptable? Gan Guyu looked down and was taken aback. Incredible! It looks splendid. The embankments, which had previously exuded a rustic charm, were now neatly arranged with sharp angles, resembling walls constructed from fired clay bricks, exuding an aesthetic appeal. See? Huh? Lena laughed heartily. Don't you think it looks much better now? Unlike your previous uneven and haphazard ones. Gan Guyu wholeheartedly acknowledged and praised Lena's work ethic and results. This was indeed the exemplary demeanor of a new socialist countryside. Once Lena completed her beautification of all the embankments, Gan Guyu, overlooking the terraces, began to irrigate them. Indeed, the terrace fields Gan Guyu had designed were intended for cultivating rice. Rice does not demand much from the soil. Thus, Gan Guyu had no extraneous actions to perform, merely laying down medium-grade soil and irrigating it. The most suitable soil for rice cultivation is formed over time under conditions conducive to rice growth, shaped by both human intervention and natural soil formation factors. Creating it from soil cultivation dishes would be cumbersome. It was better to allow it to develop naturally. After the entire terrace field was completed, Pepe, who was supposed to assist with irrigation, arrived late, panting and out of breath. Upon seeing her state, Lena immediately teased, Hey, did a monster chase you? Why you look like that? Come, let me help you fight it off. They're coming. Pepe gasped. Coming. Lena was taken aback, then suddenly grew excited, rolling up her sleeves. Are there really monsters coming? Ha! I can hardly contain my fireballs. Not monsters. It's the high priestess, along with the elder of regulations and Sister Shisi, and a whole crowd of people. Pepe finally gasped for breath, exclaiming, Tsh. Lena, wearing a look of disappointment, remarked, So they've come. So what? Do they expect me to accompany them for a drink? However, from Pepe's words, Gan Guyu discerned a hint of something else. Don't rush. Take your time. What brings them here at this moment? Sister Shisi has transformed a piece of paddy field and successfully harvested 10 bags of rice. 10 bags. Pepe emphasized, this is an unprecedented achievement. The Grand Priestess praised Shisi lavishly, stating that her rice should be the staple at the banquet. Gan Guyu was momentarily taken aback, his expression turning peculiar, that a yield of 10 bags from a single paddy field translates to approximately 600 pounds per acre, which hardly qualifies as high yield, does it? Is Pepe suggesting that they have come here to flaunt their success and perhaps mock him in the process? But Gan Guyu had also prepared his terraced fields. If the purpose of the Elder of Discipline and Shisi's group was indeed filled with malice, wouldn't that mean he would once again have to confront their prowess before he could pay 3 seconds of silent tribute to the Elder of Discipline and Shisi? Their figures appeared in the valley. Gan Guyu then heard the simultaneous incredulous exclamations from the Elder of Discipline and Shisi. Impossible! How could this be? Chapter 107. Is Shisi really that impressive? What is it like when, after diligently studying, you finally achieve a perfect score in a subject and are all set to flaunt it before your competitors, only to discover that they have quietly dominated every subject? Staring at the meticulously arranged terrace fields, Shisi felt a slight bitterness. The paddy field she had painstakingly cultivated was effortlessly overshadowed. In her memory, wasn't this merely a stretch of ordinary sloped land by the valley? How had it suddenly transformed into a paddy field in such an unprecedented manner? Grand Priestess, Elder of Discipline, welcome to provide your guidance. Gan Guyu stepped forward, laughing heartily as he greeted them. Is this what you mentioned to me the other day? Terrace fields? The Grand Priestess gazed at the terrace fields not far away, nodding in admiration. Indeed, it is a brilliant idea. With this, even sloped land can be organized to cultivate a substantial amount of arable land. Right? Indeed, as expected of the Grand Priestess. Your insight is remarkable. Gan Guyu offered a casual compliment and continued. Moreover, utilizing terrace fields can also optimize the use of water resources and soil fertility. Shisi, not one to be underestimated and a skilled cultivator in her own right, was well aware of the merits of what Gan Guyu was saying. At this moment, she felt a profound regret for not having thought of such a method herself, allowing this fellow to steal the limelight once again. Indeed, a fresh perspective. The Elder of Discipline cast a sidelong glance at Shisi before speaking. However, what do you intend to do with so many paddy fields? Are you planning to cultivate rice as well? Oh, I almost forgot to mention, just now, Shisi harvested a total of 10 bags of rice from her paddy field, quite a remarkable feat. After speaking, the Elder provocatively glanced at Gan Guyu. What use is it for you to have created so many paddy fields? Can you truly produce rice of a higher yield? Upon hearing the Elder's words, Shisi's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, this fellow had merely put in a bit more effort to create several fields. When it comes to rice cultivation, could he truly compete with her? With this thought, Shisi could no longer contain herself and laughed. Gan Guyu, you wouldn't have created so many paddy fields just to ensure a total yield, would you? After all, if a single paddy field can't yield 10 bags of rice, surely 10 fields can. Your line of thinking isn't half bad. As soon as she spoke, light laughter erupted from her companions behind her. Gan Guyu chuckled. That idea is certainly commendable, but it's rather wasteful of seeds that we should strive for high yield and superior quality instead. Well said. Seeing him adopt this nonchalant demeanor once more, Shisi felt a surge of irritation and retorted. But I wonder how you plan to achieve high yield and superior quality. You're not merely shouting slogans, are you? Slogans should be shouted loudly, but actions must be executed beautifully. Gan Guyu smiled slightly, glancing at the Grand Priestess. Grand Priestess, I shall take my leave. Go ahead, the Grand Priestess nodded. You need not concern yourself with us. We'll explore at our leisure. Since today is free, I find your terraced fields quite broad. I shall personally demonstrate the art of growth for you. Gan Guyu exclaimed in delight. Really, that would be a great honor, to be honest. I've expended considerable effort today and was planning to return in a few days to encourage growth. It seems I can now witness the results a bit earlier. With that, he turned and walked towards the terraced fields. Shisi watched his retreating figure, feeling quite unconvinced. Even with the Grand Priestess's favoritism, the yield will be what it will be. Mother Nature won't be able to aid you. I am curious to see if you can only harvest 2 or 3 bags of rice from a single field, what excuse you might conjure to deflect blame. Upon returning to the edge of the paddy field, Gan Guyu was met with Lena's teasing laughter. Hee hee, you little rascal, it seems your popularity isn't all that great. Does a phoenix concern itself with the opinions of a common fowl? Gan Guyu shrugged. Lena paused, then burst into laughter. I like that. Indeed, I find that girl somewhat displeasing too. Do you have confidence in achieving better results? Girl. Gan Guyu was not in agreement with Lena's term for Shishi. According to Pei's recollections, Shishi had always looked the same since she could remember, and he had no idea how old she truly was now. However, Gan Guyu had once inquired about Lena's age, and they were the same age. Hence, Lena's reference to Shishi was indeed debatable. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. In response to Lena's inquiry, Gan Guyu smiled broadly. A paddy field yielding 10 bags of rice. How much more do you think I can surpass her yield? Lena erupted into another fit of infectious laughter. I adore your blind confidence. But don't place too much pressure on yourself. Even if you can't surpass her, I'll make sure to help you vent your frustrations later. I appreciate it. Gan Guyu rolled his eyes at her, kicked off his sandals, rolled up his pant legs a couple of times, and stepped into a paddy field. No need for thanks. Lena giggled. Who told me to be the older sister? A bit of hard work is only right. Hey, you little rascal, why do I get the feeling you seem even more confident than him? Hearing Lena suddenly address her, Pei smiled lightly, because this fellow has never uttered a word without following through. If he claims his rice yield will surpass Shishi's, then it surely will be so. Lena was momentarily taken aback, then a hint of amusement flickered across her face. This is rather interesting. As the group gathered around Gan Guyu's paddy field to observe, discussions immediately arose, particularly from Shishi and her companions, who wore puzzled expressions. Wasn't it you who taught us to plant crops in rows with spacing in between? Why are you yourself not doing that now? Is this a new approach or an act of self-sabotage? Gan Guyu was flattening patches of soil that were slightly above the water surface in the paddy field, directly scattering the seeds without regard for any spacing, completely mirroring the initial state when everyone first began cultivating crops. Moreover, with so many paddy fields, why was he densely planting only a handful of patches? Shishi's mind was filled with questions. But naturally, she wouldn't voice them. Pei held blind faith in Gan Guyu, while Lena saw no reason to question it, so none of them spoke up. However, this did not mean that others would remain silent. Ultimately, seeing everyone quiet, the Grand Priestess cleared her throat and inquired, Child, I recall it was you who suggested that when planting crops, one should be mindful of the distance between each plant. Upon hearing the Grand Priestess's question, Gan Guyu was momentarily taken aback. Then, as if realizing something, he exclaimed, Don't you all need to first grow seedlings for rice planting? Seedlings? Everyone chorused in confusion that Gan Guyu's mouth fell open as he looked at Shishi, who also wore a face of astonishment. Surely she was directly planting rice in the paddy field. If she could achieve a yield of around 600 pounds per acre this way, that might be impressive in a certain sense. Chapter 108. Summoning free labor. Rice seedling cultivation refers to the process of nurturing young rice plants in a seedbed to obtain robust seedlings for planting, ensuring a high and stable yield. Seedling cultivation is a crucial step in rice planting. The oxygen in paddy fields is inherently scarce. If seeds are directly sown in the paddy, the germination rate will be low. Not to mention that seedlings will grow shoots before roots, resulting in weak plants. Therefore, seedlings are typically cultivated first, sometimes even in dry land, to enhance the vitality of the rice roots and their cold resistance. Additionally, transplanted seedlings can take root quickly, proliferate more vigorously, and achieve higher panicle formation rates, resulting in larger and more abundant grains. Of course, these seeds, like intermediate soil, have also been optimized. However, Gan Guyu had not cultivated this batch of seeds into intermediate ones. Instead, he had only selected traits for pest and disease immunity and enhanced vitality, standard primary seeds. It is not that Gan Guyu is incapable of cultivating intermediate seeds. Rather, it is entirely unnecessary for rice. Is there a need to enhance flood resistance? Absolutely not. What about heat tolerance? Pray tell, rice inherently thrives in warm conditions. Frost resistance? We are currently in the midst of summer. As for tolerance to acidity and alkalinity, Does the meticulously nurtured soil by my brother suffer from such imbalances? And regarding drought resistance, well, it is true that rice is not particularly drought tolerant, but are you jesting that rice in a paddy could be affected by drought? Just like that, the seeds in the seedbed rapidly took root and sprouted under the auspices of the all things grow phenomenon, ceasing their growth only when the seedlings reached nearly 3 inches in height. This remarkable growth was activated by Gan Guyu's magical scroll. For in today's natural forest, everyone has gradually begun to prepare a new all things grow scroll every 7 days, using the A5 bamboo paper provided by Gan Guyu. At this moment, the seedbed was densely packed with seedlings, a lush green spectacle that sparked empathy. However, the grass-skirted maidens were left in a state of confusion. Was this truly the end of such an extraordinary growth? What a waste, moreover. Gan Guyu had yet to clarify why they should plant rice in such a manner. At this juncture, Gan Guyu's close friends, Xiao and Lin and Xiaoyu, rushed over upon hearing the news. Upon seeing them, Gan Guyu burst into laughter, exclaiming, "There's no better timing than this. I need your assistance. Come, help me transplant the seedlings." Transplant. Not only Lin and the newly arrived maidens, but everyone, including the high priestess, looked perplexed. Thus, Gan Guyu personally demonstrated what transplanting entailed. He carefully relocated the robust seedlings into the paddy in rows, and only then did the maidens grasp the reason behind the absence of spacing between rows. Yet, why must they engage in such a seemingly redundant task? Couldn't they simply sow the seeds directly into the paddy? Seeing this, Haisai couldn't help but mutter, "What a charade!" Most were still bewildered, but a smile had already graced the face of the high priestess. She recognized the vigor of the seedlings, but what truly captivated her was the assurance of the highest germination rate for the seeds. In contrast, when people on the continent previously sowed rice, they wasted a significant quantity of seeds. The elder of the regulations only perceived the anomaly in germination rates, overlooking the fact that the seedlings were notably sturdier. After all, how could one discern so much from mere seedlings? Hence, she continued to favor Haisai. What did it matter if some seeds were saved? Could the quantity saved significantly enhance the yield? Although Gan Guyu's friends were also filled with doubts, they nonetheless followed his instructions and began to assist with the transplanting. Even Lena, seeing the high priestess present, obediently played the part of a good child. Transplanting is, in fact, a skillful task. Care must be taken not to damage the root systems when lifting the seedlings, and they must be inserted securely and upright, all of which pertains to technique. With no seedling separator at hand, Gan Guyu was particularly cautious, providing detailed explanations and demonstrations to the maidens. While explaining the method of transplanting, even the high priestess curiously leaned in, contemplatively. Everyone learned quickly while they worked, mastering the techniques in no time. Initially, the seedlings were planted haphazardly, and some even toppled over, floating atop the water, which elicited a stifled laugh from Haisai. However, under Gan Guyu's further guidance and corrections, they soon grasped the essentials, transplanting with both stability and speed. Reflecting on his own early attempts at transplanting, which had once left his father both amused and exasperated, Gan Guyu could not help but admire the girl's quick understanding. Compared to himself, whose theoretical knowledge far exceeded practical skills, their agricultural competence in the fields was truly exceptional. This looks rather interesting. I shall give it a try," suddenly exclaimed the high priestess. Without a moment's hesitation, she placed her floral crown on the bank and lifted her long skirt to tie it around her waist, preparing to step into the paddy. "High priestess, Grandma High priestess." Instantly, there was a commotion by the water's edge. Since the high priestess ascended to her position, she had merely attended to her crops symbolically, with most of the labor being done by Lin. Now, she was about to work in the fields at her advanced age of several hundred years. "Do not impede me." The high priestess firmly waved her hand and stepped into the paddy. Seeing this, Lin hurriedly washed the mud off her hands and came to support her. The sensation of sinking my feet into this fine soil is something I haven't experienced in many years. It feels delightful," the high priestess remarked. Then, grasping a seedling, she mimicked Gan Guyu's previous demonstration and inserted it into the mud, where it stood upright. Lin immediately praised, "You're incredible. You succeeded on your first try. Truly worthy of the high priestess." Gan Guyu approached with a smile, but, noticing his demeanor, the high priestess asked, "What is it? Have I done something wrong? In terms of transplanting, no one could possibly surpass the quality of your seedling." Gan Guyu delivered a sincere compliment before gesturing toward the nearby rows of seedlings. However, that particular seedling is not aligned within the rows. The high priestess paused, then burst into hearty laughter. Seeing the high priestess laboring in the fields, the others could no longer remain idle on the bank to watch. Thus, everyone, including the elder of the regulations and Haisai, reluctantly stepped into the paddy to assist Gan Guyu in transplanting the AT first. Gan Guyu was concerned that someone might deliberately slack off or mishandle his seedlings. But he quickly realized his worries were unfounded. Not to mention that the natural mages possessed high professional standards and ethical integrity. Even someone like Haisai, who harbored ulterior motives, would not dare to act out in front of the high priestess. Given the high priestess's advanced age, after symbolically transplanting a row of seedlings, Gan Guyu helped her to the bank to rest and took on the role of supervisor. The high priestess called over the elder of the regulations to keep her company. While Haisai and the others naturally continued their efforts to AT this point, the elder of the regulations could see through the high priestess's true intentions for entering the paddy. Clearly, she was seeking free labor for Gan Guyu. Turning to glance back, she felt her anger boiling over. There was Gan Guyu, exchanging knowing smiles with the high priestess, their silent understanding evident. Chapter 109. Rebirth of Rice. It must be said that the high priestess's tactic was a form of moral coercion. However, to label it as merely favoritism toward Gan Guyu would not be entirely accurate. While there was indeed an element of admonishing Haisai and others, a crucial aspect was that the high priestess hoped as many people as possible would learn Gan Guyu's rice cultivation techniques. A notion Gan Guyu wholeheartedly welcomed. The elder of the regulations quickly recognized this concern, allowing her to calm her agitation, though it still held a hint of self-deception. Gan Guyu's terraces were irregularly shaped due to the terrain, varying in size and no longer conforming to standard dimensions. Yet the total area amounted to about 2 acres, and with so many experienced hands, they completed the transplanting with remarkable efficiency, without even needing the transplanting ropes or markers. Next, it shall be my turn to invoke all things grow for these terraces, shall it not? The high priestess rose, chuckling that to stimulate such a vast area all at once would indeed be a considerable challenge for Gan Guyu. Thus, he bowed in gratitude. "Thank you for your efforts, high priestess." The high priestess waved her hand with a smile, producing a magical scroll. Indeed, it was all things grow, signaling that she had also been accumulating these scrolls. Under the high priestess's precise control, the activated spell began to effectively stimulate each rice plant. Meanwhile, Gan Guyu busied himself, fertilizing the rice as it began to tiller. Pepe was tasked with managing the water levels in the paddy, as proper irrigation and drainage are critical for rice cultivation. Soon, the rice leaves began to flourish, filling in the spaces left between them and swiftly blossoming and maturing. The golden, plump rice ears hung low, and amidst the fragrance of rice flowers, they welcomed the bountiful harvest to AT this moment. The one most attuned to the rice yield was neither Gan Guyu, nor the high priestess, nor anyone else, but Haisai. She sat dazed on the bank, gazing blankly at a heavy ear of rice before her. Without needing to weigh it, she knew she had lost once again, whether in the size of the ears, the fullness of the grains, or the rich aroma of the rice. She was utterly defeated. Noticing her state, the elder of the regulations approached, gently patting her back to lift her up. "What he can achieve, you too can, as long as you continue to compete with him." "Yes, elder, that I will not concede defeat." Haisai kept her head bowed deeply, yet her tone remained resolute. She attempted to hold back her tears, but a single silent tear fell nonetheless. How utterly humiliating, Haisai thought self-deprecatingly. However, that solitary tear vanished swiftly after leaving her cheek. Unnoticed by the others, startled, Haisai instinctively glanced in a direction where she saw Pepe joyfully rallying friends to the paddy for the harvest. Completely oblivious to her plight, while Gan Guyu hurriedly held Pepe back to offer more instructions, his lips curling into a smile. That Pepe girl had always been so carefree. Had I truly sunk so low as to require sympathy from a rival? A bitter sensation welled up within Haisai as she discreetly wiped away her tear, overwhelmed by a sense of melancholy akin to the ancient proverb, "Why must there be both you and Liang?" The rice harvest took some time, but ultimately, the awaited results emerged. From the 2 acres of paddy, nearly 250 bags of rice were harvested, translating to an astounding yield of over 1,200 pounds per acre. This result left everyone present in astonishment, while Haisai, having anticipated this outcome, quietly departed. She had just harvested her own rice, and in comparison, she had long anticipated this outcome. Pei Pei and Lin Lin, along with a few other girls, were solely engrossed in their joy, while most remained engulfed in shock. The only ones who noticed CC's dejected departure were the high priest, the elder of discipline, Gan Guyu, and Lena. "Ah, you naughty little rascal. You've hurt the girls' feelings." Lena leaned closer to Gan Guyu, giggling softly. "Her leaving now is a good thing," Gan Guyu replied with a faint smile. "In this way, I've only slapped her face once, serving as a counterattack to her previous mockery, and that is quite merciful. But if I were to strike again, I myself would feel embarrassed." Lena, taken aback, asked, "What do you mean?" Gan Guyu smiled mysteriously and took out a magic scroll once more, turning to hand it to the high priest. "I must trouble you once again, high priest." Gan Guyu's casual remark suddenly silenced the scene. All eyes turned to him. The elder of discipline wore a look of astonishment. The high priest accepted the magic scroll with intrigue, while Lena exclaimed, "What do you mean, you little rascal? Have I never seen rice? Even if I haven't seen it, I must have heard of it. This stuff withers away after one harvest. Do you expect it to grow again? Even if it does grow, will it bear ears? And if it does bear ears, the grains will be empty, won't they?" The high priest glanced at the scroll of universal growth in her hand, then looked at Gan Guyu in his eyes. She saw confidence and certainty, prompting her to smile slightly as she activated the scroll once more. An astonishing scene unfolded. The rice stubble, which Gan Guyu had instructed to be left at 1/3 of its length, seemed to awaken, sprouting anew, growing leaves, and flowering. The elder of discipline watched in speechless awe, her hands clenching and relaxing repeatedly, until the golden, plump rice ears once again drooped heavily. No one could shake off their astonishment that it was the high priest, concluding the spell of universal growth, who first broke the silence. Exclaiming, "By the mother of nature, how is this possible?" Pei Pei hurriedly helped her companions close their jaws, turning to Gan Guyu to ask, "No way. Can your rice continue to grow season after season?" Gan Guyu shrugged. "Not quite. This regenerating rice can only yield one additional harvest at most. Beyond that, as that old hag mentioned, it would yield nothing but empty husks." An extra harvest was already astonishing. The crowd internally shouted in exhilaration. Consequently, the tasks of rice transplanting were effectively halved, saving water and fertilizer while reducing planting difficulty. Why on earth would one still wear a look of regret? Why? No one wanted to leave at that moment until the yield of the second season of rice was finally tallied, a total of over 160 bags. This expanse of rice field had achieved an astounding yield of over 2,000 pounds per acre across 2 seasons. The elder of discipline shook her head vigorously and personally recounted the yield once more. After finally accepting this reality, she realized how right her decision had been to let CC leave first, that a diligent student had managed to answer all the questions correctly. Yet her classmates not only casually achieved the same, but also completed the extra problems. And to top it off, provided 2 different solutions. Reflecting on her previous remarks, the elder felt a burning embarrassment on her face. If CC had been present, would she have collapsed under the weight of it all? Chapter 110. Love makes one blind. Child, tell me, how did you manage this? The high priest gazed at Gan Guyu, pressing for answers. Are you referring to the yield? There are many factors involved, Gan Guyu began. But before he could finish, the high priest interrupted. I understand that to achieve such high yields, in addition to your planning techniques, there must be external conditions at play, making this result difficult to replicate. What I wish to inquire about is how you managed to achieve consecutive harvests of rice. The high priest had realized that a single season yield of over 1,200 pounds of rice was no trivial feat. In truth, Gan Guyu's success was significantly aided by the optimization of soil and seeds. However, whether the ability to harvest rice in consecutive seasons stemmed from the planting method or the inherent quality of the seeds remained uncertain. The seeds I sowed are regenerating rice seeds. Thus they possess the capacity for consecutive harvests, Gan Guyu stated candidly. Regenerating rice is suited for regions with insufficient sunlight and temperature for planting 2 seasons, allowing for increased yields. Upon receiving this marvelous answer, the high priest's face lit up with a radiant smile. So, this regenerating rice can be promoted immediately? Unlike sweet potatoes, rice had existed on the saline wasteland for countless years, even in ancient times. When the continent was lush and fertile, it had been one of the staple foods that it was only later, as soil fertility declined and many rice fields turned barren, that rice became a rare commodity. While sweet potatoes boasted a more formidable yield, they were a new variety, unfamiliar to many, and thus faced various obstacles in promotion that in recent months, sweet potatoes had only begun to be cultivated near the natural forest. A result of vigorous promotion. But it was precisely because of this that Gan Guyu seized the opportunity to profit handsomely from the Mage Academy. Of course, neither Gan Guyu nor the High Priest worried that sweet potatoes would struggle to gain traction. Such high-quality crops would inevitably captivate the continent. It was merely a matter of time before the farmers' confidence grew, leading to a surge in sweet potato yields. However, the public foundation for rice was incomparable, making its promotion significantly easier. Gan Guyu had a rough understanding that, in terms of climatic conditions on the continent, most areas in the south were quite suitable for cultivating regenerating rice. Yet upon realizing the high priest's intentions, he cautiously poured cold water on her enthusiasm. High priest, the greatest limiting factor for rice cultivation remains the land. The high priest, upon hearing this, fell silent for a while before wryly smiling. I was too excited. The maintenance cost of rice fields is excessively high, and the yield is not outstanding, which is why large-scale cultivation is unfeasible. Do not be too hasty. Pepe quickly interjected to offer comfort. This fellow mentioned before that he would do his utmost to optimize the fields across the continent, thereby increasing everyone's grain yields. Gan Guyu nodded in agreement. While one person's efforts may seem insignificant, every little bit helps. Of course, to fundamentally resolve this issue, it is crucial to plant different crops suited to the land. Simultaneously, we can promote soil improvement techniques, but that is not an overnight endeavor. Hearing Gan Guyu's words, the high priest's emotions stirred, and she looked at him with appreciation. Well done. You are indeed a part of our natural forest. Since our clan's inception, we have strived to ensure that everyone has enough to eat. Challenges, doubts, mockery, ridicule, exclusion. What have we not endured in these 8,000 years? I never expected to witness the hope of fulfilling our clan's mission today. High Priest Granny. Pepe noticed the High Priest's breath quickening and her complexion reddening, hastily moving to support her. The High Priest chuckled, patting her hand. It's fine. I am merely overjoyed. Well, it is getting late. I must return to rest. Today, the High Priest had controlled the spell of universal growth twice, and even personally planted a row of seedlings, which constituted a significant amount of exertion for her. Gan Guyu had intended to invite her to dinner to taste the freshly harvested rice, but ultimately let Pepe and Lin escort her home first. The Elder of Discipline, too, had no desire to linger, leading her on to Raja Way in defeat. They had come to flaunt CC's accomplishments and mock Gan Guyu, only to be thoroughly humbled. Now, all they could do was leave in shame. Witnessing this scene, Gan Guyu and his friends felt a sense of satisfaction, though only Lena unabashedly expressed it, before the Elder of Discipline and her companions could distance themselves. She burst out laughing. Ha, you little rascal did remarkably well. A delight to behold. I just saw the expressions on that group's faces. They were identical to that charcoal girl, truly a fitting match. The charcoal girl. Was she referring to CC? Upon hearing the mockery from behind, the Elder of Discipline felt a tightening in her chest. Ever since Gan Guyu arrived at the natural forest, it seemed there had been few peaceful days for her. At that moment, she felt increasingly disoriented, and everything around her faded away. Gan Guyu and his companions glanced at the commotion caused by the Elder of Discipline before collectively turning to Lena. Lena, mimicking Gan Guyu's gesture, shrugged. Is it really that severe? Why didn't he say anything? Perhaps she is just tired? The group nodded in silent agreement. That made sense. Mental exhaustion is still exhaustion. Gan Guyu chuckled softly. You don't have any grievances with them, do you? You ask me. Lena pointed to her nose and declared, I still don't know what they are called. How can there be any festive spirit? Then why does it seem like you despise them even more than I do? Gan Guyu gled. He wasn't so self-absorbed as to think Lena was defending him. I simply can't stand them, Lena replied. Isn't that reason sufficient? Indeed, it is more than adequate, Gan Guyu affirmed, giving a thumbs up. Frosty discreetly tugged at Xiaoyu's skirt, whispering in a tone audible only to the two of them. Wah! I heard Pei Pei has been incessantly berating her, yet she doesn't seem as dreadful as I imagined. Xiaoyu smirked mysteriously. Humph. Yuri's still too young to grasp such complexities. Haven't you noticed how occasionally Gan Guyu's gaze drifts toward that wretched figure? I feel a surge of anger just watching. Frosty paused. Shouldn't we be blaming Gan Guyu for this? While you do have a point. Xiaoyu shot a glance at Lena's impressive figure, subtly curling her lip, but how could I bear to blame Gan Guyu? It is clearly that despicable figure's fault, that wretched woman. Wah, this is what Gan Guyu once mentioned. Love makes one blind, doesn't it? Chapter 111. The secret to a fiery figure one more bowl. Pei Pei exclaimed, raising her diamond bowl high. Gan Guyu stared at her in disbelief. Is this your third bowl? Do you really want more? Don't focus on such trivialities, Pei Pei retorted. It is only natural for rice to be this delicious. Flattered by the compliment, Gan Guyu took the bowl to serve her. Of course, just look at who cultivated it. In my opinion, it's primarily due to this thing called, the bamboo tube, Lena bluntly revealed. How did you think of using this contraption to steam the rice? Infusing it with such a fragrant aroma? Was this not the culmination of ancient wisdom? Gan Guyu smugly shook his head, returning the bowl to Pei Pei. Frankly, this pot of rice was extraordinary, even before his time travel. He rarely encountered such delectable rice. The fragrance of the rice alone was enticing, further enhanced by the bamboo tube steaming process, creating a symphony of aromas. The rice made in an electric rice cooker was simply in another realm altogether. This statement seems to hold true in every conceivable sense. He sat down, lifting his bowl, and couldn't he help but remind, wretched woman, please don't fixate solely on the chili sauce amidst all these dishes. Enjoying sweet potatoes and vegetables is what keeps one lively and adorable, you know? Which of your eyes saw me only eating chili sauce? I like this too, Lena retorted, picking up a piece of tender ginger soaked in chili sauce, shoving it in her mouth before quickly devouring several bites of rice. Why do you enjoy it so spicy? Pei Pei asked, exasperation evident on her face. Lena swallowed her rice, puffed out her chest, and deliberately murmured in a captivating tone, to be fair, am I not quite spicy myself? Gan Guyu instinctively wanted to nod, but was interrupted by a sudden throat clearing nearby, compelling him to bury his head in his meal. Silent. Pei Pei shot him a vexed glance before huffing. That's just vulgar. Proportions define beauty, you know? By the way, I was asking why you enjoy it so spicy. What she means is a fiery figure is achieved through consuming spicy food. Gan Guyu whispered. Really? Pei Pei's eyes lit up, and she promptly delivered a playful punch to Gan Guyu's head, exclaiming, mind your own business. Seeing this unfold, Lena erupted in laughter. Feeling mocked, Pei Pei was about to explode in anger when Gan Guyu hurriedly intervened. Actually, I think Pei Pei's figure is just fine. Pei Pei immediately pressed, really? Absolutely. Gan Guyu nodded firmly. This wasn't merely flattery. In his eyes, Pei Pei embodied a near-perfect goddess, possessing both beauty and form, aligning perfectly with Eastern aesthetics, that if only she would consider her image a bit more, perhaps adopting a goddess-like poise. Upon receiving Gan Guyu's affirmation, Pei Pei fell silent, while Lena playfully giggled when the master says such things. It makes me feel quite heartbroken. By the way, since you've been busy with farm work lately, you haven't had time to spar with me. Once things settle down, you must give me some pointers. Pointers my foot. Gan Guyu silently screamed within, but outwardly replied with feigned seriousness. In truth, you do possess considerable assets. Your figure is certainly commendable. But who said I would have free time later? The elder sisters returning from the Mage Academy will be arriving shortly, and I must go extend a warm welcome to them. Didn't you previously reject the High Priestess, claiming it was too troublesome? Pei Pei, ever so adorably oblivious in critical moments, Couldn't he help but ask. What nonsense are you spouting? Gan Guyu shot her an incredulous look. She is an esteemed mage whom I've admired for ages. Anyone who graduates from Cyprus must be at least a 6th-tier mage. How could I not wish to pay my respects? Ha! Admired for ages? Lena interjected. Then do you know what their names are? A sudden silence fell over the dining table. Then Gan Guyu burst into laughter. Do you think I wouldn't know? Listen closely. They are Aisha, Lily, and Vicky. Pei face-bombed. You truly can spin a tale. Unfortunately, just this morning, that wretched woman inquired about them. And I casually mentioned the names of Sister Gigi and the others. You all eat at your leisure. I'm full. Gan Guyu decisively set down his chopsticks and made a hasty exit. Haha. Where do you think you're running off to, you little brat? Take this fireball spell? Lena laughed heartily, promptly chasing after him. You better not celebrate. Huge rear. Giant arm monster. I want to let you off easy. His mournful cries gradually faded away. Pei sat dazedly at the table, blinking her eyes before mixing the entire bowl of chili sauce in her rice and devouring it hungrily. In the entrance of the natural forest, a group was quietly waiting. Gan Guyu sneakily slipped aside to rest, while Lin was whispering private matters to Pei. Pei, why are your lips swollen? Are you unwell? No, just a bit overheated. Overheated? You and Gan Guyu haven't secretly indulged again, have you? Aren't you supposed to be good friends? How could we possibly keep the good food to ourselves? Lin, you're being ridiculous. If it's not you two indulging, then you must have simply forgotten to inform me, right? By the way, I had planned to invite Xiaoyu and Frosty over for lunch today, but they both said they had already eaten. It wouldn't be that you all were together, would it? Ha, just kidding. We 3 were together at noon. Oh, they're coming. The last sentence was exclaimed quite loudly by Lin, catching everyone's attention and prompting them to perk up and look ahead. 3 grass-skirted beauties were gracefully approaching, and upon seeing the crowd, they hastily quickened their pace, soon arriving before everyone. Welcome home, sisters, the group chorused. Thank you all for coming to greet us. Sorry for the wait. Moi, a petite beauty eagerly sprang forward, jumping with delight. Xiaoyu quickly stepped forward with Frosty, exclaiming, Vivian, we missed you so much. Xiaoyu, Frosty, have you not grown at all in this past year? You become such a tiny bean, Vivian exclaimed, embracing the two and engaging in casual banter. The 3 of them were all direct descendants of the elder alchemist. Following closely, a tall and cold beauty walked over, causing the crowd to lower their voices under her imposing presence. As the tall beauty passed by Gan Guyu, she suddenly halted, though she did not turn around. You are Gan Guyu? Gan Guyu furrowed his brow slightly, then smiled faintly. What can I do for you? Your eyes are quite pleasing. But that's about it, the tall beauty scoffed, not even sparing him a glance, before continuing forward to join the welcome line, bowing respectfully to the standing sister's eyes. I'm back. Witnessing this, Gan Guyu raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. Chapter 112. The returning grass-skirt beauties, cold has always been like this. Don't take it to heart. Gan Guyu, another beauty, stopped in front of him, speaking with a gentle smile. The already attentive Pei and Lin beamed at her. Sister Gigi, you two are still as close as ever. It's truly enviable, Gigi chuckled. It seems Lin has grown a bit taller in the past year. Sister Gigi, you're just joking, Lin said, wrapping her arms around Gigi's, smiling. I am already 19 this year. How could I still grow? Gigi didn't argue, but turned to Pei, with Gan Guyu around. Your days must be much better, right? Thank you for your concern, Sister Gigi, Pei replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Excuse me, is there no one here to elucidate how the term Little Guyu has made its way across to the northern mainland? Gan Guyu feigned helplessness, shrugging and smiling. Regarding this matter, Gigi glanced at Gan Guyu, maintaining her warm and amiable demeanor akin to a devoted wife. In the letters I've received from the High Priest and Lin over the past few months, they are all filled with your glorious deeds. Little Guyu. Gan Guyu shrugged, conceding. Indeed, it seems so. Little Guyu is quite adorable, particularly those beautiful eyes. Suddenly, Gigi extended a hand, her face alight with hope as she looked at Gan Guyu, though it may be somewhat abrupt. May I touch them? What? Gan Guyu blinked, clearly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. What does this divine unfolding signify? No. Peipei and Linlin exclaimed in unison, alarmed. However, Gigi entirely disregarded their protests, and before Gan Guyu could nod or shake her head, her cool, slender finger had already touched the corner of Gan Guyu's brow. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. Indeed, for layers of eyelids, by the mother of nature. How marvelous. I apologize, I couldn't help myself. Gigi's hand glided down from Gan Guyu's brow to her eye, cheek, chin, and neck, before finally withdrawing. Gan Guyu's hair stood on end, her face a mask of terror as she beheld Gigi, whose complexion had inexplicably turned a shade rosy. Instinctively, she took 2 steps back. What on earth is this sensation of bashful femininity? Xianhuang, holding on to Xiaoyu and Weiweian, cast a glance at Gan Guyu. Woo-woo, Gigi is about to have another episode. Xiaoyu's lips twitched, gritting her teeth and chuckling wickedly. That Gigi again. Unable to move when she sees a handsome young man. Such a shameless and honest body. How embarrassing. Weiweian and Xianhuang exchanged glances before simultaneously casting sidelong looks at Xiaoyu. Among so many people, your comment is the least justified. Is it truly wise to mock one another in this manner? Sensing the gazes of the two beside her, Xiaoyu, not comprehending their unspoken thoughts, immediately retorted, I'm not even on the same level as her. All right. When I first met little Guyu, I was hiding behind Xianhuang, unlike her, who behaves this way upon first meeting someone. Doesn't she feel the slightest fear at the sight of male kin in the forest of nature? Weiweian, with a hint of malice, chuckled. If this gentleman were a lecherous man instead of a handsome lad, I dare say Gigi would have promptly annihilated him, wouldn't she? Xiaoyu and Xianhuang were momentarily stunned before nodding in agreement. Gan Guyu, blissfully unaware of how her looks had saved her once again, remained petrified, her spine tingling until Peipei and Linlin finally led Gigi away. She wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, attempting to force a smile to ease the tension, only to find her facial muscles still twitching. That tall, cold beauty named Lung Lung is from Shixi's side, and it's not difficult to understand her hostile demeanor towards me. As for the one named Weiweian, I haven't interacted much, but she seems relatively normal. Given that she is a direct descendant of the elder pharmacist, I can tentatively consider her an ally. But what is the situation with Gigi, the high priest's subordinate? Initially, she seemed rather pleasant, but suddenly, why has no one come to explain this to me? Am I to jest that Peipei or Linlin would specifically come to inform me that their dear friend Gigi is actually infatuated with youthful charm, and that I should be wary of her potential teasing? After some casual banter and a bit of chaos, Weiweian, Lung Lung, and Gigi, flanked by the welcoming party, arrived at the summit of the sacred tree to report to the high priest. Ah! Welcome home, children! The high priest rose from behind her desk, ushering the 3 main protagonists into the living room to take a seat, before turning to the crowd at the door. You may all return now. The celebration feast begins tomorrow. So those who need to prepare should do so, while the rest should conserve their energy for the festivities. The crowd erupted in cheers, ready to disperse. Just then, Lung Lung suddenly stood up. Wait a moment. The crowd fell silent. All eyes on her. Lung Lung pointed her chin at Gan Guyu. You stay. Gan Guyu cast a glance at Lung Lung and smiled slightly. Surely the disciplined elder has not taught you how to respect others. With that, she turned to leave. Little Guyu has been quite busy preparing drinks for tomorrow. It must be exhausting work. The high priest interjected with a smile, seeking to smooth over the situation. Lung Lung, you have just returned. You likely haven't met the disciplined elder yet, but she's been mentioning you quite often. I will pay my respects to her shortly. Lung Lung huffed. But for now, I believe I should enlighten certain individuals who still have the audacity to speak of respect, on what true respect entails. With that, a staff topped with a glowing green tip appeared in Lung Lung's hand, and she pointed it at Gan Guyu's retreating figure, swiftly casting a spell. Beneath Gan Guyu's feet, a light rustle ensued as several vines rapidly sprouted, launching towards her. Magic vines ensnare. Sensing the shift beneath her feet, Gan Guyu scoffed, and more magical vines sprang forth. Intertwining with the first, another vine coiled around her waist, pulling her away from the mass of magical vines. Yet, in the next instant, the vines that Gan Guyu summoned were utterly crushed by those cast by Lung Lung. The span from their appearance to their disappearance was mere seconds. That a 6th-tier mage, the intensity of her magic power is indeed different. Gan Guyu sneered as she observed Lung Lung stepping forth from the tree hollow. And with the aid of the magical vine she had summoned anew, she leaped upward, evading Lung Lung's pursuing vines. What is an insult without a return? Gan Guyu's voice echoed from the air, and a flurry of water jets surged towards Lung Lung. The crowd gasped in surprise, scattering in all directions. Yet unable to tear themselves away, they encircled Gan Guyu and Lung Lung, preparing to witness the clash. The high priest, witnessing this scene, furrowed her brow but inexplicably refrained from intervening, her gaze fixated on the unfolding battle. The expressions of Gan Guyu's friends were grim. A 2nd-tier mage against a 6th-tier mage? Even if Lung Lung were merely a nature mage, she should still have the upper hand in a battle of magical endurance, right? Indeed, with her staff in hand, Lung Lung began to chant another spell. Her form quickly enveloped in a vibrant green glow, a 5th-tier defensive spell of the nature school. Living armor. This is clearly a strategy to entangle Gan Guyu and wear her down. Chapter 113. The unfamiliar incantation Living Armor, a 5th-tier defensive spell of the nature school, is capable of protecting the entire body that if cast by a 5th-tier mage, it would amount to little more than a magical shield. However, if executed by a 6th-tier or higher nature mage, they could continuously replenish the living armor's energy by controlling natural elements, thereby withstanding even more attacks. Gan Guyu's water jets struck the living armor, shattering upon impact, while the somewhat dimmed living armor quickly regained its luster under Lung Lung's command. Pei's excitement morphed in attention, while Shishi among the crowd brightened at the sight. High Priest, shouldn't we intervene? Gigi, who had followed out, whispered. Lung Lung has really become more tempestuous over these years. Openly attacking a fellow kin, she ought to be punished. Strength breeds confidence that in such matters, allowing rather than obstructing is preferable. They are young. After all, it's understandable, and it will serve to cool their tempers. The high priest replied slowly, her eyes never leaving the battlefield. Gigi looked at the high priest in astonishment. If I recall correctly, you mentioned that little Guyu's strength has stagnated at the 2nd-tier mage level. Yet Lung Lung has already broken through to the 6th tier. Are you not sending little Guyu as a punching bag for her? Has he made some recent breakthroughs? The high priest's face reflected her own confusion. I too find it perplexing. Even if this child is a tri-element mage, the difficulty of advancement is indeed higher. But it shouldn't account for him stalling at the 2nd tier for months, right? How long did it take you? Gigi suddenly felt a bit shy. I suppose I took the longest among the sisters to break through from the 2nd to the 3rd tier, about 2 months. I think nature mages, upon summoning through the sacred tree, descend into the forest of nature as 1st-tier mages. They quickly ascend to the 2nd tier in their youthful phase and can elevate to the 4th tier in a remarkably short time. In terms of training speed during this phase, nature mages outpace their counterparts by several leagues. However, thereafter, the training speed of nature mages becomes rather mundane. Furthermore, due to the relatively small population of the race, 6th-tier nature mages are exceedingly rare, making the possession of 6th-tier strength almost a guarantee for a seat among the elders. Gigi observed the high priest's unwavering gaze on Gan Guyu, who was fully engrossed in battle. She suddenly exclaimed, You don't intend to push little Guyu, do you? Pressure can indeed be a means of facilitating breakthroughs, no. The high priest replied with a faint smile, I hope this child will not disappoint us. Do not be too hasty, Gigi consoled, considering his identity as a dual-element mage. His current training speed is neither fast nor particularly slow, wouldn't you agree? The high priest nodded slightly, yet her heart still harbored an undercurrent of concern, because she was aware that Gan Guyu had undoubtedly consumed a considerable amount of fruit during this period. And even Pei had ascended to the 3rd tier for quite some time, yet he showed no signs of a breakthrough. Gan Guyu had now become the beacon of hope in her eyes. But if he lacked sufficient self-defense capabilities, it would undoubtedly pose a significant problem. Thus, while she harbored her suspicions about Lena's origins, she allowed her to remain and assigned her as a sparring partner for Gan Guyu. Consequently, she did not immediately intervene in the battle between Gan Guyu and Lung Lung. Gan Guyu's advantage lay in his possession of the water gun technique as an offensive measure, while Lung Lung's advantage resided in her level suppression, her formidable defense that rendered water attacks ineffective, and her vast reservoir of magical power. For Gan Guyu to secure victory, he needed an explosive strike to achieve a decisive blow. Whereas Lung Lung merely needed to effectively deplete Gan Guyu's magical energy until he was unable to continue. Once Pei Pei and the others recognized this, they collectively felt a surge of anxiety for Gan Guyu. Even if Gan Guyu resorted to underhanded tactics to continuously replenish his mana, if he could not breach Lung Lung's living armor, he would merely sustain an undefeated status. Moreover, it was inconceivable that Lung Lung would idly observe as Gan Guyu restored his mana while engaging in combat with her. Sis clenched her fists and whispered fiercely, "What about the pollen smoke? That guy's been hiding. Obstruct his line of sight." Ami quietly reminded, Sis, Gan Guyu also possesses perception techniques, and his spells are instantaneous." Sis fell silent. Gan Guyu once again broke free from the encirclement of magical vines, only to encounter several more vines that swiftly ensnared him, violently hurling him aside. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Just moments ago, Lung Lung had only chanted a single incantation for the magical vines to entwine, meaning she had divided the vines to appear in succession. Aiming to confuse her opponent, it became evident that the entanglement of magical vines could be employed in such a manner, leaving the spectators in a state of realization. Clearly, the unprepared Gan Guyu had fallen into her trap. However, having just been thrown aside, he was quickly rescued by his own magical vines, and a fresh barrage of water guns was launched toward Lung Lung. This exemplified the advantage of instantaneous magic. It was exceedingly difficult for the opponent to anticipate what spell would come next or when it would manifest. The tables turned swiftly, catching Lung Lung off guard as the two nearly instantaneously exchanged roles in offense and defense. A spectacle that caused Pei Pei's eyes to sparkle with excitement. Several rounds of probing had enabled Gan Guyu to ascertain the defensive strength of the living armor, and this strike resulted in a mutual destruction between the living armor and a multitude of water guns. Just as Lung Lung prepared to summon another living armor, her spellcasting was abruptly interrupted, a shallow wound appearing on her arm, causing her to momentarily falter. From her vantage point, the cause remained unclear. Yet the onlookers were acutely aware. Concealed beneath the cover of numerous water guns, one water gun had evidently lagged behind, arriving just in time to strike Lung Lung after the living armor was breached. Following a series of exchanges, it was Lung Lung, the 6th-tier magic master, who was injured first. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Even Pei Pei had not anticipated that Gan Guyu would strike first. The high priestess observed the scene without any outward reaction, while Gigi revealed a smile reminiscent of a devoted housewife. How astonishing! Such combat techniques and rhythm remind me of the last time we ventured out to hunt magical beasts with my classmates. The high priestess nodded in agreement. Gan Guyu's combat style was indeed influenced by Lena, a bounty hunter, exhibiting a remarkably aggressive nature. The fact that he could enhance his practical combat abilities so significantly in such a short span of time showcased his impressive comprehension. However, if Gan Guyu believed he had discovered the key to victory, that would be somewhat of a jest. "You managed to injure me." Lung Lung evaded Gan Guyu's pursuit and summoned another living armor. Observing the blood seeping from her arm, her voice dripped with coldness. "It seems I must impart a profound lesson upon you. Do you think that magic masters are easy to contend with if you do not reveal your true capabilities?" After casting a healing spell, Lung Lung's arm bore no trace of the wound. She then clearly chanted a spell. All present were familiar with the first half of the incantation, which was undeniably a magical vine entanglement. Yet the latter half seemed somewhat obscure. Everyone was taken aback. What sort of incantation was this? Upon hearing the spell, the high priestess's eyes gleamed with realization. A spell? Modification? Chapter 114. The Bloodlust, a magical incantation. Once conceived, undergoes thousands, even tens of thousands of years of refinement, often becoming highly mature and resistant to alteration. Such modifications are not merely the result of accumulated experience and skill, simplifying the chant, but rather a genuine and effective enhancement of the original magic, bestowing it with capabilities it previously lacked. That in contemporary times, those capable of modifying spells are invariably seasoned scholars who have immersed themselves in this field for many years, and they are undoubtedly among the elite. Yet today, the High Priestess witnessed a modification of the vine entanglement spell from a newly ascended nature mage. The second-tier nature magic vine entanglement is a purely control-based spell aimed primarily at restricting the mobility of foes. Mages like Gan Guyu, with a strong grasp of magical control, might manage to execute some grappling moves after ensnaring their opponent, inflicting additional damage as much as possible. However, what about the vine entanglement that Lung Lung was now chanting? The newly appearing vines were merely 2 in number, a stark contrast to the numerous vines she had previously summoned, rendering them somewhat unimpressive. Yet upon seeing these 2 vines, the High Priestess's expression turned grave as she stepped forward, and Gan Guyu donned a cautious demeanor. Soon, everyone discerned the extraordinary nature of these 2 vines. Perhaps this was no longer the vine entanglement, but should instead be termed vine lash. The 2 vines grew in the wind, rapidly transforming into long whips that aimed to strike Gan Guyu from both sides. Gan Guyu's ability to contend with a 6th-tier mage thus far was less a testament to his prowess and more a consequence of the nature mage's rather unimpressive offensive techniques, often relegating her to a defensive counterattack. However, what if a nature mage possessed an appropriate offensive strategy? Gan Guyu swiftly experienced the formidable nature of this. Lung Lung did not cease her incantation. Therefore, as Gan Guyu momentarily lost focus, several authentic original magical vines reappeared at his feet, and this time he had no room to evade. The vines ensnared his legs while the 2 vine whips struck swiftly. Should this blow land, given the magical intensity of a 6th-tier mage, the best outcome would likely be severe lacerations, if not the potential shattering of bones and internal injuries. Caught in this predicament, Gan Guyu noticed that one of the vine's trajectories was slightly elevated, targeting his eyes. "Your eyes are quite beautiful, but that's all they are." He suddenly recalled Lung Lung's earlier words, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Pei Pei gritted her teeth, and beside her, Lin Lin gasped in pain, as Pei Pei instinctively gripped her arm tightly in anxiety. The High Priestess had already raised a hand, preparing to intervene in this battle. Perhaps realizing that the High Priestess would intervene, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Lung Lung's eyes. The 2 striking vines suddenly accelerated, catching everyone off guard. The High Priestess's intervention was delayed by a fraction. "Well done, sis," and Ammi clenched their fists, eyes alight with determination. How despicable. Gan Guyu's companions shut their eyes tightly, their hearts raging. Was this the true strength of a 6th-tier magic master? The crowd widened their eyes. The striking vines were now within reach, and they seemed to hear the sound of the vine whips striking Gan Guyu's body. "This is intolerable." Just at that moment, a fiery red light erupted from Gan Guyu, who was encircled by the magical vines, forcing the entangling vines to recoil, while the incoming whips hesitated momentarily, allowing Gan Guyu to be extricated from the encirclement by his summoned magical vines. Spell of fire resistance. The High Priestess was momentarily taken aback, but then felt a sense of relief. Upon witnessing this turn of events, Lung Lung's brow furrowed, yet she suddenly spat out with resentment. A magic scroll? Indeed, in the moment of desperation, Gan Guyu had activated a magic scroll, one he had obtained from Lena. The spell of fire resistance. This magic possessed a force blocking capability against close-range attacks, making it ideally suited for the current scenario. Moreover, Gan Guyu activated the scroll at an opportune moment, successfully intercepting the approaching vine whips. Unfortunately, this was merely a 2nd-tier magic scroll crafted by a 4th-tier mage, capable of forcibly blocking one of Lung Lung's attacks at best, yet incapable of destroying the vines. Gritting her teeth, Lung Lung prepared to command the vines to continue their assault. Just then, an overwhelming surge of magical energy emanated from Gan Guyu. The immense pressure stirred a gale, causing the branches and leaves of the sacred tree to rustle violently. And all present turned pale in shock. "What is this?" Lung Lung's face was etched with terror. The magical intensity, 7th tier, or even 8th tier? The High Priestess looked at the impassive Gan Guyu in astonishment, and hastily flew to position herself between him and Lung Lung. A staff as tall as herself appeared in her hands, and she began chanting a spell at a rapid pace directed at Gan Guyu in an instant. The incantation was completed, clearly indicating that the high priestess was exerting all her strength to achieve the fastest chanting speed. Simultaneously, a turquoise orb of light shot forth from Gan Guyu, hurtling toward Lung Lung, but was intercepted in mid-flight by the high priestess, who was shielded by her living armor. Gan Guyu, disheartened by his failed strike, stood there with an air of indifference, his gaze piercing through the high priest and landing upon Lung Lung that a chill ran down Lung Lung's spine. The look in Gan Guyu's eyes was one she had only witnessed on the faces of beasts. And at that time, the creature had been in the midst of slaughtering. That it was a gaze of murderous intent. He seeks to kill me. Let it end here. The high priest, shedding the living armor that enveloped him, stared blankly at the green mark left upon his own body, before casting a deeply apprehensive glance at Gan Guyu. She had intended to intervene the moment Gan Guyu evaded Lung Lung's attack with a fire resistance ring. Realizing that with the enhanced version of the magical vines now entwining Lung Lung, it was no longer suitable for Gan Guyu to continue facing her. The recent strike from Lung Lung had also revealed insights to her. However, she had not anticipated that when she finally made her move, it would be Lung Lung in need of salvation rather than Gan Guyu. While others were oblivious, the high priest understood the gravity of the situation. Since Gan Guyu had commenced utilizing magical scrolls, there was no justification for him to cease with merely a single fire resistance ring. Throughout these past days, Gan Guyu had supplied the high priest with numerous bamboo papers. In exchange for the magical crystals he received, Gan Guyu had acquired a plethora of magical scrolls crafted by the high priest. Among these were not only the scroll for growth of all things, but also the pollen smoke screen, healing magic, living armor, and even the 8th tier spell, life drain. Upon sensing the distinctive magical aura emanating from Gan Guyu, she realized that he must have activated one of the scrolls she had made. The intensity of the magic was at such a level that it was apt for activation at this moment. Life drain. Thus, she began to chant a living armor spell to block Gan Guyu's impending attack. However, to her astonishment, Gan Guyu had actually activated a 7th-tier parasite scroll. The green radiance that disregarded the living armor and descended upon her was, in fact, the seed of parasite that he harbored murderous intentions toward Lung Lung. The high priest immediately grasped this connection, recognizing that had Gan Guyu directly activated Life Drain, it would merely have injured Lung Lung, allowing her to endure some damage and seize an opportunity to escape. But what if the seed of parasite were to fall upon Lung Lung?